Section 26 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 26. A Strange Discovery. The following morning, open, bright, and beautiful, all rose early, and after a light breakfast again took up the journey. Jip had sufficiently recovered to be allowed to go, and as it was intended that for the first few days the marches were to be short in order not to fatigue Enola, it was thought best for her to ride in the large howdah on Jip's back, for the motion would be less, and the position more comfortable than it would be on the back of a zebra. So Jip was happy in carrying the precious burden, and strode out at the head of the large cavalcade, as proud as any of them, with scarcely any sign of lameness left. Henri had also mounted an elephant, so as to be on a level with Enola, for the idea of trying to keep up a conversation when he was riding some feet below her was entirely out of the question. Harry preferred his zebra, notwithstanding this left the field entirely open to Henri. Still he thought it might as well be thus, for Enola might look on his riding near her as an intrusion, and this would hurt his cause far more than it would help it. Mrs. Graham and Nellie were both on elephants this morning, Mrs. Graham being stretched out in a half-reclining position, enjoying to the fullest the comforts of the huge howdah and easy motion of the elephant. Mr. Bruce, Mr. Graham, and Harry rode well on ahead of the rest of the party, and Sadai was directly in their rear. The story of his hard ride from the city, when bringing the message from the high priest, he had kept silent on for a long time, but Mr. Bruce finally prevailed upon him to tell how he had been chosen as a courier. His story was substantially this. I was standing just before the terrace when I saw the body of men come up. I heard them make the demand and knew that they would make trouble. I heard one of the number say that it was because of Enola having made the king sin by wishing to marry her, she knowing that the king could not marry. I then remembered having heard one of the men whom I had talked with in the city say that the law did not forbid the king marrying a woman of another country. I heard Henri tell them to wait until morning. I then determined to ride to the city and look up the man who had made this remark, after the men had withdrawn. I stole to the stable, and jumping on my zebra, started for the city. I rode hard, and it was still night when I reached there. I found the man after considerable trouble, and he told me that that was his opinion only, but that the people had decided that the king could not marry, and he must believe this as did they. He told me to go to the high priest. While on my way to the temple, some of the populace saw me, and fearing that I had broken away from those who had been sent to kill our party, they pursued and overtook me at the base of the terrace steps which led to the temple. I fought hard, but they overpowered me and bore me into the temple. The high priest came forward and asked me how it was that I was not with my friends. I told him, as well as I could, for I knew little of the language, that there was a doubt regarding the law governing the king's marriage, that I had been sent to him with the request that he examine carefully this law and give me his decision and let me bear it to the king. The high priest left us for a few moments and then came back, and handing me a piece of parchment, commanded the people to leave me go, and bade me ride with all speed to the king and my friends. The priest was very much agitated as he said this to me, and kept urging me to use all speed. I rushed down the steps and jumped on one of the zebras of the natives, mine being winded, and never stopped until I had reached the villa. This was the story Sadai told in his quiet and unassuming way, and he never seemed to realize that he had, by his quick force of thought, put into immediate action, saved the lives of his friends, and Sadai had ever since this held a new place in the hearts of the party. And Henri himself seemed to look on the Abyssinian as one who had done him a personal act of kindness which could never be repaid. He was a hero, was Sadai, and it was decided by the party that although he might never again have an opportunity to help them in a like way, still it was good always to have him with them. And upon their telling him this, he said that he would never again leave them, not even for a day, and so he was one of the party today, his sturdy figure riding the zebra like a native. The journey would occupy some 10 days yet, and it was decided to travel early in the morning and in the cool of the evening, spending the warm part of the day in one of the villas en route, as they had on previous marches. The storm's track could be seen very plainly from the avenue, and a large body of men were still employed cleaning away the debris. A remarkable thing about the terrible storm was that it had not killed a single human being. Some had been very badly injured, but these had all recovered or were recovering, so that not one death could be laid to the storm. Many animals had been killed, and it was expected that many of the wild animals in the hunting reservation had also been killed, but this had not yet been ascertained, as none had gotten as far as the northwestern part of the country where the storm was supposed to have started. It would remain with Henri and his party to ascertain this. All was life and happiness this beautiful morning, and all thoughts of the storm had been relegated to the past. On their right stretched the lake, its clear water stretching far to the north. On the left were the farms and pastures through which the storm had ploughed its way. On ahead of them, as far as the eye could reach, stretched out the shaded avenue. Way off to the northwest could just be seen in the blue distance, hardly perceptible, the faces of the cliffs. And at the base of these cliffs was their destination, and there too were the points of interest which the party were to see before their return. "The journey for the next few days will be uneventful enough, will it not?" said Mr. Graham as he pulled up for a moment alongside of Henri's elephant. "Yes, we will have little to break the monotony between here and the Field of Brilliants, but the country is beautiful, and I think you will find it all interesting," said Henri. "It is all interesting to me," said Mr. Graham, "but I wish to know if there was anything of special interest, such as mines and quarries." "No, nothing of that kind," said Henri. "But wait a minute. There is a deserted mine, or something, which has never been explored by any of my people since I can remember, and I cannot tell whether it be a mine, or well, or natural hole in the ground. It is about the width of the avenue, and goes down, 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 far below where the eyes can reach. I've only looked down this dark hole when I have been passing, and know positively nothing about it. But if you would like to do so, we will halt there tomorrow and go down with ropes and explore it as far as we can. A villa stands near in which the ladies can wait for us." "I should like to see what this curious place is," said Mr. Graham. "Well, then, it is settled. We will explore it tomorrow," said Henri. Mr. Graham again rode up alongside of Mr. Bruce, and telling him of the hole in the ground, had his interest aroused at once. All along the track of the storm many men were at work, but for some time past none had been seen. "It is strange, is it not?" asked Harry of Mr. Bruce. "Yes, decidedly so," said Mr. Bruce. "But look, what is that in the distance?" "It looks like a body of men," answered Harry. "Perhaps they have congregated there for some special work." No further comment was made about these men. They could now be plainly seen standing in a circle. They were not working as far as could be seen, but were standing with heads bowed as if contemplating something on the ground before them. They now saw the king and his party approaching, and one of their party hurried to the avenue and came towards the travellers. "He seems to be excited over something," said Mr. Graham. "Yes, he acts differently than most other men I have seen in this country," said Mr. Bruce. "Maybe they have made a discovery." "Something agitates him," said Harry. "That is sure." The man now came near, and seeing that it was the king and his party, he stopped, and making a respectful bow, said, "I've come, O king, not knowing that you was of the party, to call attention to a strange being which we have found in the field. We know not whether it be human or not, and we would ask you to look at it and tell us how to act with it." "Go, we will follow," said the king, and the party followed the man from the avenue into the field to the left. The body of natives moved upon seeing the king and party approaching to one side, disclosing the object which had so interested them. The party looked and saw the body of an African negress with a child strapped to her back. But how had it gotten here? End of section 26. Section 27 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 27. In the Hole. Yes, it was a Negro mother and her babe. The body was that of a slight woman, weighing not more than 100 pounds, and perfectly black. The babe was probably 3 months old, and was strapped to the back of her mother. The features of the mother were flat and broad, and showed but little intelligence. Both bodies were considerably mutilated, this being caused very likely by the storm. Not a rag of clothing covered the bodies. Silently the native men and women stood gazing on the strange figures. They could offer no explanation on this as to how these bodies had come here or from whence they had come. They looked at the bodies and then at the white strangers as if to trace some likeness, but there was none, and this puzzled them all the more. Involuntarily they glanced into the heavens as if expecting to see a new planet looming up in the midday sun from which these black bodies had fallen. That they had come from the same world which they themselves inhabited, that world which was theirs alone, they could not believe, of course. Henri looked at one of the guests and then at another, as if expecting some explanation from them, but they offered none, they being nearly as much in the dark as was he. But finally Henri, stepping up to Mr. Bruce, said, "You know so much of the heavens and of the stars. Can you not tell me whence came this woman?" "I can only offer one explanation," answered Mr. Bruce, "and that is that the woman and child were caught up by the great storm and blown from their own country into this." "Ah," said Henri, "that explanation may be truthful." And looking over his people, he called them all closely about him, and told them what Mr. Bruce had said. It seemed to satisfy them, but it raised their curiosity to a greater extent, and they crowded more closely about the bodies. The hot sun had poured down on these bodies until they were in a bad state of decomposition, and our friends soon moved away, leaving the find wholly in possession of the natives. "What shall we do with these bodies?" asked Henri of Mr. Graham. "I would order them burned," said Mr. Graham. So Henri told some of the men to throw together a pile of wood and lay the bodies on it. This was soon done, and the torch was then applied. As the flames shot into the air, licking the reeking flesh off the bodies, our friends again mounted and moved on. "What do you think of this, Mr. Bruce?" asked Mr. Graham. "I can only say what I have already said to Henri," answered Mr. Bruce. "The force of the storm must have blown this woman and her child over the cliff, and thus far into the heart of the land." "Do you not think that another explanation might be made of their appearance?" asked Mr. Graham. "There may be many explanations made," answered Mr. Bruce, "but if this country is impregnable, how else could this woman and her child reach here? I think myself that the storm has played a great part in this woman's appearance in this part of the country, but I cannot help but think that she was this side of the cliffs before the storm," answered Mr. Graham. "If that be so, then these people have lived in ignorance of this tribe's having taken up a residence in this country," said Mr. Bruce. "Yes," said Mr. Graham, "but these Onians very seldom visit the northwestern part of this country, as Henri has said, and this tribe might have found an entrance and settled in a fertile part near the cliffs, and may now be living there in total ignorance of their having entered a country which has for ages been shut in from the rest of the world." "This may all be so," said Mr. Bruce, "but I would rather cling to my theory." "I would gladly accept your explanation," said Mr. Graham, "if it were not for that part of it which says that the woman was blown over the cliffs. Now, if this storm had started on the western side of these cliffs, the cliffs themselves would have broken the force or destroyed it entirely before it reached this side. Therefore I claim that the storm must have started from this side of the cliff." "When put in that way," said Mr. Bruce, "you almost convince me that I have made a mistake. But whatever the way in which this woman reached this country, I believe that we will hear more of it. It would be strange indeed if we should find a race of negroes quietly villaged in this country." "Well, there is a possibility that we may," said Mr. Graham. Off to the right, in a clump of trees, is now seen a villa, and the party made for it, it now being nearly midday. Once in the cool villa, and all thought of the morning adventure was forgotten. Lunch was served, and then came the afternoon siesta. Late in the afternoon they again started, intending to ride until late in the evening. The journeys in the cool of the evening were delightful. There was always a breeze coming off the lake at this time, and it was very refreshing after the close, warm air of the day. Along toward evening the villa which they had occupied on the evening of the storm was passed. The storm had made great ravages here, tearing up immense trees by the roots and piling them one above the other. The earth was gouged out in places to a depth of 20 feet, and all along the track of the storm were immense piles of debris. Thoughts of the storm had long since passed from the minds of our friends. They were interested only in the far northwest toward which they were headed, and which promised them so many surprises and adventures. This northwest was almost unknown even to the natives. They knew certain parts of it very well, such as the Field of Diamonds and one or two other points, which had come under their notice for some special reason. But taken as a whole, very little was known of the country, and for this reason Mr. Bruce and the others expected to make some very interesting discoveries. The country had wonderful resources, every known part of it producing certain products which made it a veritable El Dorado, and it might be expected that the Northwest held resources which would astonish all, even Henri and his people. The Field of Diamonds alone was enough to make this part of the country interesting to the strangers, and for this alone they had started on this journey. The following morning the party was up and off exceptionally early, long before the sun had risen. They were only to make half a march that day, for the shaft which Henri had spoken of on the previous day was to be explored. That is, men were to be lowered into it, and if the bottom could be reached and openings found leading from it, then all of the men of the party were to go down and explore these. Such was the program laid out for the day, and with this prospect of new diversions, the men started off with happy hearts. Each day now was bringing them nearer to the great northwest, and the cliffs were growing plainer as they advanced. The country began to assume a wilder appearance. Still there were well-kept fields and numerous farm villas, and many men at work in the fields. At another point today they had passed a great herd of elephants which had been brought from the city to recuperate, the former hospital having been almost entirely destroyed by the storm. These elephants, like many others which they had passed, had followed them until driven back by the attendant. The morning was getting pretty well advanced, and the hopes of reaching the shafts shortly were making the men keep up a constant watch on both sides of them for fear of passing it. It was partially hid in a piece of woods which bordered the lake. At this point, for some distance, none of the party knew the exact locality of the opening, and so care had to be taken in order not to pass it. "What do you think of this hole in the ground?" asked Mr. Graham of Mr. Bruce. "I do not know what to think of it," said Mr. Bruce, "but I do know that it is a very strange thing that these people should be in ignorance of its origin. It seems to me that such things would start the curiosity in these people, but I have seen very little of this article in their make-up. They did look a little bewildered yesterday when they saw the negress and child, but I will wager you a shilling they have forgotten all about it by this time. This very lack of curiosity in these people almost puts me out of patience with them." "It may be, though," said Mr. Graham, smiling at Mr. Bruce's impatience, "that it is better that they have left to us the exploring of this extinct mine or well, or whatever it is. Anyway, I would feel better satisfied finding something which is not already known by this people. There goes one of the attendants now towards the trees. Perhaps we have reached the hole." And they had, for the fellow, pulling aside some underbrush, disclosed a large dark opening running straight into the ground. The wind seemed to be rushing into this hole with great force. He turned and motioned to the party, and they rode toward them. All dismounting, ropes were procured and tied to the trunks of the trees surrounding the hole. A glance down the dark aperture would have been enough for most men, but for those here assembled, the blackness but whetted their curiosity and desire to investigate. A lighted torch was thrown down, but the fearful wind which rushed down the hole extinguished this before it had fallen far. "Let us all go down in a bunch, and with our combined efforts we may be able to keep our feet," Harry said, and so it was decided. Mr. Bruce, Mr. Graham, and Harry and Henri were to go down, well tied together, only allowing enough freedom for the limbs to move easily. A small supply of food and a few skins of water were put up and strapped to the back of each, and several torches were also taken. It was strange, but Henri seemed to take quite as much interest in the contemplated subterranean journey as did the other members of the expedition, and he showed more enthusiasm than he had at any time since the arrival of the strangers. This was the first opportunity, though, that he had had to display any enthusiasm, for everything in this country had been familiar to him since childhood, and he could hardly be expected to show any great interest in things. But now, though, by the eagerness displayed by his guests, he had also had his curiosity aroused, and he was really impatient to get started. "Are you ready, Henri?" asked Harry. "I am," answered Henri, "and eager to start. If there is anything new in my country, I want to know it." "Well, I think you will be surprised by the things that you will see and learn today," said Mr. Bruce. "That is, if the passageway and its gale of wind are any criterion." "'Tis well, let us start," Henri answered. All bade the ladies good-bye, Enola almost crying because Mr. Bruce forbade her accompanying them. Sadai was left to look out for the interest of the women folks. The 4 men were now tied together, and many sturdy hands grabbing the strong rope, they were lowered over the side of the hole. Slowly they descended, each moment nearing the passage. Suddenly, without any warning, they were swung in, and the line giving way, they landed on the floor of the cavern. They scrambled to their feet in the dark, for they had not lit the torches, and descending by keeping breast to back and throwing themselves well against the wind by leaning as far back as possible, they were enabled to keep their feet and advance. The angle was reached, and they turned. Now the wind caught them full force again, and it was hard to keep an upright position. They were in hopes of reaching another passage, though, through which the wind did not rush with such force, and where they could keep their torches lit. If they could not find such a one, they might as well return, for they could explore or learn nothing in this Egyptian darkness. Slowly they proceeded, feeling their way every step, and keeping tight against the right wall. Mr. Bruce, who was in the lead, suddenly felt an opening on the right, and telling his companions to follow him, turned into this new avenue. They were now comparatively out of the wind, and, stopping, they lit a torch. Looking about them, they saw, grinning at them with open mouths and sightless eyes, thousands of human faces. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 28. Prisoners in the Cavern of the Dead. Mr. Bruce, who held the torch, dropped it to the floor at the ghastly sight which met his gaze. From all sides these horrible visages were looking at them. There seemed to be thousands of them. In fact, the number seemed unlimited, and as the torch flickered away on the floor, casting long shadows over these sombre surroundings, the scene was enough to curdle the blood of the strongest. Mr. Bruce stooped and picked up the torch again, he having recovered from the shock which the scene first gave him. The hall was about 50 feet wide and 10 feet high. The depth could not be ascertained because it went beyond the vision. They had entered the hall by a door about 7 feet high from the corridor of winds. This hall or chamber was like the corridor hewn out of the solid rock, the ceiling, sides, and floor being perfectly smooth. The party now began to examine the bodies, which were arranged in groups about the walls and piled in heaps all over the chamber. These figures were small, being on an average about 5 feet in length, but the bodies had been well proportioned in life more than likely. But now the skin was drawn tightly over the bones, the lips having dried and drawn away from the teeth, leaving the grinning, ghastly expression which first struck such horror to the hearts of the explorers. The bodies were nude, having no covering whatever, but around each, just below the arms, was a band of copper. There were no signs of embalming. Cloths at all about the chamber and their bodies had seemingly been preserved by a process of injection of some powerful fluid, whilst there was a natural means of some kind in these underground passages which preserved them. The skin was almost black and rather thin, having that dull color which death or age gives to the skin. It shone like ebony. Mr. Bruce took hold of several of the bodies and, removing them, found their limbs and arms as pliable as in life. This, too, was against all natural and scientific principles and could not be explained. "What do you think of all this?" asked Mr. Bruce of Mr. Graham. "I should say that these bodies have been here for some time, but how long it would be impossible to say," answered Mr. Graham. "Henri," said Mr. Bruce, "have you ever seen any such people in your country?" "Never," answered Henri, and his face looked puzzled. "I cannot understand this at all. Can it be that these people have always inhabited these underground passages here under our country? Can this be the great death-hole to which the wicked are condemned?" And Henri turned to look about him. "No, no, Henri, let not such thoughts come into your mind," said Mr. Bruce. "These are dead, and they know no suffering. If they were as you suppose, they would be alive and undergoing great torture. You've been kept in ignorance of the existence of these people for good reasons, or it may be that the founder of your country knew nothing of this. But are there any of these now living, I wonder? This we must learn before returning, so let us go on, taking good care not to lose our way," said Mr. Graham. They accordingly moved along through the death chamber, keeping straight ahead. The chamber seemed unending, and went on, with the dead still piled in heaps and leaning against the walls. It must have taken ages to accumulate these thousands of dead. "There seems no end to all this," said Mr. Graham. "I would prefer that we get out of this place and into another not so thickly populated with the dead." "It must end some place," said Mr. Bruce, and he had hardly finished speaking when a wall loomed up ahead of him, and the chamber was ended. "Well, we are a nice lot," said Harry. "There is no opening here, and we will have to return." But after looking around for some time, and by moving several of the bodies, an opening was discovered in one corner. This was small, but after crawling through it, the party found themselves in another corridor, resembling the one of the winds. The hideous sight of the dead was now lost, and they passed on down a smooth hallway quickly, nothing obstructing their headway. On they went, the corridor leading in a straight line, as near as they could calculate, in a southeasterly direction. "I should much rather have followed the windy passage if it had been possible," said Mr. Bruce. "And I," said Mr. Graham. "But to fight against being blown away by that strong current would soon have exhausted us. But we may strike it again further on." "Yes," said Harry, "and this passage may be leading us to great discoveries. I believe that if any of the strange race of people are yet alive, they must use this passage, for it would be quite impossible for them to get through the windy one." "How long it must have taken to cut this hall from a solid rock," said Mr. Bruce, "and how many thousands of men it must have taken to accomplish this immense work." "It was not done in a day, or a year, or in many years," said Mr. Graham. "Still the work looks as if it might have been done years or hundreds of years ago." "We have made a greater discovery than the one of On," said Mr. Bruce. "That's so," answered Mr. Graham, "for this has the additional interest of being underground." "Is it possible," said Enright, "that my people have lived so long over these strange inhabitants of the underworld, and have learned nothing of them?" "Your people are not at all curious, Enright, or they would have long ago investigated these things," said Mr. Bruce. "The desire for discoveries is altogether lacking in your make-up, and your laws have had a great deal to do with it. You believe that yours is the only race on this earth, and that all things are known to you, so you have never thought it necessary to look beyond the things that be." "There is much for us to learn here," said Enright, a puzzled look coming into his face. "No," answered Mr. Bruce, "you know enough to make your lives contented and happy, and anything beyond that would be folly. But that certain things exist that you do not know of, there is no doubt. These, however, are not necessary to your happiness or well-being, and for this reason have been kept from you. I would not let the things which you are now learning of for the first time worry me in the least if I were you. Whatever these underground passages may bring to light, they cannot in the least affect you or yours, so it would be best not to give these any serious thought yourself or ever mention them to your subjects." "I believe you are right," said Enright, "for we are happy now, and any greater knowledge might make us discontented, giving us a desire to reach out and learn more, thus making us restless. I can now realize how this can be." They were still following the smooth-floored corridor, and throughout its entire length it had kept up that uniform width and height. The angle formed by the meeting of the floor and walls was sharp and perfectly cut as could be, and the beautiful arched roof showed wonderful skill in chiseling. They all walked along after this conversation, each one engrossed in his own thoughts, when Enright, who was in the lead, stopped, and stooping picked up a peculiar-shaped spear. The handle was short and made of the backbone of some kind of fish. The head was long and narrow, and made of a very flinty stone. This head was set into the handle, a slot being cut into the latter for this purpose. A cement was used to fasten this head firmly into the handle, it also being bound to it by thongs in much the same manner as are all spearheads of the African tribe. Examining it more closely, stains were seen on the head and handle, and the handle was notched in several places. The spear might have been left there a day before or a century before. It was in a perfect state of preservation, but the substance of which it was made was very nigh indestructible, so it might have laid there for ages. "This passage has never been used since that spear was left here," said Mr. Bruce. "Why do you think so?" asked Mr. Graham. "Because," answered Mr. Bruce, "if it had been, the spear would undoubtedly have been picked up. As it is more than likely that these are not so easily made as to be thrown away or left without being picked up." "If that be so," said Mr. Graham, "it tells nothing that we may want to know. We are only interested in the live portion of this race, if there be any of them yet extant, and we want some clue that will lead us to them." "Well, I can say this much," said Mr. Bruce, "that we will find them ahead of us if we find any at all." "Another indefinite declaration," said Mr. Graham. "Tell us how you know this, Mr. Bruce." "Why, this spearhead was lying, turned in that direction in which we are going, and when it was dropped, it was but natural that its loser was moving in the same direction, for in falling it would naturally fall that way." "There is considerable in that argument," said Harry, "and I agree with you, Mr. Bruce, that whoever dropped it was the last person through here, and was going in the direction in which we are now moving." "Well, we shall see," said Mr. Graham. "Have you made out the stains on the handle, Mr. Bruce?" "No, but they look very much like congealed blood, and I suppose they are nothing else. These people probably used the spear for killing fish." "Why fish?" asked Henri. "Well, that was only another supposition of mine," said Mr. Bruce. "You see, it is hardly likely that these people have any land animals down here. Such things have never been found yet, or at least not in any numbers. But fish in subterranean rivers and lakes are very prevalent. In fact, an underground river or lake is seldom found without these fish, some of them, as is the case in the great Mammoth Cave of Kentucky, being without eyes. Then we know that these people find fish in some part of their underground home, for we have the proof of it here." And Mr. Bruce held up the spear handle. "But do you know that that is fish bone?" asked Harry. "Well, from what I have learned on the subject, I should say that it was," said Mr. Bruce. "Yes, it looks like a bone in the fish we catch in the lake," said Henri. "Well, it is decided that it is a fish bone, and the stains are made by the fish blood," said Mr. Bruce. "Now we know that somewhere in this cave there is a river or lake, and I would say that the passage which we are now traversing is but the avenue leading to the death chamber. These people probably realize that it is best to have the dead well removed from the living quarters for the same reason, may be, that we do this above. Therefore we are on the right road to the living and habitations of this people, if there be any of them now living. Listen," and as Mr. Bruce ceased speaking, he stopped, and the others following his example. A low buzzing sound was heard, like the hum of many voices. "What is it?" whispered Mr. Graham. "Hard to tell," said Mr. Bruce, "but we will soon learn, for it is growing louder," and raising his torch he blew it out, leaving them in perfect darkness. "What shall we do?" asked Henri. "It is hardly safe to look forward, and it looks decidedly cowardly to retreat, and we will be an open mark if we stand still," said Mr. Bruce. "Let us move a little further forward," said Mr. Graham, "and we may find a hiding place. If we find that these people are coming this way, and are in great numbers, we can keep ahead of them until we reach the death chamber, when we can barricade the small entrance with the bodies, and in this way hold off an army." They all agreed to this and moved a little further forward. The passage at this point made a slight turn to the south, and as our friends rounded the corner, they came in sight of a number of lights far down the passage. These were being carried by a number of beings who looked at this distance to resemble the bodies in the death chamber. Our friends stopped, not knowing whether to turn and go back or keep on for a short distance. "Look well down on the left," said Harry. "Don't you see that hole in the wall?" They looked and all saw it, but it was fully halfway between the torch-bearers and themselves. It would be almost suicidal to try and reach it, but Mr. Bruce, who was looked on as the ringleader of the party, said, "Come, keep close to the left wall, and walk sideways and step as quickly as possible. I think we can reach the hole before they see us. They seem to be engrossed in something else at present, and not expecting to find any strangers in this hole, which has never seen one before, probably. We may escape them." And so saying, Mr. Bruce took the lead. They hurried forward, walking with their backs to the wall. The natives were coming towards them slowly, and each moment brought them into better view. Their figures were perfectly nude, and of a bluish-white colour, looking as if they might have been black originally, but long absence from the light of day had faded them to the present colour. They were not over 5 feet in height, and their bodies were slender. They were chanting a strange dirge in a peculiar tone, and this did not make the stranger's position any brighter. Slowly our friends moved toward them and the hole. They were still hid in the shadows, but they could not expect to be out of the light of the torches much longer, for the natives were now getting very near them. The hole was nearly reached when a shout went up from the natives, but instead of hurrying forward, they crowded back, apparently afraid to encounter the strangers which they saw coming toward them. "Keep on to the hole," said Mr. Bruce. They did so, and a moment later reached it and passed through. When they were all inside the new chamber or hall, they stopped, it being perfectly dark. The torch-bearers, after running back for a short distance, stopped, and again resuming their chant, started forward. Our friends stood perfectly still and threw themselves on the defensive. They could see the light through the doorway growing brighter, and could hear their voices growing louder. Had they seen them, or was the shout caused by something else? It might have been a part of the strange proceedings which they were now going through. "Do nothing until they attempt to enter the opening," said Mr. Bruce. "Then use your weapons." The procession outside came nearer, and the chant grew louder, as if the strange people would in this way strengthen their courage. What would it be, fight or run, or neither? Whatever it was to be, they would soon know, for now they were at the doorway and passing. They are safe. No, look, said Mr. Graham, the door. It was true. A huge stone was slowly moving into the open place, making them prisoners. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Krigo. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 29. The Death Trap. Light a torch, said Mr. Bruce, as he saw the stone door slowly slide into place. One hideous head of a native stooped and looked under the lowering door, and shaking a torch in his hand, dodged back as if afraid of being charged upon by the prisoners. The door fell into place, and a torch was lit at Mr. Bruce's command, and an inspection of their quarters was made. This did not take long, for the chamber was only about 20 feet square. The ceiling was about the height of that in the hall or passage. Try as they would, they could discover no other opening, nor any opening now, for the stone fitted the doorway so perfectly that not even a crack was left to show where this had been. "We are in for it," said Harry. "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "and it looks very much as if we were here for good, for there is no opening that I can see at all, and all of our energy and strength would be wasted in trying to dig our way out." "We must make an effort of some kind," said Mr. Graham, "so let us consider the matter for the moment." They all stopped, and putting their wits to work, tried to devise some means for escape, when they realized they were not only entombed in a room cut out of solid rock, but this rock, hundreds of feet beneath the surface. The thought was not very cheering, but they were not the ones to give up without a struggle. They had stood for some moments thinking over their unpleasant position, and trying to formulate some plan of procedure, when Onran, who was probably the most helpless of the number, began sniffing the air as if he had detected some foreign substance in it. "Can you not smell something strange?" said Onran. They all drew in a deep breath. Yes, there was something, a nasty odor which they had not noticed before, and it was getting plainer each moment. They looked about them but could see nothing. "It may be the torch," said Mr. Graham. "No, it is a different smell from that. But we must extinguish the torch, or the smoke will soon suffocate us, if this other smell does not." And saying this, Mr. Bruce blew out the torch. But that fearful smell, what could it be? In a short time their eyes began to smart. "It's smoke of some kind," said Harry, "and I'm going to find out where it's coming." He relit the torch, and for a moment the men could hardly see. So thick had the smoke become in those few minutes. "It is stifling," said Mr. Bruce. "Can you see where it comes from?" Harry, who had the torch, and who was looking for this new source of danger, examined every nook and cranny, but could find no hole or opening. The smoke was getting thicker each moment, and the men were gasping for breath. It would take only a very few minutes of this to kill them all. Still, there seemed to be no avenue of escape. These natives had shown great cunning in thus allowing them to get into the chamber, imprisoning them and choking them to death with smoke. Mr. Bruce took the torch from Harry, and started inspecting, himself. He was staggering about the room, half blind and choked by smoke, when the torch fell from his hands, and falling onto the floor went out. He stooped to pick it up again, when he felt a draft near the floor. He hurriedly relit the torch and placed it near the floor. He had to get down on his knees and bend close to the floor before he could see. And there, coming in a great broad stream, he saw the smoke coming through a crack about an inch in width and 5 feet in length. The crack ran with the floor, and Mr. Bruce at once came to the conclusion that another stone door must be at this point, and it had been lifted to leave space for the smoke's entrance. "Come quickly," he called to the others, not knowing but they had already succumbed to the fearful smoke, as he could not see them. They had been leaning up against the opposite wall, fighting that fearful suffocation, when they heard Mr. Bruce's voice. "Hurry, pull yourselves together and we may escape. Who has the spear? Bring it here." Harry, who had been holding on to the spear, using it for support, staggered towards Mr. Bruce, and handed it to him mechanically. "Brace up there, men," he again called out, and they shuffled towards him, almost falling. "Now, get your fingers into that crack, and lift with your lives, for it is our only chance. I will work the spear under and hold all you can get. Now!" The men seemed to realize that there was a chance to escape, no matter how faint a one, so making a desperate effort to overcome the suffocation which was parching their throats and bursting their heads, placed their fingers into the cracks, and lifted. They strained every nerve, stretched every muscle, and look, it was raising. Yes, the huge stone was moving. Now it was an inch higher, now it was 2 inches higher, and then there was space of a foot under the door. But the wider became the space, the more smoke poured in, and the men were almost ready to drop the fearful weight and fall over unconscious. Mr. Bruce, realizing this, broke the handle of the spear and placed this under the stone just as the men fell exhausted. This act of his, if delayed 1 second longer, would have cost them their lives, for he had barely gotten it under the huge stone when the men dropped. The solid straight piece of bone held the stone, however. But would he have strength to pull the 3 men through the opening? And would there not be a body of their would-be murderers on the opposite side to fight him back? He had no time to spend in conjectures, however. So clutching Harry by the feet, he pulled him to the hole. He rolled him through, and then Mr. Graham. But when it came to Henri, he had to roll the man over and over, his body being too heavy to move in any other way. And he was fast giving out himself, but he must not do so before getting him and his friends on the other side of that hole. Getting Henri into the opening and pushing him through, and then crawling through himself, he looked about him for the generator of this fearful smoke. Groping his way about, he stumbled over a large stone brazier, in which was a powdered substance, and it was this which was smoldering and making a dense smoke. Taking his water skin from his back, he quickly poured its contents over the smoldering coals, and extinguished them. He was nearly fainting, and felt that he must soon give up. His eyes were nearly blinded, he was choking, and his head was bursting. He was fast losing his senses, but he staggered about the room, and finally found an open archway. Through this he plunged, falling onto the floor, but the air was pure here, and a cooling breeze was blowing through the apartment. And it was this draught, probably, which had forced the smoke through the crack. Mr. Bruce lay still for a moment in the refreshing air, but realizing his 3 friends were still in the stifling smoke and unable to help themselves, he again picked himself up, and by rolling them over and over succeeded in getting them all in the outer chamber or corridor. But where are the natives? Mr. Bruce had not seen or heard of them since leaving the death trap, and he could not account for their absence. But he felt very thankful for their not having interfered with him, for if they had, it would have been all over for him and his friends. He had his companions in the pure air now, and unstrapping the water bag from Harry's back, he bathed their faces and poured some down each parched throat. He worked hard with them, and at last brought them all around, but they were unable to do much walking for a while. So while they were recruiting, Mr. Bruce took the torch and reconnoitered. They seemed to be in another corridor, somewhat wider than the other, but about the same height. Mr. Bruce, after following this for some distance, returned to his companions and made his report. "What had we better do?" said Mr. Graham. "Turn back or go on?" "I'd say go on," said Mr. Bruce. "But if you think the risk is too great and wish to return, we would do so. What do you say, Henri?" "I don't know what to say," said Henri. "But if you would like me to proceed, I am willing. I am afraid, though, that I should be nothing but a hindrance to you." "No, no, Henri, you must not say that," said Harry. "Such an ordeal as we have just passed through is enough to make any man go under." "Any man but Mr. Bruce. And he is a wonder. How did you do it, Mr. Bruce?" "By pure force of will," said Mr. Bruce. I felt like giving up several times, I can tell you. But a man can do a good deal, I believe, when his life and the lives of his friends depend on it. But don't let us talk of that now. The question is, shall we retreat or advance? Advance, I should say, said Harry. What do you say, Father? I am willing, but before we run into a trap again, rather let us retreat. Agreed, said Mr. Bruce. They now rose, and stretching their legs and taking another drink of water, they advanced cautiously down the corridor. Not knowing what moment their escape might be detected, and the natives of this hellhole be after them again. They had not long to remain in suspense, when suddenly into the corridor rushed a mob of howling naked natives, making straight for them. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Clifford Krigo. The Day of Resis, by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 30. The Cave Dweller's Funeral. The howling mob came hurrying towards them, their faces distorted with horrible grimaces, their arms flying in the air, brandishing spears like the one found in the corridor. They came on howling, yelling, and shouting in a blood-curdling way. Fall back slowly, said Mr. Bruce, but keep to this corridor. They retreated slowly, keeping their faces on the approaching mob. If they come too near, discharge your pistols in their midst, continued Mr. Bruce. The natives were gaining on them fast, but they were not moving as quickly as they might, showing that they were undecided as to whether it would be best to attack the strangers or not. There seemed to be about 200 of them, each bearing a torch in one hand and a spear in the other. As time went on and they saw the hostile movements on the part of the strangers, they became bold and moved more rapidly. They were closing up quickly when our friends heard a shout in the rear, and looking over their shoulders, saw another mob of natives closing in on them from that direction. Which shall it be? Said Mr. Bruce. Advance or retreat? Advance, said Harry, and give those howling demons a taste of lead. On all the excursions our friends had carried their small arms, but never had to use them. But they had these with them now, and it was well that they had taken this precaution. For nothing else would have had as much effect on this barbarous race of underground dwellers as the noise and explosions of the pistols would. Our friends were still waiting for the men to advance. The natives, seeing that they now had their game safe, became wilder in their demonstrations and bolder in their movements. The body in the rear also hurried forward, and in a very short time the strangers of this horrible place found themselves sorely pressed. Now, said Mr. Bruce, make a rush and fire as you go. Harry, you and I will take the lead, for it is best go in twos. When the chambers of our revolvers are empty, we will drop behind and let Mr. Graham and Andre take the lead. If these beasts do not turn and run, charge right into them, for it is our only chance. Now, forward, double quick. The men started on a run, discharging their revolvers as they went. At each discharge, one of the natives would fall, for they were so tightly wedged in the narrow passage, there was no chance of missing them. As our friends started, and the fearful noise of their pistols as they were discharged rung through the cavern, the natives stopped and watched the advance with open-mouthed wonder. Then they saw their companions dropping one at a time as the weapons were discharged. They began to grow uneasy, and then to move slowly backward. And then, at last, as the full force of the panic struck them, they turned and fled down the corridor, each trying to outrun the other and trampling those underfoot, who were unlucky enough to fall. On they flew over the hard surface of the cave, occasionally throwing frightened glances over their shoulders as they ran. Then, seeing those strangers still after them, they strove still harder to place a greater distance between themselves and their pursuers. Those in the rear of our friends had turned and ran in the opposite direction from whence they came when they saw their companions retreat. They saw, too, the work of those awful barking, smoke-belching weapons, and thinking that they might be turned on them in the same manner, probably thought it best to get out of the way as quickly as possible. This took a considerable load from off the minds of our friends, for they had feared that these howling barbarians would attack them from the rear as they ran. After the first 3 or 4 discharges of the pistols had started their enemies, they discontinued firing in order to save their ammunition, but they kept up the pace and were close on the heels of the devils. Suddenly the mob turned right and disappeared. As our friends had thrown away the lighted torch when first surprised by the natives, they were now left in total darkness again, and when the danger disappeared, they stopped to hold a consultation. Looking back, they saw their former pursuers had left the corridor, and this decided them to wait a few minutes for further developments. "We must be careful now," said Mr. Bruce, "for these natives may lay an ambush and attack us, as we advance or retreat. They are cunning as they have shown by their smoking process, and we must be on our guard." "I think they are so badly scared that they will not bother us again," said Harry. "Perhaps so," said Mr. Bruce. "But if they have a means of attacking us without running any risk of personal injury themselves, you may remain assured they will do so." "They are a strange race of men," said Henrian. "I thought when I first looked upon your people that you were small in stature, but these are very much smaller, and are hideous. Do you think them human?" "Human, yes," said Mr. Bruce, "but of a very low order of humanity. The race has so long inhabited these underground dwellings that they've become wild and barbarous." "They must be," said Henrian, "for they are so unlike your race. But do you suppose that they have always lived here, or have they come from another world like yourselves? I cannot believe that they have been here, right under our fair land of Un, for long, for if they had, we would have known it." "But how would you have known it, Henrian?" asked Mr. Graham. "You nor yours have ever investigated, nor have you ever cared to. You might have gone down to your graves, and the countless generations of those who follow you have done the same, without ever knowing these strange people lived beneath your land, in the very bowels of the earth. And we have said so frequently, Henrian, your people have no curiosity, and take no heed of things which do not directly concern them." "It is better so, I think," answered Henrian, "for surely you can find no happiness in an undertaking like this. Can you?" "Well, yes, we can," answered Mr. Bruce. "For in the first place, it is pleasure to us to see and learn of new and strange things. That is where one's curiosity comes in, you see. And we enjoy, in a way, the excitement which such ventures always bring. But at the same time, I would not recommend any such questionable pleasures to those who have never had any desire for them. But we are in a strange place and predicament now to be discussing this question. We must decide on which way we are going to go and how we are going to proceed." "What do you say, Mr. Graham?" asked Henrian. "Well," said Mr. Graham, "we have kept in one direction so far, and I see no reason for returning now. Our friends will not worry about us if we do not return for 2 or 3 days, and there are many things here which I'd like to find out before going back. We have proceeded so far, and it would be no more difficult for us to get back here from a short distance beyond here than it would be from this point. So let's go ahead." "Agreed," said Harry, "and let us keep together, for we may need each other's immediate help." "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "we must move cautiously and silently if possible, and maybe we will pass the point where the natives turned off." With this, they moved on, feeling their way along the wall of the corridor and keeping close together. A braver lot of men it would have been hard to find. In fact, not one of these men felt the least fear, even after their recent experience, unless it might have been Henrian, and it was not a fear with him, but more of an unexplained uncertainty. He had been led to think throughout his life that his race was the only one inhabiting this world, and that he had been first visited by a number of strangers, even coming into his company in a strange way. He had accounted for these by believing that they had come from a different planet. This had not worried him, but only a few days before, while moving through his country, his men had found a woman and a child, which had evidently belonged to another race of people. This had set him thinking, and now down here in the bowels of the earth, living in caves hewn out of rock, he had found still another race, a miserable half-dwarfed race. And Mr. Bruce had assured him that these people have lived down here for ages, probably longer than his people in the open country above. All these things had upset the teachings and the beliefs of a lifetime, and Onran now was in doubt as to what to believe. But he felt no fear really, but only a disgust, brought on by all this doubt. The party calculated that they had now reached the point where the natives had disappeared, and the precautions were doubled. The floor of the cavern at this point was strewn with spears, which had been dropped by the frightened natives, and it was hard work to walk over these without making some noise. But no signs of the natives were seen, as it was supposed that they had hid themselves in some remote part of the cave. After passing this point, the explorers moved faster, but did not attempt to light a torch. "Do you think that we will be able to find the other corridor again? The one by which we entered this place?" asked Onran. "That's so," said Mr. Bruce. "I had forgotten that we were now in another corridor." "No," said Harry. "And even if we looked for it, we would not know where to find it. We may wander here for weeks or months and never find our way out. Now, these are disagreeable things which we must not think of, if we would enjoy this adventure to its fullest," said Mr. Graham. "I can understand to be lost in this hole would be fearful, but we are not lost yet. For if we are not aware of the fact, so let us not think of that. We must try, however, to keep in this corridor, or one which leads off from it, and to know at all times just how many turns we make. It would be well for us to notch these walls occasionally, or in some other way leave a mark by which we can find our way back," said Mr. Bruce. "That is a grand idea," said Harry, "and I will commence right here by scratching the wall." The torch was lit, and Harry, taking one of the spears, attempted to chip the wall with this. But one stone was as hard as the other seemingly, and the spearhead would make no impression. "We will have to find some other means than this," said Harry. And stooping, he looked over the floor of the cave, in hopes of finding something which would cut the hard stone, but he was unsuccessful, so the notching was given up. The corridor still stretched out straight ahead of them, and they hurried along as fast as their tired limbs would allow their doing. "What time is it, Mr. Bruce?" asked Harry. "Why, it's 9 o'clock, answered Mr. Bruce. "And to tell the truth, I feel as though it were 12. A little rest would not go amiss." "But I do not think it advisable to sleep here," said Mr. Graham. "We are not far enough away from that bloodthirsty mob." "No," said Mr. Bruce. "We'll hurry on for a while yet, and if no side aisles leads off into which we can hide for a few hours, we will lie down in this, leaving watchers." For another hour they trudged along, until thoroughly exhausted and ready to drop, they decided upon taking a short rest. The first watch fell to Harry, and he took his stand against the wall, being afraid that if he sat down he would go to sleep. The others stretched themselves out on the hard floor of the corridor, and in a moment were fast asleep. Harry put out the torch for fear of its attracting attention to them, should any of the natives happen in the corridor. The moments passed on leaden wings. His eyes grew heavy, and he began pacing the corridor to keep awake. His legs were too weary to longer support his body, and he squatted down on the floor, with his back resting against the side wall. The scenes of the day passed through his mind in a dreamy sort of way. In a short time he caught himself dozing. Then tired nature asserted itself, and his eyes closed and refused to open again. His head dropped to one side, and he slept. How long he had slept, he did not know, but he was awakened by a humming noise, which seemed far away and yet very close. Starting up and opening his eyes, he looked far up the corridor in the direction in which they were traveling, and there he saw a procession of torches coming towards him. He hastily awakened his companions, and telling them what was up, they held a consultation. It seemed folly to go ahead, for these bodies of natives might be met continuously, and to have to chase them every few hours would be nonsense. Harry had walked up the corridor a ways while the others were talking, feeling his way by the wall, when his hand, which went out to touch this wall, failed to come into contact with it. He tried again with the same result, and then moving his body in that direction, thinking that he might have wandered away from the wall. But there was no wall at this point, and after moving in this direction for a short distance, he struck a match. He could not see very closely, but he understood that he was in a side corridor or room of some kind. He at once called his companions, and they having joined him, they lit a torch, the natives still being a great distance up the corridor. This room was considerably larger than the one in which they had been imprisoned, and was evidently a living chamber, for in one of the corners was a raised slab, on which were dead coals and some fish offal. The room had evidently been used very recently, from the looks of the fish remains. On the opposite side of the room was another door, leading into another corridor, and upon examining this corridor, it was found to extend only a short distance, and end against a solid rock. But if there was a secret door in this rock, the explorers could not see, and they had no time to give it a thorough examination, because of having to extinguish the torch. The natives were now getting very close. "What should we do now?" asked Harry. "I think," said Mr. Bruce, "it'll be well for us to hide behind the slab, on which are coals, and watch the procession as it passes. They cannot certainly be after us, for they have not had enough time to get so far ahead of us. It is probably some other band, on their way to this part of the cave, for some purpose or other." They took up their positions behind the slab, lying on their sides with their heads just above the stone, looking for the natives. They could be heard coming, chanting a dismal dirge, the glare of their torches already lighting up the hall outside. "I would not care to be made a prisoner again," said Harry. "They can't catch us in the same way here," said Mr. Bruce, "for these arches have no sliding doors." "This may be some holiday celebration," said Mr. Graham. "It may be their day of Resis," said Onran. "That is, if they have a day of Resis." "I doubt their having such a day, Onran, although we do not know what the ceremonies of your day of Resis are. But look, they are opposite." The first one of the processions now came up, and our friends lowered their heads as they passed, but the natives were seemingly oblivious of their presence. The explorers grew bolder, and raising their heads well above the slab, watched the procession. First the men came, bearing torches stuck on the end of spears. Then came a number of men bearing spears alone. Following these were a number of women, each carrying a peculiar-shaped fish, a sort of combination fish and lizard, as it had 4 short legs and feet. There were a great number of these, and it took a long time for them to pass. After them came a great number of children, ranging as nearly as the explorers could guess, between the ages of 5 and 10. Each of these children bore a small piece of coal, which had brought to the minds of our friends thoughts of the great cave which they had crossed in coming to the land of Un. Following the children was another body of men, and it was these men who were chanting. The wailing tones of these men, as they came nearer, were fearful to hear, and our friends felt the cold chills running down their backs. These men also carried torches, black torches, which looked as if they were made of sharpened pieces of coal. They made a very bright light, but little smoke. As the men came forward, it could be seen they were bearing a very thin slab of stone on their shoulders, and on the slab lay the body of a native. It was a funeral procession. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 31, Lost in the Cavern. They watched the funeral rites, and soon afterward discovered that they were lost in the ground, and did not know their bearings. They thought they must be several miles within, as the direction taken from the point where they entered the cave was several days' journey from the city of On, and as they had travelled nearly due south, or as nearly as they could calculate, they must now be a good many miles from the secret door. They might take the same corridor which they had traversed in coming to the lake, as this would take them directly to the hole near which the rest of the excursionists were awaiting them. But this was dangerous, and it was quite possible that before they had gone far into this they would again fall into the hands of the natives. They were in a quandary as to what to do. If they travelled to the east in quest of the hidden door, they might not find it, and before they could again reach the long corridor, they would be overcome by hunger, thirst, and fatigue. "What shall we do?" asked Harry. "I think," said Mr. Bruce, "it would be well to strike straight for the north wall, and when this is reached, we may find another opening which will take us in a roundabout way to the hole leading to the surface. You know we left the windy corridor and took one to the right. This windy corridor may lead to this cavern also. If this were so, it would come out further to the east, or may be at a point directly south of where we are now." "Even if that should be so," said Mr. Graham, "could we beat against that wind for so many miles?" "I'm afraid not," said Mr. Bruce, "but other corridors may lead from it, which would carry us into one or the other halls, which we have already traversed, but at a point beyond all danger." "It's a chance at least," said Harry. "That is, if this corridor leads into the cave." "Are we beneath the land of On now?" asked Onrai, who had spoken but seldom since coming into this strange place. "No, Onrai," said Mr. Graham, "we are under the mountains or cliffs which surround your country. These, though, may be said to belong to the land of On, or half of them at least, for they stand on the dividing line." "It is strange," said Onrai, "that I should never have known of all this, or that my people had never learned of it before me." For a second time Onrai had spoken thus, and the events of the past few hours seemed to have made a great impression on his mind. He could not realize that all these things had existed for years and hundreds of years. It all seemed so improbable to one who had been taught to believe that his race was the only people, and that his or their land above the surface was the only country. He had seen strange things in the past few hours, the only strange things he had ever seen in his life, with the exception of our friends, if they may be classed under this category. "I will have strange tales to tell my people," said Onrai. "You must not tell them of these things," said Mr. Graham, "for it would but make them discontented, and long to see them also. It would be much better never to mention these. You can easily evade the subject when broached, and our people will never say anything." "Do you think they would care to investigate?" asked Onrai. "I would never care to come here again, and I cannot believe that they would ever care to visit this place, if I should explain to them the danger and trouble attending the trip." "Yes, it would be better, would it not," said Mr. Bruce, "to obey the laws which have governed you for centuries, and which forbid your prying into anything which has not already been explained by these laws?" "I begin to think as you do," said Onrai, "but I doubt my ability to keep from my people, should they ask me, the things which I have learned here. We have never had secrets, as you have taught me to call these things, and I have not learned the art of withholding things which I do not wish to say. Nothing may be said to you about your journey, and then it would be easy enough, would it not, to keep these things to yourself?" "It may be so," said Onrai. They were travelling in a good easy walk, and were covering considerable ground, but they were growing weary, and it was decided to rest for a few hours. This they proceeded to do, but before they stretched out on the hard floor, they blew out the torches, so that any of the natives who might be prowling about would not see them and again be on them. The journey had been long, and they had but little rest, so when they finally lay down and stretched out their weary limbs, their eyes soon closed and all was forgotten in a very few moments. The hard floor of the cave, the memories of the recent events, the fear of not again finding their way out of the dark hole, these things could not keep them awake, for they were worn out, mind and body, and once they had fallen into a reclining position, they were soon oblivious to everything. They had been sleeping for hours, it seemed to Harry, when he was awakened by a distant cry. It sounded to him like the yell of the natives when they had first discovered the strangers. He looked about him half dreamily, but could see nothing, and turned over, thinking he would sleep a while longer, as the others had not yet awakened. He was just falling off again, when that cry broke out, just a little shriller than before. This time Harry jumped to his feet, certain now of its being a human cry. He looked about him, even took a few steps away from his sleeping companions, and stopping again, listened. No, he could hear nothing. Still, he was sure that he had not been mistaken. All sleep had now been knocked out of him, and feeling refreshed, he knew that he had been sleeping for some time. He walked over to his companions and awakened them, but before he had time to interfere or explain to them what it was that had awakened him, Mr. Bruce had lit a match, and with this the torch. Harry made a movement as if he would extinguish this, and not having heard the sound after this second awakening, he thought there might be just a possibility of his having been mistaken, but he told his companions of the occurrence so that they might not blame him if anything should come of it later. "I could not say that you are mistaken, Harry," said Mr. Bruce, "but it seems very probable that we would see some light if these natives were again on our track." "Yes," said Harry, "I don't suppose they have dark lanterns which would give them light, but would still keep the light hid from us." "They might have such lights," said Mr. Graham, "but we would see the reflection on the ground, at least." They had now started again, when Harry stopped, saying, "How do we know that we are moving in the right direction? We may have turned completely in our moving about, and may now be making a bee-line for the lake." The party stopped, looking at each other in a puzzled way. Mr. Bruce's face lighted up, though, as he asked, "Did you touch my torch, Harry?" "No," answered Harry. "Well, and then we can depend on it that we are moving in the same direction that we were before, for I laid down the torch with the burnt end looking in the direction we were going, when I laid down, and when I picked it up and lighted it again, after you had awakened us, I remember I was standing facing the same way, and I did not turn again before we started." "But that tells nothing," said Mr. Graham, "for we may be walking round and round in a circle not a mile in circumference. We have nothing to guide us, and it very often occurs, in cases of this kind, that the travellers who think themselves miles away from their starting point will, the next moment, bring up at the same spot." The friends stood and looked at each other as Mr. Bruce said this, the terrible truth flashing upon them. It was only too true. They were helpless in this great dark cavern. They might wander until starved and famished, and still be miles from the encircling wall, or maybe but a few feet from it. It would only be chance if they should come up to the wall, not chance either, for even chance was barred in this Egyptian darkness. It would be the hand of Providence which saved them if they should ever now escape from this cave. If they had followed the lake until the bridge had been reached, they could then have followed the old path to the hidden door, and in that way have gotten out. But no, the only thought they had in getting away from the scene of such carnage was to leave it far behind and to reach their friends as soon as possible. They realized their mistake, but now it was too late. The thought completely prostrated them as its full significance dawned upon them. "But we must not give up while there is strength left," said Mr. Bruce. "So let us go on in some way, even if we are bearing right away from our goal. We may be right, you know. Anyway, we will never find our way out of this by standing still." They again took up their way, but with a half-heartedness which made every step a task, and every movement painful. It was strange how these strong men, who had just gotten up from a refreshing sleep, well and hearty, should so soon be changed to despondent beings, their faces looking years older, and their gait indicating feebleness. Such is the change which the awful sense of complete helplessness had wrought in these men. They had hit upon a possibility, even a probability, and all else had been forgotten from that moment. They had given themselves up for lost in this vast cavern, which had probably been the tomb of many others. When these thoughts took possession of them, they could not be persuaded that there was any possibility of escape, and it was no wonder they lost hope so quickly, for here was a cave miles in extent, without a guiding light or post to beckon them on. All was dark and still as the death which would soon claim them. For some strange reason, Henri seemed to be more affected than any of the others. He said but little, but his face was painful to look at, so frightfully changed had it become. He shuffled along, his shoulders bent, and feet dragging over the ground like a man of 80. Occasionally he would mutter to himself, "I've missed my day of Resis." This seemed to be the thing which was worrying him. "Wait," said Harry, and they all stopped suddenly, for this was the first word which had been spoken by any of the party, excepting Henri. "When wandering in the cave, as we came," went on Harry, "I remember seeing pieces of coal lying along the path. The thought has just occurred to me that these marked the path, or else how could the natives find their way? Now, if we could find these—" "But these would be as hard to find as the border wall," said Mr. Graham. "True," said Harry, his face again falling, "but it is another chance, and this makes two." This cheered them but little, however, and despair took possession of them completely a few moments later. They ought to have reached the wall hours before, yet there were no signs of it. Suddenly they were brought to a stand by the same cry which had awakened Harry. There was no mistaking it now. It was human, and right in front of them. Our friends stopped. There was no mistaking the cry now. It was human, and only a few feet ahead of them. They peered through the gloom, but could see nothing. The man, whoever he was, could not be far away, so they moved forward, and a moment later a dark mass was seen lying on the floor of the cave just ahead of them. As they hurried up to this, another cry went up from the heap. Our friends now came up to the object and found it to be a native. As they approached and stood over him, He raised his head and looked at them in a half-scared way, and then tried to crawl away from them. Seeing them following him, he raised to his feet and staggered along for a short distance, but again fell. The party now saw that his left side from knee to shoulder was badly lacerated, but how had he come into this condition? Had he been wounded in a fight or in a blast, and brought to this fearful place to die? Although this man was probably one of their captors and would have helped to kill them if they had not turned the tables on them, still the man's plight was so pitiful and his condition so helpless that their sympathy went out to him at once, and coming up close to where he had fallen, Mr. Graham stooped and taking the bag of water from his back, poured its contents over the raw wounds of the native. He writhed under the momentary pain, but realizing that they wished to help him, he tried to facilitate their good acts by turning his side to them, exposing the wound. He kept looking at Henri as if the king had a fascination for him, which he could not resist, and at last he raised his hand and motioned to Henri to approach. Henri came up to him, and the native looked at him for fully a moment, then addressed him in the language of On. Henri started back, completely surprised by hearing his own language spoken by this man. The native's face fell, showing that he had built much on this disclosure to the king, and the result had bitterly disappointed him. "Speak to him, Henri," said Mr. Bruce. Henri again stepped up to the native and asked him how he had become acquainted with his language. "The story is long, and I'm hurt," answered the man, "but if you will carry me to the lake where my companions were killed, and let me there wash my wounds, I will tell you all." "The lake," said Mr. Graham. "Why, my good man, that is many miles away." "No," answered the man, "it is only a short distance from here." Our friends looked at each other with astonishment. They had seen the lake upon their entrance. Their fears then had been realized. They had been describing a circle, and were now but a few feet from the starting point. But there was now hope, and the men carefully lifted the native and carried him in the direction indicated by him, and in less than 5 minutes they were again standing by an underground lake. The man was laid on the floor of the cave, and his wounds washed again with water. Harry tore from his tunic a piece of the silk, and this was bound about the wound. "Do you know a way by which we can reach the death chamber without traversing that part of the cave where your people live?" Henri asked. "I do," said the man, "but I could not explain so that you could understand." "But if we took you with us, could you guide us?" asked Henri. "But am I strong enough to walk?" asked the man, and he tried to rise to his feet. "You may be able to walk a part of the way, and we will carry you the remainder," said Henri. "I can guide you," said the stranger, and his face lighted up with hope as he thought that he might yet see that great outside world of which he had heard. The more the native thought of this, the more probable it seemed to him, and with this great hope springing into life came renewed energy, and after a while, when Mr. Bruce had bandaged the wounds well, and he had been given something to eat, he stood erect and declared that he could walk as well as ever. But this he could not do, although with help he got along very well for a time, and then Henri picked him up in his powerful arms and carried him as if he were a babe. Before leaving the lake they had caught some fish after the method of the natives, and had cooked them over a slow fire. This they hoped would last them until they reached the upper world. They found the line of coals, and found it easy work to follow it. The way was long, but not tedious. Still there was that desire to leave this place which made the time long, and the journey anything but pleasant. The native was doing very well, with the help of Henri, and would very frequently relate such things concerning his people and country, which would help to while away the time. "We do not know," said he, "when first our people came into this underground world, nor do we know from whence they came, but we do know from traditions handed down that we have had this world many, many ages. Then our old tunnels have been abandoned many ages, how many we know not, nor do we know why these have been laid aside for new ones, unless it be because new ones had to be built in order to keep down our population." "What do you mean by that?" inquired Mr. Bruce. "Why," said the native, "our people increase very rapidly, and we can only keep them within bounds by constantly blasting these tunnels. Each blast costs the life of one of our men." "But what of the women?" asked Mr. Bruce. "The women and criminals are all fed to the water monster," said the man. "But are none of these placed in the death chamber?" again asked Mr. Bruce. "None," answered the native. "The death chamber is only for the men. At the end of these long tunnels is the tunnel of wind, which keeps a circulation of air in all of them. The wind flies through this tunnel, making no sound and giving no warning, and when once in its awful clutch, you are lost." "But how do you embalm the bodies of your men?" questioned Mr. Bruce. "With a preparation of coal and Yellowstone, which we find in one part of our country. These are pounded into a powder, and are then mixed with fish oil, and rolled into small cakes, and left to dry. These we burn beneath the bodies, and the smoke puts them in a state of preservation." Our friends had now reached the wall, and were about to enter the tunnel indicated by the native, when a body of natives jumped forth only a few feet distant and rushed on to them. The explorers started back, and seeing that there was a great number of them, decided on retreating. They accordingly followed the wall to the east, running as fast as they could with the wounded native. The natives were following them closely, and our friends, seeing another tunnel opening out from the cave, turned into it and hurried forward. The natives were hurrying after them. On they rushed, covering mile after mile, until breath and strength were nearly exhausted. The natives had called out to them in their language to drop the one of their number which Henri was carrying. The man interpreted this to Henri, but it only had the effect of making him hold him all the tighter. But after a while the natives began to drop off one by one, and our friends were thinking of turning on them, when they saw their tunnel ending in one running at right angles with it. Hurriedly they pushed forward, and were just on the edge of the cross-tunnel, when the native called out, "Not in there, it is the tunnel of wind." But it was too late. They were launched into it, and were even now in the power of the mighty wind. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 32. The Tortuous Tramp. Our friends might have turned and faced the natives, but there were still a great number of them following, and the capture of the strangers would have been certain if they had tried to fight it out. Their treatment at the hands of these natives had been such that they might expect nothing else but death if they were again captured, so the thought of taking any risk by fighting had not occurred to them until the last moment. There was but one way to escape these beings, and that was by flight, and they had been so intent on making their escape in this way that they had forgotten for the moment the windy corridor, their former experience in this, and the experience of the native of On, which their new companion had so recently related. They had rushed madly forward, caring little where the cross corridor led, so long as it enabled them to keep ahead of their pursuers. And they had dashed into the windy corridor, not giving it a thought, and were now being blown through this at breakneck speed. It would be impossible for a human being to stand alone in this gale, and in an instant the men were thrown violently forward, and were now rolling over and over, unable to stop themselves. Henri, although he carried the wounded native, was the first in the tunnel, and was now some feet ahead of his companions, but was being borne on just as fast as the others. The native had fallen behind him, and his wounded body was suffering fearful tortures in this violent exercise. Each time the wounded side would strike the rock, a cry of pain would escape him. Mr. Bruce was right back of the native, and after a while managed to call to Henri to work himself toward the wall, if possible, and get head on to the wind, and thus offer less resistance to the awful gale. Henri immediately began edging his way toward the wall, and would have succeeded in doing this if the native had not struck him full force on the side, thus starting him rolling again. But Henri had caught the native, and had clung fast to him, and they were not moved nearly so rapidly, being together. As a consequence, Mr. Bruce, Mr. Graham, and Harry came bowling along and bumped into them, and as they did this the men grabbed each other and held on, and in this way they were all joined, and the wind could no longer move them. "Now," said Mr. Bruce, "let us get into position and try to regain our feet, and in single file, as we did upon our first entering this corridor, try to resist its awful power." They worked around until one was immediately behind the other, and at a given signal first rose to one knee and then to both knees, and in this way continued until they were standing on their feet. The poor native asked them to leave him in the corridor to die, but they would not hear of this, and Henri again threw him over his shoulder when they were ready to move. They started, leaning well back, so to offer greater resistance to the wind, but it was hard work tramping along in this darkness, frequently hitting up against the walls and bruising their already sore bodies. And then the uncertainty of where the tunnel would finally land them was making things all the more unpleasant. They could not possibly guess where this would lead them. They had had some experience in the tunnel before, and had heard more about it from the native, but all this had told them nothing. They knew that the gale of wind must have an outlet some place, but what sort of place was this? Would it be a shaft leading to the surface, as did the shaft which seemed to be its source? Would it take them back to the great cavern, or to the center of the earth, or where? The thought was maddening, but they could do nothing but go with it, wherever it might lead them. They had gone on in this way for miles, they thought, and their bodies were bruised and exhausted. Still, there was no way to stop and rest even for a moment. They would have to keep up the awful rush until, too exhausted to longer keep their feet, they would drop and be blown. Where? To death, surely. Henri, who was still carrying the native, tried hard to keep up, but he was fast giving out, and our friends knew that when he should do so, their mainstay was gone, and hope might be abandoned. Henri suddenly stumbled and would have fallen had not Mr. Bruce, who was next to him, held fast, thus saving him and maybe the others. "What is wrong, Henri?" asked Mr. Bruce. "It was something on the floor," said Henri. He had hardly said this when he stumbled again, and this time Mr. Bruce lost his hold, and Henri went down, bearing the native with him. The others threw themselves back and managed to save themselves from falling. "Can you get up, Henri?" asked Mr. Bruce. "I will try in a moment," said Henri, "but can you take the native?" The others now held on to Mr. Bruce, and he stooped and raised the native. "Can you stand?" asked Mr. Bruce of the native. "Yes," the man answered, but when Mr. Bruce lowered him to the ground, the poor fellow's legs gave way under him, and he would have fallen had not Mr. Bruce held him. He then raised him again with the other's help, and threw the man over his shoulder. Henri had risen and had again taken his place at the head of the column, but they had noticed something. The wind was not blowing so violently in this part of the tunnel. They could not account for this, neither did they try to, but it made their progress much easier. And another thing which was being forced on their notice was the great number of loose stones which covered the floor of the tunnel at this point. It must be that the tunnel here had never been finished completely, or it might be that the rock, being softer at this point, had crumbled and fallen from the ceiling. They were suddenly brought up by Henri striking violently against a rock, which seemed to end the tunnel. For a moment they stood still, Henri having been shocked in being brought up so suddenly. "What is it now?" asked Mr. Bruce. "It is the end of the tunnel," said Henri, "or else we have suddenly turned in our course and have struck the side wall." "Move to your right and see if there be an opening," said Mr. Bruce. Henri did so, and then moved forward again. "It seemed to be a projection," said Henri. He kept his hand on the rock and followed its curves closely until they were on the other side of it, and at last they were out of the fearful wind. "Have you a match?" asked Mr. Graham of Mr. Bruce. "If you have, light a torch and let us see each other. Henri, move about and see what kind of a place we are in." Mr. Bruce fumbled about his tunic for a moment and then produced a match. This flickered for a moment as he applied it to the torch, and then a bright light lit up the scene about them. They were surprised at the strange scene, for they were no longer in the smooth-walled and floored tunnel, but in a natural cave, which looked very much like the great cavern. But whether it was the same or not, they could not say. The ceiling was high above their heads and could just be seen in the dim rays of light. The wall to which belonged the projecting rock behind which they were now standing was ribbed and seamed and was the only one to be seen. The cavern had widened until they could not see across it. "If this be the large cave, then we are safe, for all we have to do is to look for the hidden door," said Harry. "But I do not think it is the same," said Mr. Bruce, "for the reason that never in the large cavern did we feel this draught or wind." "That is so," said Harry. "We must have struck another cave altogether, and it is probably all the worse for us that we have." "Why do you think so?" asked Henri. "Why, because we knew how to get out of the other, but how to find an opening to the outside world here, we have no idea." "I believe, though," said Mr. Bruce, "that if we can hold out longer, we will come to a shaft leading up to the surface. There must be some great hole leading to the surface which causes this draught." "It would be well for us to take some rest before trying it again," said Mr. Graham. "But what of the poor native?" asked Henri. They had forgotten him in their surprise at finding themselves where they did, and the poor fellow had laid on the floor of the cave almost dead with pain and fatigue. They went to work on him, though, and used very nearly all of the water left, bathing his wounds. Then they rearranged the bandages and fixed them as comfortable as possible so that he might rest. Then they also lay down and were soon asleep. The native laid for a long time with his eyes closed, completely exhausted, but he could not sleep, and after a while his eyes again opened, and he looked about him. The torch had been left in a crevice in the projecting rock, and it threw its fitful glare about them. The ceiling arched far above them, the torchlight throwing long shadows along its rugged crevices. The wall at his side he could follow with his eyes for some distance, but it was then lost in the gloom. He tried to penetrate this gloom and look far beyond and find there a ray of that same light which he had heard his friends tell about. If he could only see such a light, then he would know that these kind companions who had done so much for him, when they could have left him behind to die, he would know then that they were safe and that they would again reach their friends. He cared little for himself, for his life had never known any of that strange feeling which he had heard his present companions speak of. He was nothing but a burden, and retarded their progress. Oh, if he could but die before they again awakened, it would be so much better for both him and those who had so long kept him with them, even when they would have been fully justified in leaving him behind. Suddenly he starts and half rises. What was that he saw away off there in the darkness? Was it a light? Yes, several of them. They were very dim. In fact, he could hardly say they were lights, but they surely resembled the lights of torches in the distance, and they were growing thicker. He could see great numbers of them moving about like will-o'-the-wisps, or was it his fevered brain which was calling up these phantom lights? He raised a little higher to look at the things about him, so as to assure himself that he was still in his right mind, and would then let his gaze penetrate the gloom, seeking the strange lights. Yes, he could not be mistaken. They were torchlights, but did they belong to his people or some other strange people who inhabited this part of the cave? He could not tell this, and as he was not certain that there were others near them, he determined to awaken his companions. Leaning over and touching Henri, who was lying next to him, he wakened him, and then, pointing into the darkness, said, "Look, do you not see the lights?" Henri looked long and carefully before he spoke, then said, "Yes, they must be," and waking his other companions, he bade them look also. It was soon decided by all that there were others in the cavern beside themselves, but who these others were was the question, and can only be answered by getting closer to them, eating a small lunch of fish, and merely wetting the lips with the little water which they had. They again started, Henri carrying the native. They blew out the torch before starting, thinking it best not to attract attention with it. The strong wind, too, which still blew from out the tunnel, would make it almost impossible to keep the torch lit, so they stumbled along in the darkness, feeling their way as best they could, but receiving frequent bumps, which bruised their bodies and exhausted their patience. But they kept the flickering lights in view. The air was, for some reason or other, getting much cooler, and the explorers began to shudder and hurry as they would. The exercise would not keep them warm. Every moment now the wind blew colder, and seemed to come from a direction to the right. The scant clothing which had covered their bodies at the start had mostly been torn away in the rough experiences which they had had, and their bodies were almost laid bare to this merciless cold, and the poor native had nothing on whatever excepting a bandage which bound his side. They were nearing the lights very rapidly, and now dark forms could be seen moving about, but the cold had grown so intense they doubted if they would be able to hold out until they reached the strangers. When these were reached, what might they expect? Would they be antagonistic or friendly? They could not be a body of the tribe which they had already found, for the native now with them had never heard of such a cold region as this, and had never seen one of his tribe wearing clothing, and it would be an utter physical impossibility to remain here and not wear clothing. But who were they, then? It mattered little, for they must seek aid of them. So stumbling and falling, their benumbed flesh freezing to the bone, they hurried on as fast as they could. They had again clasped hands for fear of getting lost one from the other, and in this way one helped the other. A horrible rumbling sound now broke on their ears and grew louder as they advanced. They were getting closer and closer to the men, and far beyond them they could now see one bright ray of daylight. This spurred them on until, completely exhausted, their bodies frozen and bleeding, they fell at the feet of the surprised torchbearers. They had come to the cave of ice. End of section 32.
Section 33 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Caleb Schroeder. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 33. Again in the World of Light. The ice cutters, for it were they, had never before in their lives been surprised. They saw coming out of that inky blackness from far up that windy corridor, where none of their people had ever dared to go, a party of half-clad human beings, who staggered on as if intoxicated and, at last, falling at their feet. They hurriedly gathered about the fallen fugitives and, throwing restoratives in their faces, tried to make out who they were as if they were any of their people. But these had been rolled about the floor of the windy cavern so long, that what with bruises and dirt, they were unrecognizable. Onrey, who still had enough life left to whisper a few words, motioned for one of the men to stoop. The man did so and started back with still greater surprise as Onrey said, "Hurry! Get us out of here into the sun! Don't you know me? I am Onrey." The man could not speak for a moment, but then, regaining his senses, said, "It is Onrey, the king, and his guests. Hurry, or they will perish." In an instant, those about them began to take from their bodies the warm garments and place them about the half-frozen bodies of our friends. Then, taking them in their strong arms, they hurried toward the entrance of the cave. This was soon reached, and in the villa just outside, the attendants were soon working hard with their benumbed and bruised bodies. They were first plunged in a bath of warm water and then rubbed down thoroughly. Then their wounds were dressed, after which they were placed on the comfortable couches and made to rest. The poor, underground native was treated likewise, and a suit of the cool silk was thrown about his body after his wound was dressed. He could not understand why all this was being done to him, but he could appreciate the delicate touches and the comfort which he was deriving from the treatment. Everything was strange to him. The peculiar white light of the sun, the green fields, the great shady trees, the high elephants, which he could see from his apartment, stalking about the garden, and this grand house, to which he had been brought. And the food which they had given him was so different from the fish, which had always been his only diet, and the cooling honey wine, which they poured down his throat. There was comfort in all this, though, and very shortly, his wound dressed and pain gone, his weary body soothed by the bath and treatment which the natives had given him, he fell asleep at last. His troubles ended, with no care on his wearied mind. It had been early morning when our friends had emerged from the cave, and after being thoroughly revived, they fell asleep, and it was late in the evening before they awakened. "Onrey," said Harry, "will you ask one of the attendants what day this is?" Onrey did so, and turned to him and said, "We have been gone just 6 days, according to your method of measuring time." "6 days?" exclaimed they all in chorus. "Impossible." "But then," continued Mr. Bruce, "when we consider how far we have traveled, we can hardly expect that we have been gone less time than that." "Yes, it has been just 6 days," said Onrey. "But remember where we were when we started, and see where we are now. Why, our friends are 3 days' march from us, that is, easy marches, but I think we can overtake them in 2 days by not taking 2 long rests." "But when shall we start?" asked Mr. Bruce. "Our friends must be worried about us." "Just whenever you wish to," answered Onrey. "Tonight, if you choose." "Why not tonight?" asked Harry. "We still have some hours left, and going through the cool avenue at night would be grand." "Well, so it shall be," said Onrey. "We will travel with elephants so that, if we get sleepy, we can rest in the howdahs." "And can I go with you?" asked the stranger. "You can, my good man," said Onrey. "Our friends would want to see and thank the one who has saved us. For if you had not helped us out that night, or day in the tunnel, we might have been wandering until now, and on until death relieved us in that awful hole." The elephants were brought, and the party again took up their way. The elephants had been kept in an easy gait, and had covered many miles, and our friends hoped soon to reach the rest of the party. "When shall we take up the journey again to the Field of Diamonds, Onray?" asked Mr. Bruce as they rode along. "Just as soon as you are ready to start," answered Onray. "And how far are we from the fields?" asked Harry. "Fully 200 miles, as you would compute it," answered Onray. "Then it will take us about 10 days, will it not?" asked Harry. "Yes, unless we make longer marches," said Onray. "And that is hardly necessary." "Not at all necessary," answered Mr. Bruce. "And we can, by taking easy stages, better see the strange country through which we are passing." "Yes," said Onray. "And the scenery will be wilder and different in some respects." 10 days to go and 14 days return," said Harry. "That will take pretty near a month." "Yes, it will be fully that long before we return," said Onray. "And besides, we will return by a different route, which will take us considerably longer. The new route will be over the regular macadamized road, which, for many miles, are used very infrequently, but they are always kept in first-class repair, so that we will experience no discomforts for having left our onyx-floored avenue." "It is surely delightful riding over this perfect avenue," said Mr. Graham. "Everything, though, is delightful in this fair land. How different from that fearful country far down below us." "Probably only to us who know the difference," said Onray. "They may have their pleasures and comforts and hopes and day of Resis. We know only what this man has taught us, and he has told us little." Again, Onray had mentioned the day of Resis. What did it mean? End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 34. Again with Friends. The day came to a close. The stars came out, and the cavalcade came nearer its destination. They had travelled now nearly 24 hours constantly, and if it were not for meeting their friends, they might wish that the journey would last as long again. It had been more than pleasant, and was so restful after the long tramp underground that they appreciated it more for this reason. A little longer, and they were in sight of the hole through which they had gone into the underground world. It was dark now, and they could not see very far through the fields, but near where they thought the hole ought to be, there were lights flickering about. It seemed strange that there should be lights here at this time in the evening, for there was nothing to call them there. "What do you suppose brings these lights here?" asked Mr. Bruce of Onray. "I can't tell," said Onray, "but we will ascertain." He gave the leader of the caravan orders to turn into the field on the left and make for the lights. As they came nearer, they could see that a number of men were standing about the hole, while others were lying about in the grass as if resting. Near by stood a group of women attendants, and standing with them were Enola, Nellie, Mrs. Graham, and Sadai. The parade of elephants seemed to attract their attention, and they were now watching them closely, and had even started to move toward them. The cavalcade stopped, the elephants fell on their haunches, and our friends scrambled from their howdahs and ran towards the ladies. "Oh!" they cried as they, too, hurried towards the travellers. Mrs. Graham threw herself into her husband's arms. Nellie fell on Harry's shoulder, and Enola. Well, she seemed for a moment to be puzzled, but then walked up very gracefully and placed both hands in Onray's. Onray, however, was not satisfied with this, and pulling Enola toward him, he threw his great arms about her and pressed her to his heart. "Are you glad to see me back again, Enola?" said he. "Why, certainly, Onray," said Enola, as soon as she could extricate herself from his arms. "More than glad, for we thought you were lost." "We were," answered Onray, and the thought of perishing without again seeing you nearly drove me mad. But did it not grieve you, too, to think that you would not again see your own people?" asked Enola, trying to call the conversation from herself. "Yes," said Henri, "but it was a different grief. My religion has taught me to expect that I will meet my people again in the next world, and this softened the pain caused by parting from them. But you," and here Henri again clasped her in his arms, "I've just found you and learned to love you, with all that love which has been kept locked in my heart for years, waiting for you to come and break the locks which held it captive. It seemed my life had only commenced when I met you, Enola, and the thought that at the very beginning of our happiness I was to be taken from you forever was maddening. And you, Enola, did you not grieve when you thought I was lost?" And Henri asked this with all the simplicity of a child. "Yes, Henri," answered Enola, "I grieved for all of you." "We found a strange people, Enola," said Mr. Bruce, "but their attractiveness lay only in their strangeness." "What did you say, Mr. Bruce?" asked Enola. "A strange people in the bowels of the earth? It is hard for me to believe this. Are you not jesting?" And Enola seemed incredulous. "No," said Henri, "we fell in with a strange race of people down there, and it was they who detained us." "Tell me all about them," said Enola, and she was all attention at once. "Not now, Enola," said Mr. Bruce. "Wait until we have reached the villa and all are together, and we will give you a full account of our 6 days' jaunt in the land not of but under on." "I think," said Mr. Graham, "this is the happiest moment of my life." "Why, my dear," said Mrs. Graham, "I've often heard you make the same remark concerning the eventful time when you first met me." "Why, certainly, wife," answered her husband, "that was the happiest moment which I had known even up to the present time. But now, you see, I am happier for having been brought out of a position where I never expected to see you again." "And was it as bad as that, father?" asked Nellie. "Quite," answered her father. "In fact, it was dollars to cents that we would never again see daylight. But it all goes to show how little we know of what will transpire in our little lives." "Yes, things looked pretty dark in every way," said Harry. "In fact, we couldn't see our hands before our eyes, and all chances for escape were equally dark and obscure. Where do you suppose we were, mother?" "Why, somewhere down there in the bowels of the earth," answered Mrs. Graham. "Well, we were in the great cave which so nearly cost us our lives." "Where did you come out of this wonderful place?" asked Enola. "I've not heard that yet, and here you have been back nearly 20 minutes." "Why, we came out in the ice cave," said Harry. "The ice cave!" exclaimed Enola. "And is this then a part of the great cavern?" "All the same," said Harry. "Or no, not the same, but connected by a tunnel. But if we don't reach the villa shortly, Mr. Bruce will have little to tell." They had now reached the grounds surrounding the villa, and after a short walk through these, they mounted the terrace, and taking seats, Mr. Bruce told a strange story. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 35. A Black Surprise. The party rose early the morning following the story of Mr. Bruce. All were happy now that they were together again, and all were eager to take up the journey. "What do you think about starting today?" said Mr. Bruce. "I'm perfectly willing, if the others are," answered Henri. "We have been here now about 8 days," said Enola, "and the time has seemed long without you all, and the place has become lonesome. Why not start this morning?" "Well, we will, if that is the way you look at it," said Henri. "I would like to extend this journey much farther, if such a thing could be possible," said Mr. Bruce, as they rode along. "But why?" asked Henri. "Well, because it has been so full of pleasant surprises and adventures. It is these things which have made our stay in On a pleasant one, and we have found many of them on this journey and elsewhere." "It has been fruitful of these things," said Henri, "but even these might grow monotonous in time." "Yes, I suppose so, but I could not imagine so at this time," said Mr. Bruce. "To us, of course," said Henri, "none of these things in On are new, but the adventures under this land were of a very startling nature, and I would not care to have many like it." "It is not at all likely that you will ever experience another such a one," said Mr. Graham. "I cannot tell," said Henri. "There is still a mystery to solve which worries me considerably." "And what is that?" asked Mr. Graham. "Have you forgotten the black woman and child which you found lying in the track of the storm?" asked Henri. "Oh!" exclaimed Mr. Graham, "I'd forgotten it for the time. It has puzzled me not a little, and I do not know now whether it be woman or beast, but if it be woman, where did she come from?" "The storm comes from the heavens," said Mr. Bruce. "Then could not the woman have been brought with it from one of the distant worlds?" "Yes," said Henri, "but why should she come to us dead?" "The storm in its great fury killed her," said Mr. Bruce. "I cannot understand why it should," said Henri, "for it killed none in our world." "No," said Mr. Bruce, "but you forget that it nearly killed Enola." "No, I can never forget that," said Henri, and he looked up quickly at Enola, as if afraid now that she might not be with him. "Hush, do not speak of unpleasant things to-day," said Enola. "We can put in our time to so much better advantage. See, is not the country beautiful hereabouts? It grows wilder as we go farther, and the scenes change very frequently. We can just see the great cliffs on the western side of On, and they do not look so far away, do they? And we can hardly believe, in looking at them, that it would take 10 days to reach them. And look, there is a column of smoke arising from them. What causes that?" The men looked at the strange sight, but could give no answer. There was certainly a column of smoke ascending from what looked like the cliffs, but this might have been at a point far this side of them. Still, the sight was very unusual. In fact, it was entirely unaccountable, and it puzzled all the natives as well as the strangers. "It could not be some of your people burning the debris left by the storm?" said Mr. Bruce to Henri. "No, that smoke comes from far away," said Henri, "but it would take a tremendous fire to cause smoke which could be seen from here." "I should say," said Mr. Graham, "that the smoke rose from the cliff and not from any point this side." "Yes, but what would make such a smoke at the cliffs?" asked Henri. "I cannot answer that," said Mr. Graham, "but I think that you will find that I am right. Have you ever had any active volcanoes in your country?" "I do not understand you," said Henri. "You do not know the meaning of the word?" asked Mr. Bruce. "No," answered Henri. "Well, volcanoes in our world," said Mr. Bruce, "are mountains through the sides of which great volumes of molten rocks and sand and earth come rushing and pouring." Henri looked in astonishment at this, never having heard of such a thing before. For the rest of the day nothing else was looked after or talked about but the column of smoke in the far northwest. In the evening, after the arrival at the villa in which the night was to be spent, and after the party had been somewhat separated into little groups, Mr. Bruce found himself for the first time during the day alone with Mr. Graham, and immediately the conversation reverted to the column of smoke. "What do you think of it, anyway?" asked Mr. Bruce. "I think there can be but one answer to that question," said Mr. Graham, "and that is that the column of smoke belongs to a volcano, that the volcano was the outcome of the earthquake and the first cause of the terrible storm." At this moment a song rose on the night air, which for its brilliancy eclipsed anything yet heard by the strangers, and immediately after Henri came onto the terrace and stood with bowed head, Mr. Bruce and Mr. Graham watched him for a moment, and then going up to him, Mr. Bruce asked, "What is it, Henri?" "It is the song of joy," answered Henri, "of those who will participate in the chiefest ceremonies of the coming day of Resis." The party had now been out 9 days on this last stage of their journey, and tomorrow would bring them to the villa near the Field of Diamonds. The column of smoke had grown in size and was much blacker at this point than when first seen. There was no longer any doubt about its coming from the top of the cliffs, or else from a point directly back of them, and there was scarcely any further doubt about its coming from a volcano, for even at this distance, some 35 miles, as near as Mr. Bruce could calculate, a regular storm of flying cinders began to fall, covering them completely. They watched the great volume of smoke anxiously, and as they came nearer to it, and as it grew larger and blacker, and as they could see no real cause for it, they began to regard it with superstitious awe. Nothing else could be talked about. The great belching cliff stood directly in their pathway, and the black smoke rose some thousands of feet above it. A great shower of ashes came rolling down on them, giving them all a greyish coat. "If it is like this all the way, it will be far from pleasant," said Enola. "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "but think of the Field of Diamonds at the end of our journey. We could undergo much worse trials at home than this, to get to a Field of Diamonds, and think nothing of it." They were stumbling along now, almost blinded by the dust, and the zebras were getting fractious. At times they would stop, refusing to go further, and it would take all the persuasion the men could muster to get them started again. But they were nearing the villa where they were to stop, and still had hopes of reaching it. It lay very near to the Field of Diamonds, and would also be near the volcano, which the men had resolved to visit before returning. It was awful work, though, this blindly stumbling along, only the solid pavement of the avenue letting them know that they had not lost their way. But a light loomed up in the darkness at last, and they decided this must be the villa, where some of the men working in this part of the country had taken refuge. They made for it as fast as possible, but as they came nearer to it the light grew brighter, until a flame shot up, and they knew that it did not come from the villa. Slowly they approached it, having left the avenue and taken their way through the fields. They came closer, but suddenly all pulled up their steeds as of one accord. Ahead of them was a campfire, and about it, dancing and throwing their arms in the air, were 100 naked black Africans. The scene was a weird one, and the whole thing was such a complete surprise to our friends that they could do nothing but stare in open-mouthed wonderment. The negroes were naked, with the exception of a cloth about the loins. There were but few women among them, and these were seated about the fire, while the men clasped hands and danced in a circle about them. The dance was wild, and the yells which broke from the large mouths of the men were terrible. Their black bodies had been covered with oil of some kind, and shone in the firelight like polished ebony. They were of average height, probably 5 feet 5 or 6 inches, and their bodies showed good feeling. They looked half intelligent. Each one carried, slung over the back, a shield made of some kind of hardened hide, and a spear with a long arrow point made of bone. Another strange instrument of war, or for the hunt, was a sort of stone hatchet with spear point. This hatchet had a stone head or blade, with one side sharpened and the butt end or side running to a sharp point. The handle, which was about 18 inches long, passed through the head and extended beyond this about 6 inches, ending in a point of bone as sharp as the point of a stiletto. To the other end of this handle was fastened a long piece of leather string, which was now wrapped around the handle. All these things were taken in by our friends before the negroes seemed to see them, for they had stopped well back among the trees, and the negroes were making such a fearful noise with their hideous yells they could not hear the rather quiet approach of the cavalcade. But when they caught sight of them at last, they stood as if paralyzed, and then moved up a little nearer, as if to get a better look and satisfy themselves that they were not mistaken. When they at last caught a good glimpse of the huge elephants and great zebras, all beautifully trapped, and the large men and women, they seemed suddenly overcome with fear, and turning, ran off into the darkness. Our friends would have pursued them but for Henri, who said that such a move would be simply suicidal in such dust-laden darkness. They accordingly started for the avenue again, and following this for a short distance further, saw another light, and coming up to this, found that their dusty ride was at an end. The inside of the villa was a pleasant change to them after the dust-filled air of the outside, and the bath was first sought by all, and then the meal table. There was no great mirth at this meal tonight, though for the different scenes of the day and night had had their effect, and all were thinking. The last adventure of all had clapped the climax. What could it mean? Where had the negroes come from, and how had they entered the land of On? That night the party was attacked by the negroes, but they were on the lookout and repelled them. About 50 of the negroes had been killed or mortally wounded by the 40 Onions, as nearly as Mr. Bruce could estimate, and there were now about 50 of the black bodies fleeing over the rock-covered plain. They had dropped their assegais and hatchets in their fear, and their yells now was something pitiful. They evidently supposed that they were being followed by a whole army of the powerful men, which they had seen that evening. Fear lent them wings, and they actually flew over the hard flooring of the plain, and were increasing the distance very perceptibly between themselves and their pursuers. Still the Onions kept up the race determinedly, their feet now being torn and bleeding with the tramp over the sharp pebbles of the plain. The stone wall bordering the hunting ground was reached, and a long hole was found in it, broken probably by the storm. The river was crossed by a stone bridge at this point, and still they hurried on. The light was getting brighter as they neared the volcano, and the negroes could easily be seen away ahead of them. They were nearing the great cliffs, and they could now be seen looming up far into the heavens. A little while longer, and the negroes had disappeared. Our friends, hurrying forward, nearly fell into a great gulf which opened at their feet. End of section 35.
Section 36 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 36. Cleft by the Earthquake. Our friends pulled up just in time, or they would have gone tumbling into the black chasm. They moved back hurriedly, almost expecting to see the hole open still further and engulf them as it had the negroes, for they could make no other explanation of the negroes' disappearance. The light from the volcano made most objects discernible about this point, and our friends could look into the great gulf for some distance, but then the further view was lost in the darkness. "What shall we do now?" asked Henri of Mr. Bruce. "We can no longer follow the negroes." "No, this hole has swallowed them up," said Mr. Bruce, "but we cannot tell whether they have dropped to eternity or have followed a path into its depth, of which they alone know. Has the chasm always been here?" "I can remember no such crevice," said Henri, "nor have I ever heard any of my people speak of it. I think it is another of the mysteries which seem to abound now," said Henri, and his face seemed in the half-light to wear a very troubled look. "These mysteries, as you call them, Henri, are only such to the uninitiated," said Mr. Bruce. "They are all understood by those who are acquainted with the great principles of nature. This crevice is undoubtedly caused by the earthquake, as this very often occurs during a disturbance of this kind." "But these strange people," said Henri, "can you explain their presence?" "If you cannot understand it, Henri," said Mr. Bruce, "don't worry yourself in trying to, but look on those negroes as I have before told you to, as wild beasts, and treat them as such if they should break down a portion of the retaining wall and intrude upon your uninhabited country. These beings are human, of course, but they have never felt the quieting hand of civilization, and they are but little removed from the wild beasts which inhabit the forests." "Then we should kill them all as we did those last night?" asked Henri. "Yes, as opportunity offers," replied Mr. Bruce. "Listen, these people must never be allowed to gain a footing in your land, or the result might be your extermination. You must fight them from the first and never allow them to rest for a moment in your domain. You may lose many men in thus defending your country, but it is your only chance to retain it. So, imbue in your men the necessity of fighting with all their hearts and souls and might and strength for God and their country, and impress them with the fact that only in so doing can they ever expect to again enjoy those privileges and that great freedom which has always been theirs." "I will do this," said Henri. "But what shall we do now?" "We must wait here," said Mr. Bruce, "until daylight and see what we can make of the hole, and whether the negroes have been killed or have used it as a means of escape. We will also investigate the volcano while here. But you must send men back to the villa immediately, to bury those dead negroes before the women see them, and tell this body of men to inform the women that we will return in a day or two, that we started early to look into the volcano or would have bade them good-bye. Don't, by any means, let them know of the fight of last night. Impress upon your men the necessity of secrecy. It would only worry the women unnecessarily if they knew that the negroes were making trouble." The other men now laid down on the hard ground, making themselves as comfortable as possible, to rest until morning, when they could explore the hole and the volcano. They had tramped nearly 12 miles during the night, and were now well up against the cliffs. The black clouds of smoke was still being blown to the north, however, and they were saved the extra misery of the falling ashes. At last the east began to show signs of returning day, and long before the sun had crept into the heavens, our friends were up and looking down the great crevice. They were surprised to see the strange formation of this hole in the ground. It had undoubtedly been made by the earthquake, and was probably about 10 feet broad at the top and narrowed in width as it went down, until it had reached a depth of 200 feet, where it was only a narrow crack, hardly 6 inches in width, but along one side had been left a natural footpath, about 18 inches in width. This run up and down, in a very irregular fashion, was narrower in some places than in others, but there was enough space at any point of it on which to walk, and it was this which had probably been followed by the negroes. They had known of this then, or they could never have found it in the darkness of night. Mr. Bruce and Mr. Graham followed the crevice for some distance, and had then returned, and, taking the footpath, had determined to follow it until they had learned what had become of the negroes. They were accompanied by Harry and several of the Onions, on Rye remaining behind with the others. The footpath would bring them very near the surface at times, and again it would carry them so deep into the crevice they could almost touch the opposite side by stretching out their hands. Taken on the whole, the chasm ascended with the foothills of cliffs, or, in other words, it kept a mean depth throughout its length until reaching the face of the cliff, where it ascended very rapidly, and upon looking up, our friends were not surprised to see the great cliff, 1,000 feet high, cleft as clean as if cut by a monstrous knife. And this cut was as straight as a die, our friends being able to see through it in a direct line a great distance. Still the footpath continued as it had commenced, along one side of the crevice. When once inside of the cliff, the explorers could look up through the cavern, far above their heads, and see the stars, for the crevice here was narrow, and of such a depth the light of the sun could not penetrate it. "I think it would be better to return," said Mr. Bruce. "We can only follow this path through the mountain, and that is too great a journey for today, especially when we have had no breakfast." "I think as you do," said Mr. Graham. "These negroes must certainly have escaped by this route, and it will be an easy matter to keep them from again entering the land of On, for 10 men could guard this pass against an army." They turned and retraced their steps, and were soon with their companions again. They now turned their attention to the volcano. As the morning advanced and the wind changed, the smoke was again driven over them, and the ashes fell in great sheets about them. They had to cross the crevice and tramp some distance to the north to reach the base of the cliff, over which towered the cloud of smoke. The question as to how they should cross the crevice was easily answered by their going to the end of it, which was a mile distant from where they now were. The whole party joined in this exploration tour, the attendants keeping their eyes open for any small game which might be induced, by some cause or other, to enter these bad lands. They were now in the hunting reserve, but the land here was so barren, and of such great extent, these animals would not come into it for any reason, unless it might be to cross it. Just at this time, too, it was made worse by a thick covering of ashes which had deluged everything. And the same shroud of ashes was now coming down in a blinding sheet, and was worse than it had been the night before, because of the heat which now went with them. They were very near the belching crater now, and when the wind would change for a moment, blowing the cloud in a different direction, they could see the great black mass of smoke coming from the cliff, and bringing in its folds, very often, live coals of considerable size. The wind did not change very often, however, and most of the time our friends were engulfed in the awful dust and ashes, which at times were so thick they were even hid from each other. But by perseverance they reached the foot of the cliff right above which rose the volume of smoke. They stood here for a moment, gazing up at the towering wall of rock, it being at this point fully 2,000 feet high and perpendicular, and wondered how they were going to scale its great height. They could not possibly do it, and there was not even a foothold on the face of that rock wall, and our friends turned away disheartened. They had hoped to find fissures or rents in the rock caused by the earthquake, which might allow them to reach the summit, but their hopes in this direction were all shattered by that one glance up the palisade. It was now beyond noon, and they had nothing to eat that morning, and they were all beginning to feel desperately hungry. This, too, puzzled them, for they could not expect to find anything to eat here, or anything to kill nearer than 2 miles, where the good lands began again. But something must be had, so 3 of the attendants were sent to the woods, 2 miles away, to procure, if possible, a deer or something light, which they might carry back with them, and which would be so palatable in their present condition of hunger. They took up a position just at the base of the cliff, at a point where they were sheltered from the shower, and prepared to wait the hunters. "What do you think of our chances for reaching the summit of the cliff?" asked Mr. Graham of Mr. Bruce. "Well, I should say they were bad," answered Mr. Bruce. "Bad," said Harry. "Well, I should say so. There's no chance at all. That cliff rising above us is duplicated throughout the entire circumference of On. So Henri says, and it is true," said Mr. Bruce. "There is but little difference in the face of the cliffs," said Henri. "Those about here are seamed to a greater degree than those at other points, but no one can just as easily scale those as any of the others." "That is not very encouraging," said Mr. Bruce. "But I do not think you have taken into consideration the earthquake and the changes which it might have made. We have already found one place where the earthquake has split these mighty walls, and I think we may find others. At any rate, I will not give up trying to find a place where I can reach the summit. I will follow the base of these cliffs for miles, but what I find a place," said Mr. Graham. "You forget that the base of the cliffs lie, throughout their entire length, in the hunting reserve," said Henri, "and I do not think that they could be followed closely for 10 miles, let alone their entire length." "True, I had forgotten that," said Mr. Graham, and his face fell. "It is only here," continued Henri, "that we can follow them at all, for the animals do not bother us here, and there is no underbush to hamper us." The men talked on this way until the hunters returned, 2 of them with a small deer, and the third with a bear cub. Their burdens were heavy, and the trip had been quite long, but the prospect of the feast, which would be theirs when they again reached their friends, buoyed them up, and the party greeted them with cheers, and all fell to and cut their choicest parts of the deer and bear to roast. But one important thing had been forgotten. They were in a barren waste, and not a sprig of wood could be found with which to make a fire. They were looking at each other in blank amazement, when a huge boulder flew through the air and fell in their midst. End of section 36. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 37 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 37. In the Crater. They jumped back in affright as the great rock rushed through the air and half buried itself in the soft earth before them. They looked from one to the other, as if seeking an explanation of this new surprise, but none could answer. They could not suppose for a moment that the rock had been broken from the great cliff, for the surface of these was so smooth nothing could come from the source. They looked above them, but the air was so full of the ashes and dust they could not penetrate it over 100 feet. They hurriedly moved away from such a dangerous position, taking the bear and deer with them. "Where could this rock have come from?" asked Harry. It puzzled them to answer this question, and they kept their gaze fastened on the cliff above, hoping to see the wind change for a moment, and the cloud of smoke blown from them long enough to see the top. After waiting for some time, the cloudy atmosphere did break for a moment, and far up, so high that they looked like pygmies on the top of the cliff, they saw a number of negroes, their bodies half hanging over the edge. "Ah, the mystery is solved," exclaimed Mr. Bruce. "They are probably the same band which we drove from here last night." "Yes, and now we can feel assured that there is a way to reach the summit." "Look out," said Harry, as he saw the negroes start another large stone from the summit. Down it came dangerously near to the party, and they decided to go back to the old position of the morning, for there they would be out of the way of these falling stones, and they could also drive back any of the negroes if they again tried to return. Back they trudged, taking a part of the deer and bear meat with them, and upon reaching the old stand, and while looking around, they saw, not far away from them, a monstrous tree, which had probably been blown from the summit of the cliffs by the storm. A fire was soon built, and the meat roasted and eaten, after which they laid down for a night's sleep, their day having profited them little but experiences which might do them some good in the near future. They had learned that there was a way to the summit of the cliff, and the finding of this way was to be the work of the morrow. The night had passed as comfortably as could be, on the fearfully hard bed of the stone and earth, and early in the morning they were astir again, and after a meal of the roasted venison, they all started for the small pathway in the crevice. They soon reached this, and falling into single file, with Mr. Bruce in the lead, they kept up the march for a couple of hours, when they were well into the heart of the cliff. No other footpath had yet been reached by which they could gain the summit. "I think," said Mr. Bruce to Mr. Graham, who was following him, "that we will have to walk right through this mountain, and on to the end of the crevice, when we can turn and climb the cliff from the back, which I expect to find an easy ascent." "I quite agree with you," said Mr. Graham. "It is quite certain that there could be no way of reaching the summit from this crevice, at least not at this point. It has taken a powerful stirring up of the internal fires to cause this fearful crack," said Mr. Bruce. "Yes," said Mr. Graham, "and that volcano looks as if it might throw out something more than dust and ashes very soon." "That it will, and sooner than we will want it to," replied Mr. Bruce. "We are treading dangerous ground, and we cannot tell what moment we may be overtaken by a flow of molten lava, or a greater shower of ashes such as buried Pompeii." "But," said Mr. Graham, "if we stop to think of such things, we will not do a great deal of exploring." "No," said Mr. Bruce, "but it is always best to bear these things in mind, and be ready at any moment to meet them as well as we can under the circumstances. But I can scarcely see my way here. Were any torches brought along?" "Yes, the attendants have torches," said Mr. Graham. It was true, at this point the crevice was so deep one might think it was night, so dark had it grown. The torch was lighted, and Mr. Bruce, taking it, they all again took up the march. But from this point the path began to widen and ascend, until they were not only again in the sunlight, but two could walk abreast, and a little further, and the path had widened until 4 and 5 men could walk abreast. The path ascended gradually, so gradually that it was not difficult to climb, and in a short while it ran out even with the surface. This was a great and pleasant surprise to the explorers, for they had expected to have a tramp much farther before getting out of the hole. They looked about them and saw that they were on the side of a lofty mountain, the cliff opposite being a precipitous side of the same mountain. This side was very fertile, and wooded with great trees almost to its summit. Below them a verdant valley stretching on and on as far as the eye could reach. Henri looked on in wonderment at this unexpected sight. He had, and so had his people, been led to believe that the world ended at the cliffs, that beyond these was naught but space. He could not have told, had he been asked, how this land ended, or how it must look to see no land or water beyond, nothing but that infinite space. It had never occurred to him to think of this himself, but if it had, he would have immediately banished the thought as being perfectly absurd. He had been told that the end was there, and that was enough. It couldn't be different, and as to how the end might look, that didn't matter at all. So this was a wonderful sight to him, all this land as far as he could see, covered with verdure, and with occasional streams of water running through it. So much like his own fertile country that he might have supposed that he had turned in some magical way on his tramp through the mountains, and was now looking upon that land of On. If this picture, which stretched out before him, was real and not a dream, as he was almost led to believe, then what of those teachings which declared that the land was the only land, and that their people were the only people? The very foundation of this teaching was shaken when this idea was exploded. He turned and looked at his companions, and then at the great landscape which opened out before him. The attendants were no less surprised at a strange scene, but none of them made any comments. Turning and looking far up the mountain or volcano, they could now see a round cap at the summit, and out of this poured the fearful smoke. The wind was favorable for the ascent, for it was blowing the smoke over the land of On, and they could climb without being hampered by the falling ashes. "We are extremely lucky so far," said Mr. Graham. "Yes, and the ascent looks easy enough," rejoined Mr. Bruce. "It may prove otherwise before we reach the summit, though," said Mr. Graham. "Well," said Mr. Bruce, "we must get at it, for we should get back to On to-day, if possible." "How different are the mountains on this side?" said Mr. Graham. "They are different, yes," said Mr. Bruce. "One would hardly suppose that beyond they are so precipitous. The land of On must have been the immense crater of some mighty volcano at some prehistoric period." "It is hard to tell," said Mr. Graham. "In my estimation, it has been at some remote age a vast inland sea." "Either explanation might fit," said Mr. Bruce. "But let us start. We are losing valuable time." Turning toward Henri, they saw him still standing wrapped in deep thought, with the attendant standing near, also looking at the great expanse of field, forest, river, and lake before them, with wondering faces. "Come," said Mr. Bruce, "we must start. From the summit you can get a better view of this and your own country. And now we must hasten to reach that summit. You do seem surprised at the great expanse of that land beyond the cliffs," said Henri to Mr. Bruce. "No, I am not surprised," replied Mr. Bruce, "because I knew that it existed before we ever came to you." "And you did not tell me?" inquired Henri. "And why should I tell you, Henri?" asked Mr. Bruce. "Have you not a beautiful country with everything that heart could wish for? Were you not happy there in your belief, and could the knowledge of the fallacy of the teachings which has helped to make you happy make you any happier? You would not have thanked me so much information, and I would advise you now, as I have before, to try and forget that you have seen these things." "That I can never do," said Henri, "but they may never have any great impression on me, further than in making me disbelieve that part of the teachings which relates to the end of our world. I cannot believe that any longer, of course." "No," said Mr. Bruce, "but you can refrain from speaking of it, and you can make it a punishable offence for any of these attendants, who have also witnessed these scenes, to ever speak of it. And in this way it will soon be forgotten, and the next generation will go on in blissful ignorance of the existence of the land beyond the cliff. It will be better, will it not?" "I think so," answered Henri. They were now ascending the mountain, the ascent for a way being very gradual, but as they proceeded further the ascent became steeper and more rugged. No trace of negroes were seen, but our friends knew that the negroes seen the day before on the summit must be somewhere near. They had probably ascended the mountain in order to get a sight, if possible, of that land from which they had been driven, and in thus doing they had spied those who had driven them from it, and had immediately conceived the idea of hurling the great stones in their midst, and may be, by doing so, kill all, thus giving them an open seize of the coveted country. They had villages near this point, according to Sadai, and if our friends should fall in with any of these tribes, there would evidently be more bloodshed, for they were the intruders now, and the African Negro considers this a sacrilege. Nothing is so sacred to him as this country, but they will fight for this quicker than they will for their wives. But nothing was seen of these, and no trace was found of a beaten path which might indicate that they lived as high as this on the mountain, or that they visited this altitude very frequently. The verdure grew thinner as they ascended, and great hunks of lava were now cropping through the surface soil. The cloud of smoke grew more ominous as they neared it, and looked like a huge umbrella spread, and with the handle resting on the summit of the mountain. The party were getting very close to the summit now, and low rumblings could be heard far beneath the surface. Hissing noises were also heard, like that made by water striking hot coals. At last, after considerable torturous climbing, they stood at the base of a rugged cliff, which was not more than 100 feet in height. This seemed as rough as if it had been thrown up hundreds and maybe thousands of years before an overflow of lava, which, upon cooling, had left this wall about the crater. Following about the base of this for some distance, a place was at last discerned, where an ascent might be made, and after hard work and much slipping backward, and 3 or 4 narrow escapes from instant death by falling into one of the crevices, the summit was reached. The sight which here met their gaze was foreboding, to say the least. They were standing on the top of a wall not more than 10 feet thick at this point, and, as near as they could guess, about 1½ miles long, running about a deep hole or crater 100 feet deep. Looking down into this they could see the black smoke issuing from great crevices in the flooring. As it came from these crevices, it was lurid with the glow of the hot fires which was its cause. The crevices were numerous, and in places our friends could almost look into them, and into the bright fires burning far beneath. After much discussion on the matter, it was determined to try and get down to the floor of this fiery hole, which might so soon be filled with molten lava. A place was found where the descent could be made easily, and the party started. As they descended, the foul smoke would be blown about them occasionally, almost choking them with its density. But the bottom was reached, and they started to cross it in order to get to the opposite side, from which they could look into the land of On. The flooring was found to be warm and really hot in places, and so crumbling beneath their feet that it was almost impossible to walk. Several of the great crevices were approached, but the smoke would drive them back before they could reach the edge and look into the depths. Most of these crevices were narrow and ran from east to west, but when the center of the crater was reached, a great hole was found, probably the true mouth of the crater. The rumbling here was very distinct and the hissing very plain. The party tried to reach the edge of this wall, but was again fought off by the dense smoke. They had passed this and were near to the opposite side of the crater. With an unusual sound, rumbling was heard, and a great crack suddenly opened before them, the shock throwing them off their feet, prostrating them on the ground. Mr. Bruce fell so near this new crevice that his head leaned far over the side, and for a moment it looked as if he would roll into a fearful hole. But he soon recovered himself, and rolling over and over, he put a safe distance between himself and the crevice before he ventured to rise to his feet. When they had all recovered from the surprise and fear, and had again regained their feet, they approached the crevice and peered into its black depths. Down, down, down it seemed to open, into the very bowels of the earth, and at the bottom they could see a molten mass, boiling and seething and hissing. But just for a moment, and then the scene was hidden by the black smoke which came pouring up from it. "Come," said Mr. Bruce, "we must get out of this." The party then hurried as fast as they could to the opposite side of the crater, to where the wall was several 100 feet thick, ending on the opposite side in the cliff. A long look was taken at the beautiful land of On, and then the retreat was ordered. They now followed the top of the wall of the crater until they had come to the place where they had ascended this, and then, with but very little difficulty, reached the sloping side and hurriedly descended. It was growing late, and already the sun was throwing long shadows over the mountainside. They had several miles of this strange footpath to cover yet through the dark crevice. They began to feel anxious and hurried still faster as they neared the bottom. The sun sank into the distant valley as they had reached the crevice. They were hurriedly following the side of this, looking for a beginning of the footpath, when they heard a loud yell as if from 100 throats, and looking down they saw a great crowd of black demons holding the end of the footpath. End of section 37. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 38 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 38. Killed in the Crevice. The fearful yell startled them, and they fell back out of sight of the wild band. "They have watched us ascend the mountain," said Mr. Bruce, and have held this vantage point awaiting our return, knowing well that they had us here." "Yes, but we can't stay here," said Mr. Graham. "I'm afraid that we will have to," said Mr. Bruce, "until these fellows will kindly consent to go away." "But we can't beat them off?" said Harry. "No, I think not," said Mr. Bruce. "We're about 25, and they must number fully 100. "We ought to be good for that number, I should think," said Mr. Graham. "I don't know," said Mr. Bruce. "They may fight better in daylight. They were taken by surprise the other night, and had but little else to do but run. I am in for giving them a chance to show their fighting qualities at any rate. As you say, we can't stay here. If we do, we may be attacked by such a horde of these blacks that we could do nothing but surrender." "Then we had better get to fighting at once," said Mr. Graham. "It will be better, perhaps, for us three to head the column, for with our firearms we may scare them away, leaving the road open to us." "I think as you do in the matter," said Mr. Bruce. Henri was told then to form his men into columns of threes, and not to make a rush or use the daggers until they were attacked by the negroes. The men formed, and Mr. Graham, Mr. Bruce, and Harry heading the column, they started for the crevice. Here they saw the negroes, still waiting for them, their black faces grinning hideously in the semi-light. Slowly our friends advanced with their revolvers in position, ready to start at a given signal from Mr. Bruce. The negroes seemed to consider this a matter of amusement, for they only grinned the broader and yelled the louder when they saw the queer column approaching them. The party advanced until only a few feet from the negroes, who were so confident of capturing their enemies alive. They had not even brought with them the ugly-looking hatchet. They took no concern at the approaching column then, but looked on, as though the whole matter was a huge joke. So, when Mr. Bruce said deliberately, "Now make ready, fire," and the 3 leaden missiles went on their mission of death, the negroes jumped backward, and several, losing their balance, fell into the ravine. Again the pistols were raised, and 3 more shots were fired. "We are disturbing them," said Mr. Bruce. "Once more, and we will have them on the run." Again the pistols were fired, this time at very close range. The expression on the negroes' faces had changed now, and they looked at the slowly approaching party with eyes almost standing on their cheeks, and mouths wide open, showing their white ivories. They stood still after the first shots, paralyzed with fear. But when the last shots were fired, and they saw 3 more of the companions topple over, their fright induced them to seek safety in flight, and they turned and ran down the footpath, crowding, shoving, and jostling each other in their frantic efforts to get farther away from these death-dealing missiles, many of them being pushed off into the crevice in the wild rush. Our friends fell into line with Mr. Bruce again in the lead, and followed slowly after the negroes. It was now quite dark, and as they descended further into the ravine, it became so dark that they could no longer see the path, and a torch was lit. The negroes had long since passed out of sight and hearing, and our friends were giving them little heed, having enough to think about in looking after themselves, for they were in a very dangerous position, the pathway being so narrow at places that a misstep would undoubtedly hurl them into eternity. But they kept close to the side of the crevice and moved slowly, and the mountain was passed through without a mishap. The light from the volcano now lit up the scene somewhat, and our friends began to congratulate each other on getting out of the several difficulties so easily, when a shout was heard, and, looking through the semi-gloom, they saw the negroes coming hastily toward them, and a band of Onians following them along the top of the crevice hurling stones at them. The party halted, and raising their arms, fired, when the negroes came within range. The negroes stopped, and in a moment realized that they were between 2 fires, but the pistols were too much for them, so they again turned and ran toward the land of On. The Onians, seeing them do this, started for the end of the path to head them off. This they did, and one of their number, a mighty fellow, jumped into the path and with his dagger began plunging it into the backs of the unfortunate negroes who had again turned toward their own land. As one would receive his death wound and would fall over the side of the crevice, this great onion would stab another, and he kept this up until his arm was red to the shoulder with the blood of his victims. The head of the column now came up within range of the pistols again, and they were shot down like sheep, the few who were not killed with the knife of the onion. The slaughter did not last long, for in a short time the negroes were all killed and the bodies lay at the bottom of the crevice. It had been a one-sided fight, for the negroes had not raised a hand to defend themselves. The party were finally out of the crevice and found quite a number of onions camped near the base of the cliff, and with them Enola. Their surprise was great when they saw her with the party, and upon asking her why she was here, she told them that she had gotten tired of remaining at the villa, and, as she had come to this land to see all that was there in it, she did not intend being cheated out of any part of it. "Your departure was so unexpected," she continued, "and the attendants had been so mysterious in their movements ever since, I began to fear that all was not right, and came to see for myself. Are you not all glad to see me? But where have you been? Your faces and garments are as black as the skin of the negroes which they have just been killed." It was true, they had been so long exposed to the smoke of the crater that they had become perfectly black, and it might have been this which made the negroes laugh. So when they saw them approaching, they had seen the white skins before, and they must have thought that it was a ruse to fool them, in thus blackening their faces. "But Enola, this has been a long, hard tramp for you," said Mr. Graham. "Tramp, uncle," said Enola. "Have you so soon forgotten the zebras and elephants? I came on a zebra." "Oh, that is so," said Mr. Graham. "I had forgotten for the moment. You look tired, though, nevertheless, Enola." "And I am tired," said Enola. "It's quite a journey, even on the back of a zebra, but I see little chance for a comfortable night's rest here." "The only bed is this stony surface," said Mr. Bruce. "But you surely cannot expect to stay here overnight." "And why not, pray?" said Enola. "And am I better than you are? Did I not withstand the hardships of the jungle? I want to remain here tonight and tomorrow, and see this crevice and more of these stony surroundings." "Very well," said Mr. Graham. "I know there is no use in talking to you once you get a notion in your head. But you will find this is the hardest bed you ever slept upon. Don't worry about me, uncle. I will get along all right. But I brought you all something to eat, and you had better get at it." "I will forgive you now for having come," said Mr. Graham, "for I, as well as the rest of us, am just about starved." "I am glad you look on my sin as pardonable," laughed Enola. "But, believe me, bringing food was a secondary thought. I came only to see the strange things in this part of the world, and when about to start, thought that, as I was coming here, I might as well bring this food with me." "I know you too well to believe any such story," said Mr. Graham. The attendants had now gotten their meal ready, and a hungry party it was who sat down to it. They had eaten nothing since morning, and their fatigue of day but added to their hunger. "What are we to do tomorrow?" asked Mr. Graham as they all sat down on rocks which had been placed for them, holding their platters of food in their laps. "I know of no reason why we should remain here any longer," said Mr. Bruce. "I think the negroes are done for a while at least. This band, which has been entering the land of On, are wiped out. They cannot return, and there is hardly a chance now of other bands or tribes knowing of the new passageway through the cliff." "But it is only a matter of time until they will know it," said Mr. Graham. "True," said Mr. Bruce, "but before that time the crevice might be filled and the land of On made impregnable again." They all looked up in astonishment at this. "Do you think this possible?" asked Henri. "Possible, yes," said Mr. Bruce. "It would be a stupendous work and would take a long time to carry it out, but it can be done, and this fair land will be forever free from intruders, unless, of course, some such like occurrence as the one which has made this fissure in the rock should cause a like one. Then you would commence on this work immediately?" asked Henri. "Just as soon as possible," said Mr. Bruce. "But the sooner you do it, the less chance there will be for invasion." "It shall be done," answered Henri. The party, after the meal, stood up in groups, and it was but natural that Enola and Henri should be together. They walked to a point well up toward the cliff, and seating themselves on a large rock, Henri again told Enola of his great love and his intention of making her his wife on the day of the Resis. But when she asked him why he had chosen the day of Resis for their wedding day, he made her no answer. Henri sent messengers throughout the country and to the city, for men to build this wall across the crevice. He sent for all of the available men and on, ordering all other branches of work to stop for the time being. "It will take a considerable body of men to do the work," said Mr. Bruce, "but more than a wall must be constructed. The crevice at the face of the cliff must be at least 3,000 feet deep, and this has to be filled for a considerable distance to get a safe foundation for the wall. It will take many men, and most of them will have to work from the crater of the volcano, casting large rocks into the crevice from the first, until it is filled up as high as the shelf or footpath, from which point I think it would be well to commence the solid masonry." "But if this work goes on and is finished before we leave, chances are against us ever again reaching civilization," said Mr. Graham. "That is true," replied Mr. Bruce. "We have seen enough of the rock-bound country to know that the cliffs cannot be scaled. It would be an utter impossibility to get out by that way, and we would have to resort to a balloon." "You have suggested a way which is always available," said Mr. Graham. "The silk of this country is especially adapted to this purpose, I should say, and the other materials can be had easy enough. And these people could raise no objections to our building such a conveyance, even if they objected to our leaving them, and we would be up and away before they could possibly know what we were about. So we need not worry about the means of escape. The volcano is throwing off more rock and ashes than ever today," said Mr. Bruce, as he glanced up at the ominous cloud of smoke. "Yes, and there seems to be a new element this morning," said Mr. Graham. "Look at that white vapor. Would you not say that that was steam?" "It looks like it," said Mr. Bruce. "If it is," said Mr. Graham, "it will but hasten the coming eruption." "The eruption is not far off anyway," said Mr. Bruce, "for the lava is already near the surface, and was shown by its running through the crack of the tunnel today." "This alone will be well worth the trip," said Mr. Graham, "but we must be well out of the way before it takes place." "I think we will be safe at the villa," said Mr. Bruce. As he ceased speaking, the earth trembled beneath their feet, and, looking at the volcano, they saw a huge mass of red-hot cinders and smoke shoot high in the air. End of section 38. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 39 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 39. The Field of Diamonds. The rumbling was heard fully 5 minutes before the shock came, and our friends had stopped when it had first reached their ears, wondering what could make such a noise. It was all explained, however, when the earth trembled beneath them, nearly throwing them from their feet. Thoughts of the volcano immediately rushed into their minds, and they turned just in time to see a great mass of stone, rock, and molten lava mixed with steam and smoke shoot into the air. It rose to a height of nearly 1,000 feet above the mountain, and then fell back into the yawning abyss from which it sprang. Then came another shock, and another discharge of rock and ashes, and another, in such rapid succession that our friends were afraid to move for fear of being thrown flat on the ground. The air was black with ashes, and smoke, and dust, and a vapor seemed to be rising from the ground, which, with the rest, nearly suffocated them. From where our friends now were, they could not see the crevice in the cliff, but they could see the summit of the mountains, and saw huge rocks tumbling from the top and rolling over the edge, being lost to view in the thick atmosphere as they descended. "We must get out of this," said Mr. Bruce, "for that volcano may belch forth a stream of lava, which will take but a few moments to reach us." "Do you think it would flow this way?" asked Mr. Graham. "The opposite side of the mountain would give it a freer channel, I think." "It is impossible to tell," said Mr. Bruce. "The whole side of the cliff might open up and let the lava flow into the slope, entirely unobstructed. These volcanoes change their craters and channels so frequently, there's no telling from what direction the lava will come, or which way it will go." "It is quite easier now," said Mr. Graham, "and as we cannot be far from the villa, we had better try and reach it." Everybody had started again, and were groping along in the dust-filled atmosphere, when they saw, right ahead of them, the bridge. It took them only a minute to cross this, and to get through the break in the wall, and to reach the villa and get into its cool and ash-free atmosphere. It was certainly a great relief for these weary, hungry, and dust-besmeared travelers to enjoy once more the delights of a bath, and the splendid cuisine of the villa. They were tired out, and inhaled the thick atmosphere so long that their lungs had become almost raw, while their eyes were nearly closed, being swollen and sore. But a bath and several applications of sweet honey and wine had made them feel like new persons, and after the evening meal was over, they all declared that such delights as On could offer were all the more welcome and could be better appreciated after a few days' separation from them. The evening was spent on the terrace, the wind having again shifted, leaving the atmosphere free from the dust and ashes. The column of smoke was very bright tonight, the fires seeming to be nearer the surface, lighting up the great black mass as it poured forth from the crater. In fact, at this distance it cast its light, making objects at some distance quite perceptible. But our friends were surprised to see to what depth the ground about the villa and all the barren waste had been covered by the ashes and dust. Fully 1 foot of this lay over the surface of the country for miles around. The beautiful lawn here was no more, and the large fields adjoining the villa, which had been used as a pasture for the zebras and cattle, were now made useless by the volcano. But this extended only a mile beyond the villa, so said the attendants who had arrived that evening, bringing fresh provisions and ice. This being so, the zebras, cattle, and elephants would be able to find pasturage close at hand, and they were taken there immediately, as they were already suffering for food. But the depth of ashes destroyed the beauty of everything about here. The green lawn, the beautiful trees, all bore the same dull, gray appearance. There was but little enthusiasm then shown by our party on this night, as they walked on to the terrace. The volcano attracted all the attention with its lurid glare, mass of smoke and bright red rocks, which were thrown into the air at times. "I'm afraid we have forgotten our object in coming here," said Enola to Henri as they came on to the terrace. "No," said Henri, "I have not forgotten, but I am afraid the brilliants have met the same fate as all else about here. They are buried beneath the ashes of the volcano." "What a pity," said Enola. "We have lost one of the most beautiful sights of On." "I am afraid so," continued Henri. "But wait, let me think. The field of brilliance extends far to the north. If I remember rightly, we may reach a point beyond the circle of ashes. But you are too tired to go over there tonight. Are you not, Enola?" "How far is it?" asked Enola. "I am tired, but if there be a chance of seeing this beautiful sight, then we had better accept it, for a delay may mean to lose this pleasure, for the possibilities of the volcano are beyond reckoning." "It is about 3 miles due north of here, as you would say," said Henri. "And if you wish to go, we will find elephants plenty to carry all of us." "But we will have no moonlight to enhance the beauty of the brilliance," said Enola. "No," said Henri, "but we have the light from the volcano, and this may have a grander effect." "That is true," said Enola. "Let us go immediately." Henri gave the order, and several elephants were soon standing in front of the terrace, awaiting the pleasure of the party. The other ladies also decided to go, not having been out of the villa since their arrival, and the men jumped at the chance, surprised to think that there might be a field of these diamonds still uncovered by the ashes. The elephants followed a road, or path rather, which led almost due north for a distance of 3 or 4 miles. The easy motion of the elephants had most of the tired party asleep before the point was reached. and they were awakened from their sleep when the elephant stopped. They were entirely unprepared for the beautiful sight which met their gaze. As far as they could see to the north, the ground was strewn with brilliant sparks of light, looking up from its black surface like bright eyes from a dusky face. The red glare of the volcano made the scene all the more beautiful, in bringing out so many varied lights from the diamonds. "How far are we from the volcano?" asked Mr. Graham. "Only about a mile farther from it than we are when at the villa, I should judge," said Mr. Bruce. "And is the land here as barren as it is at the villa?" asked Mrs. Graham of Henri as he came up. "Quite," answered Henri, "and the field which you see here is but a continuation of the field directly back of the villa. We were just too late, or we might have had this scene closer at hand." "It is indeed too bad," said Mr. Graham, "but it has lost none of its beauty by having the volcano's light thrown on it." Mr. Bruce here stopped and picked up one of the twinkling stars. It was about the size of a hen's egg and almost the same shape, rough on all sides but one, this being polished to a brightness which was hard to account for. "Can you account for the smooth side?" asked Mr. Graham, as he walked up to Mr. Bruce with another diamond very much like the one he had picked up. "I have been trying to solve the riddle," replied Mr. Bruce, "and can only offer one solution of the mystery. These stones probably have been thrown from the bowels of the earth by the last eruption of the volcano. How many years, or thousands of years ago this has been, we cannot say, but since that time a part of these diamonds have been exposed to the storms and all kinds of weather. These have gradually polished the stones until they have reached the state of smoothness. You will notice that the polished side is somewhat flatter than the others, and as this side is always turned upward, I think these things but emphasize my theory." "I can only interpose one objection to your theory," said Mr. Graham, "and that is that diamonds are so hard that it is a question as to whether the wear of the elements would affect them at all. The dropping of water for long has washed away great cliffs, has bored holes in monstrous rocks. Why should diamonds alone be proof against this influence?" argued Mr. Bruce. "I do not say that they are," replied Mr. Graham, "and I am willing to accept your explanation for the want of a better one." "They are diamonds, I think, without a doubt," said Mr. Bruce. "If they are not," said Mr. Graham, "then we have discovered a jewel, the brilliancy of which is superior to that of diamonds, and there lies about us fortunes, thousands of fortunes." "But fortunes which will never benefit the civilized peoples," said Mr. Bruce. "Probably not," said Mr. Graham, "unless it be ourselves, for I shall surely not leave here without a generous supply of these beautiful gems." And he and Mr. Bruce proceeded to each gather a bagful of the precious stones, the ladies doing likewise. At this point Henri came up, and Mr. Bruce asked, "Henri, do you not use these stones for aught else than for the slingshots, and ornaments, and decorations?" "Yes," answered Henri. "We find here a peculiar brilliant, which the direct participants in the ceremonies of the day of Resis wear as an emblem," and the king here remounted, and the remainder of the party doing so, they were started toward the villa in silence, our friends thinking what fortunes they carried in the little bags at their waists, and what immense sensations they could create when these stones were brought before the world. 2 weeks had now elapsed since the night of the visit to the Field of Diamonds, and our friends were still at the villa near the volcano. This had remained about as active as it had on the night in mention, and our friends had stayed on to see the development of the eruption. At times the earth would tremble slightly, and at such times the volcano would always become more active. The fall of ashes had become much less in this part of the surrounding country, but this was due to the wind which had blown steadily from the northeast, carrying the cloud of smoke over the country beyond the cliff. Henri was daily expecting the arrival of his army of subjects to perform his bidding. At the end of 2 weeks, after an exciting day hunting the jungles of this strange new land, the party one day approached the villa, and saw encamped about it thousands of men, elephants, and zebras. End of section 39. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 40 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 40. The Camp of the Onions. Yes, there were thousands of these. The great field on the opposite side of the avenue was completely filled with them and their animals. Tents of beautiful colored spread over the plain, their peculiar shapes suggesting scenes of the Orient. These tents were large and roomy, one side being half turned back so as to admit plenty of air. The floor was covered with soft skin rugs, and in the center was a small round table of wood, on which was resting a lamp. As her friends approached, the scene was so strange and novel, they thought they had never before seen anything quite so interesting. The glare of the volcano half lighted the level plain, giving a reddish glow to everything within its rays, and the lights inside the tents throwing out the varied colors of the beautiful cloth, made these tents look like huge Japanese lanterns. The ashes had been removed from the floor of each tent and piled up at one side, thus giving a clean floor for the rugs and small mattresses which were used for sleeping on. As our party came up, the whole body of men who had been informed of the king's approach drew up in front of the camp in a line along the avenue, and waited for him to say something to them. "My men," said the king, "you are called here on a mission which had never before fallen to the lot of Onions. A great storm has visited On, and has left as a legacy of its mighty strength a great crack in the wall which surrounds our world. This must not remain so, for it is meant that we should be guarded by the wall, and consequently we must close up the trench. It will be a mighty undertaking, the great wall about the hunting reserve being nothing in comparison to it. It will require a great length of time to do this work, and you who have come to do this will have to remain here at the same work until it is finished, as it will be impossible to go from here each day and take up other duties. We are a great distance from the city, and it will not be possible for you to return frequently, but this you shall do as often as you decide upon among yourselves. Tomorrow we will move out to the pit where the great work is to be done, and after finishing all preliminary arrangements we will commence at once. This is to protect our good country, and I know the work will be done well and quickly. Until tomorrow, then, I will bid you farewell." The men bowed with their stately way, and the king and his party moved on to the villa. The volcano seemed to be especially active tonight, the smoke not being as black, but more steam seemed to be mixed with it. The fires, too, seemed to be very active, for the glare would be very bright at times and illuminate the entire heavens, and then dying until scarcely a ray of light could be seen. And several times during the evening a low rumbling was heard, and the earth trembled slightly. Then the volcano would throw forth an immense shower of hot ashes, rocks, and stones, and make the hissing noise, reaching over this great distance to the party at the villa, who were on the terrace watching the scene, which was ever changing and ever interesting. "It is more fitful tonight than ever," said Mr. Bruce to Mr. Graham. "Yes," said Mr. Graham, "and I think we are foolish in staying so close to this seething mass of lava, rock, and ashes, which may overflow its bounds and engulf us at any moment." "But we are far enough away to escape if we should be threatened," said Mr. Bruce. So the Pompeians and those of the Herculaneum thought, as they laughed and jested on, while old Vesuvius was preparing to bury them, said Mr. Graham. "Then you think we had better leave this place?" asked Mr. Bruce, convinced himself that they were playing with fire by remaining here. "I do most assuredly," replied Mr. Graham, "but I do hate to do so, for the sight is grand and one which we may never see again. Would it not be well to conduct the ladies to some villa at a safe distance and then return and see the thing out? I confess it has a strange fascination for me, and would like to see the grand climax," said Mr. Bruce. "That may be a long time coming," said Mr. Graham, "for these things are very uncertain." "That is true," said Mr. Bruce, "but I have a strange premonition, or something, whatever you might call it, that this grand finale will come very soon." "If it does," said Mr. Graham, "and catches us here, we are doomed." Henri and Enola then came up, and turning to the king, Mr. Bruce said, "Aren't you a little hasty in sending your men to work on that dreadful volcano?" "I may be," said Henri, "but I have taken your advice in the matter." "I did give you such advice," said Mr. Bruce, "but I did not think at the time that the volcano would assume such a lively attitude. You may be interested in knowing, Unrai, that that great seething mass of ashes and melted rock may overflow its confines at any time and destroy every man in this party if he were near enough to it." As Mr. Bruce finished speaking, an unusually severe shock was felt, and great showers of red-hot coals were driven high into the air, and then, falling back into the crater, all was dark for a moment, after which the volcano assumed the same appearance as it had ever in its quieter moments for the last 24 hours. "I do not think it is advisable to send the men to the mountains just yet," said Mr. Bruce. "We will want them." The party remained on the terrace until far into the night, witnessing the weird sight. The volcano might be said to be in a state of eruption now, but not a violent state of eruption. "It is certainly throwing off enough matter to be considered in a state of eruption," said Mr. Graham, as he and Mr. Bruce were about to retire for the night. "But if it grows no worse than this, we are safe." "But it will get worse," said Mr. Bruce. But, notwithstanding this prediction, on the following morning when the party arose and looked at the volcano, the first thing that had been their wont to do ever since being here, they were surprised to see only a thin column of smoke rising from the volcano. The black cloud had entirely disappeared, and a vaporous volume now rising might be taken for that coming from a camp fire, so small and insignificant was it. Mr. Graham and Mr. Bruce looked in astonishment at this new freak in the rather prolific volcano, and were unable to offer any explanations. "It is beyond explaining, I think," said Mr. Graham, after the two had stood for a long time contemplating the now almost lifeless volcano. "It is more than I expected, at any rate," said Mr. Bruce, a little slowly, as he remembered his last words of the night before. "You are not alone in your belief of yesterday," said Mr. Graham, "for we all expected to see a mighty eruption." "It is better as it is, probably," said Mr. Bruce, "but I am disappointed. If it remains as tranquil as this another 24 hours, I shall make another visit to its crater and see if it is really as quiet as it looks." "And I will go with you," said Mr. Graham. So the day wore on, and night came and went, and another day broke, fresh, beautifully, and sunshiny, and the volcano was as quiet as on the morning previous. "What do you think of the volcano today?" asked Unrai of Mr. Bruce. "Will it be advisable for me to start the men to work?" "I think you can send them to the volcano today with perfect safety," said Mr. Bruce. "The danger is past, I think, for the present, but may not be for good, for the volcano, now that it has again broken out, may become active frequently." "Enough," said Unrai. "I will get the men in readiness, for they can work but a week at this time, as they will have to return to the city to celebrate the day of Resis. All are required to be there on that day. During this week they can get well started, and upon their return they can begin where they left off. Would you like to accompany me?" "With pleasure," added they all in chorus, and together they started for the camp on the other side of the avenue. The men had been up for some time. The morning meal had been eaten and the remains cleared away, and they were now awaiting orders from the king. The party crossed the avenue, and immediately upon the word being sent around the camp that the king was with them, all were attention and waiting orders. One of the men, who seemed to have command, came forward and received orders from the king to get in readiness at once, and proceed to the cliff to begin operations. It took but a moment for the word to be sent flying around the camp, and in an instant, almost, the tents were lowered, rolled up, and placed upon the backs of the zebras and elephants, and the men in line to start. "If these men are as practical in their fighting as they are in this kind of work, what an army they would make," said Harry, who had spent 5 years in one of the crack regiments of the O.N.G. and thought he understood the art of breaking camp. "These men could be made regular fighting machines," said Mr. Bruce. "Did you see how they fought in the nights when the negroes tried to make the attack on the villa? They stood like statues until the hot breath of the negroes were in their faces, and then their arms rose and fell like automations, and each stroke killed its man. I never saw a cooler piece of business in my life." "The great ability in this direction is to be wasted, though, if such an ability can be wasted," said Harry. "For with the crevice closed again, they will never have a chance to try their powers in this direction against invaders." "No," said Mr. Bruce, "but it is far better as it is." The men had now fallen into line, none of them riding, for only the pack animals were to be taken. In a column of tens they started on their march over the bad lands toward the Crevice. There were fully 5,000 of these, and they made a most imposing sight as they marched in perfect order, each man having slung over his shoulder his crossbow, and, in his belt, his dagger and axe. These equipments had been brought along for two reasons. They might have to fight off the negroes, and then they had to make hunting tours to get meat for the camp. In perfect step, this army of giants moved toward the cliffs. They had gone several miles, when, looming up before them, they saw an immense body of negroes, speared and hatcheted, and ready for the fray. End of section 40. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 41 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 41. The Slaughter. The leader of the large body stopped short, and those in the rear craned their necks to see what had caused the sudden halt. But they could see nothing, for it was only the leaders, who had just reached the top of a slight eminence, who could see the large body of negroes, standing with shields in place and spears in hand, as if expecting the onions. The men looked again, and could hardly believe their eyes. No, they could not be mistaken. There they were, an array of black, grinning devils, brandishing their spears or pounding their shields with them. Henri and his friends, who had been riding in the rear, hurried forward when the column stopped to see what was the matter. It took them some time to do this, but when they arrived at the head of the column and saw from their high position on the elephants' backs the great body of negroes facing them and only half a mile distant, their surprise knew no bounds. The onions looked at the king and his white companions, as if wondering if they had been led to this point by a lie, to fight these black animals, for none of them realized that these black, shiny-skinned, and nude beings were human. But why should the king lie to them? They were perfectly willing to come here on any mission for the king, and it was not necessary to get them here by a ruse. Again that superstitious fear of the whites took possession of them, and their faces began to assume that startled look, as if afraid that some unknown calamity was about to overtake them. They kept their eyes on the whites as they advanced and consulted with the king. Why were they talking in such low tones? Why did they not address the men and explain this new mystery? Not a word had passed between the onions, but the same fear seemed to take possession of them at the same time, and they looked from one to the other and knew that the same thoughts had come to all. Mr. Bruce looked over the men and noticed that hunted look in their faces, and he knew that immediate action must be taken or they would be lost, that these men, crazed for the moment by a superstitious fear, might turn on them first, and getting them out of the way, turn and flee from the strange enemy. "Henri," said Mr. Bruce, as he rode up hastily beside the king, "quick, don't lose a moment, but order the pack animals to the rear. The men are becoming demoralized and need immediate action, or all is lost. The old suspicion in regard to us has again taken possession of them, and they may turn on us at any moment. It matters little about us, but the negroes must be driven back. Give your orders." Henri turned to the men, and he too saw that dread look on their faces. "Men," said he, almost beside himself with fear of the consequences if he should lose control of them. "Men, yonder horde of black demons are here to take your country, to take your lives, but worse, to take your wives, mothers, brothers, and sisters. They are here to destroy our land, to devastate our fields of grain and fruit, to steal and kill our animals, to destroy our beautiful city and the many villas throughout our land. They know no law, they have no religion, they care nothing for the lives of others. They will kill us or drive us from our own land into a distant world where we will starve and die. Will you not fight for country, home, loved ones, and for the right? These demons have come through the crevice which we were this day to commence closing, and they must be driven back. If we do not drive them back, killing as many as is in our power in doing so, then will they force us to travel that path which leads from our old land of On, and which, when once followed, can never be retraced. Come, Onians, quickly. Shall it be those black beasts who shall leave On, or ourselves? The men looked at each other in astonishment. They could not realize at first that such a state of affairs could possibly exist, as there being the remotest possibility of their being driven from this land, which was theirs by right of inheritage and possession. The truth began to dawn on them, though, as Onrai continued speaking, and when he had finished, a low rumbling sound was heard, like the first faint sound of the approaching earthquake. But like this it grew in volume, until it broke in a mighty shout, and the men were Onrai's, to do with as he wished. Only let them drive from the beautiful land of On the hated beasts which faced them, waiting the end of the parley. Onrai understood that shout. Although he had never heard it before as a shout of consent, he had heard it frequently as one of approbation, when he or others of the land would perform some particularly hard feat in athletics, or show great heroism in the hunt. It simply meant that they were pleased with what he said, and they were anxious to get at the fray. "I will give you orders at first," said Onrai, "but you must obey those of my companions when they give them. They have had invaders in their land, and have learned to repulse them and drive them back. Do as they command you, and we will be victorious. Are you ready?" Again that shout. "Then get the pack animals to the rear quickly." Without a word, the elephants were driven to the rear, and the men awaited further orders. "Mr. Bruce," said Mr. Graham, "we think you are better capable of handling these men, and we will act as your subordinates." "I accept the commission," replied Mr. Bruce, "not because I feel myself superior to yourself or Harry, but because someone must act at once. We will divide our men into 3 battalions, and march in line of battle. Harry, you will take the right. Mr. Graham, you will take the left, and I will take the center. If the Negroes, as I expect them to do, charge straight for the center, you will each close in on their flanks. But if you see the center giving way, rush for that point at once, for we must hold the position. Now we will divide our men." They divided the men into 3 battalions, and formed them into the line of battle, explaining to them, in the meantime, that they must hold fast together, and not allow the Negroes to break their line. The men went about the different maneuvers like old soldiers when they once saw through them. The line now drew up, and Mr. Graham, Mr. Bruce, and Harry, each in front of his battalion, mounted on elephants, with Onrai riding next to Mr. Bruce in the center, they marched slowly toward the Negroes. Every man had his crossbow in position and arrows ready for use. The formidable hatchet and daggers were in the belts handy and where they could be gotten at the most easily. The Negroes' faces had lost the grin, and the yells had ceased for the moment as they saw the array of giants advancing. They had never before, in all their many wars, stood before such a formidable body of men, and their courage was failing them. But they had a chief, a wild, barbarous fellow, who knew not what fear was, and seeing that cowardly look stealing over the faces of his men, he jumped before them, and racing up and down in front of the line, hallooed and yelled, pounding his spear on the shield, and in this way worked the men into such a state of bravery, which was only equalled by his own. Then again facing the army, which was moving silently toward them, he gave a few words of command, and with a yell and a rush they came tearing towards the Onians. "Halt!" thundered Mr. Bruce. "Stand fast, and do not let them force your line." And the black demons came, never stopping until within range, when Mr. Bruce, giving command, a volley of arrows poured into the Negroes, and nearly the entire front line of these fell. This checked the Negroes, but rallying in a moment they again charged, and before the Onians could raise their bows, the Negroes had raised their spears and hurled them at their enemy. The volley made most frightful havoc with the front rank, and the Onians fell back for a moment, for the first time in their lives seeing a body of their men killed in this way. They looked at the dead and wounded, not knowing what to think of this fearful slaughter, and again the strange fear began to creep over them. "On, men! Do not stop!" commanded Onrai, seeing them falter, "or they will kill you all. Don't you see they have killed your comrades? Avenge them!" And the men, looking up, and seeing the black demons on them, and fearing the same fate which had met their companions, made a rush, and with the daggers uplifted, on they went at the blacks, meeting them with a crash as they came forward, and hurling them back by their superior weight. Then began a most fearful slaughter. The Onions, remembering the death of their companions, became, as Bruce had said they would, regular fighting machines. Even he and his subordinates were swept on by the irresistible ranks from the rear as they pushed their companions forward. Perfect order was kept, however, and those in the front ranks wielded the dagger with fearful force and alacrity. The Negroes, overpowered, and almost crazed with fear at the slaughter going on among their people, forgot all about fighting or even defending themselves. The one great desire to escape these fearful daggers took complete possession of them. They turned on their countrymen, who were crowding them forward, and using their hatchets, fists or feet, they walked, ran, rolled, or crowded over these, trying to get out of the reach of those muscular arms, which were now as bloody as the knives they wielded, but stained with the blood of the Negroes. At last they broke into a run and started for the Crevice, which was a good 4 or 5 miles distant. The Onions needed no orders now, but rushed wildly after the fleeing Negroes. The Negroes, being light of limb, however, and probably used to such rough fields as this, gained on the Onions, and were some distance ahead when, looking ahead of them, they saw another band marching toward them. This proved to be a reinforcement, and the chief of the routed band, after haranguing his tribe for a moment, prevailed on them to turn, and with the reinforcement again give the giants battle. The flying Onions were again brought to a halt by Mr. Bruce, and formed in regular line of battle. The remaining Negroes also formed in line of battle and advanced, as nearly as could be judged, almost in equal numbers to the Onions. Their chief was again running up and down in front of the line, crying, and soon had the men worked up into another fiendish frenzy. Mr. Bruce halted his men, determined to wait for the Negroes. The Negroes came tearing forward until within a few feet of the Onions, when the latter again raised their crossbows and sent a volley of arrows into the front ranks of the Negroes. But the Negroes were expecting them now, and turned the arrows aside with their shields, scarcely a dozen having fallen. They did not stop, but kept up the mad rush until within 25 feet of the Onions, when they stopped suddenly, and their right arms shooting out quickly the fearful, sharp, spear-pointed hatchets, flew towards the Onions, and striking the unprotected bodies of the giants, passed clear through them. Then, with a sudden jerk of the wrist, the hatchet was wrenched from the gaping wound and pulled back to the Negro by the leather string which was attached to the handle of the hatchet. Then again would the deadly weapon be hurled, and again buried in the breast of a fresh victim, and again, the whole fearful thing being done so quickly that the weapon could scarcely be seen flying through the air. The slaughter was worse than had been that of the Negroes by the knives of the Onions. The horribly lacerated bodies were being piled up high on the ground, but the brave Onions still stood perfectly helpless in front of those merciless hatchets. Mr. Bruce was nonplussed for a moment. This style of warfare was so new to him and so horrible, he could but look and wonder at the horrible ingenuity of the weapons. "Send a volley of arrows into them," cried the king, who seemed to come to his senses first. The men mechanically raised their bows, but before they could spring them, the deadly hatchets struck them full in the chests or bodies, and torn and bleeding, with a hole clean through them in which an arm could have been shoved, they fell headlong over the bodies of their companions, who had met the same miserable fate. The situation was becoming desperate. Men who had known such bravery, and who could on equal terms annihilate the army before them, were beginning to quail before that fearful onslaught, and were unconsciously probably falling back. Still that fearful, never-ceasing charge of flying hatchets. Slowly the men fell back, but the movement was becoming quicker each moment. In a few minutes more they would be in a run, and all would be lost. Mr. Bruce was growing desperate, as he saw this grand army being demoralized by one which was so inferior in every respect. Riding down the line with the huge elephant, which was pierced by the hatchets as he passed before them, he called to the men to take courage and rally once more. Onrai, too, rode before them, and by every word he knew, tried to imbue them with new courage. But he understood how these poor men, who had been kept in ignorance their whole lives of the existence of other races and the art of fighting, could not understand why this awful slaughter should be, or who these demons could be who were mowing them down by hundreds. The horrible dread was taking possession of them again, and Onrai and his companions saw this. "Men of On," said Onrai in despair, "these devils will not only kill you and your companions, but they will kill your wives, sisters, and brothers. They will throw down your houses. They will destroy the land. Brave men of On, who turn not from the lion, tiger, or elephant, do not let these black beasts show themselves the greater. Turn on them, cut them, chop them, beat them, hammer their foul bodies into the earth. Slash them until not a piece large enough is left to feed a jackal. On to them!" Mr. Bruce had given Harry and Mr. Graham orders to close in with their battalions as soon as Onrai could again encourage the men to advance and show no mercy, to ride into the black ranks with the elephants and crush them beneath their feet. Accordingly, when Onrai had ceased speaking, he had turned and had himself led the way into the black ranks. The men went with a rush, notwithstanding that hundreds of them dropped in the advance. Harry and Mr. Graham closed in on their flanks, and were slowly surrounding the now emboldened blacks. Still they plied the frightful weapons, and scores of the Onions were dropping. It was a fearful advance, but the men were sticking to it bravely. But there were great chances against their ever overcoming this hellish tribe with their fiendish weapons. The Onions were again losing ground. They could not withstand that awful massacre. But what is this coming up in the rear? The earth trembles as with another earthquake, but there is no rumbling with it now. The men looked back. Ah, yes, it is Sedai mounted on Gip, and with 100 immense elephants back of him, all being hurried on by their riders. Quickly the elephants come forward, their swinging gait turning their bodies from side to side, the earth trembling with each fall of their huge feet. Straight for the blacks they made the ranks of the Onions, breaking away to allow them to pass. The blacks look and see the awful enemy coming straight for them, on which their murderous hatchets could have no effect. They hurled once more the hatchets at the Onions, and pulling these back, dropped them at their sides, and tried by flight to escape the crushing feet of the elephants. But the elephants rushed into their midst, not only killing with their fearful feet, but using their trunks and tusks as well, slaying and crushing as they went. Now the Onions made a charge, and clutching their daggers in one hand and the hatchets in the other, done as Onrai had told them to do, and hacked and chopped and cut and beat and pounded the enemy, their faces and arms being covered with the blood, but still showing no mercy. They were for the time merciless brutes. They had fallen onto the flanks of the Negroes, and such was their fearful onslaught, and so fast were these hacked and mutilated bodies piled up, that it looked as if the awful carnage would not cease until every black carcass was heaped up in one fearful mass of reeking and quivering flesh. But a low, rumbling sound is heard, which grows louder and louder and comes nearer and nearer. It is another earthquake. The Onions stop for a moment in their awful massacre, and in this one moment the remainder of the black horde turn and make for the crevice. The earth was shaking fearfully, though, and the men could hardly keep their feet. On they staggered, until the Onions, finally realizing that the blacks were escaping them, made a rush after them. But the earth still trembled, and it was suddenly growing dark. What was wrong with the volcano? A huge mass of stones and smoke came forth in a rush in a greater volume than it had at any time before, and great showers of rock and ashes were pouring from its hellish mouth. On the Negroes ran, and on the Onions sped after them. The Negroes had now reached the crevice, and were fighting for a foothold on the ledge. Some of them were successful, but most of them were forced over the side, falling into the yawning abyss below. The Onions were about to dash after them, when a fearful, deafening report was heard, and looking up to the volcano, they saw a mighty mass of molten lava thrown far into the heavens, and then dropping back into the crater, overflow the walls of this and fall in a great stream into the crevice. Our friends, spellbound, watched the sight, while the immense flow of lava rolled over the sides of the mountain and into the crevice, filling up that great hole. It was running in a monstrous flow, easily 500 feet wide and 20 feet deep, as near as our friends could calculate. It came pouring through the crevice, well up toward the party, and they started back in alarm. But it gained on them, and to make it worse, a terrible shower of hot ashes and water was pouring down on them. They were blinded and gasping for breath, turned toward the villa. They were being burned and scalded, their feet becoming blistered. They could not see, they could not breathe. End of section 41. Read by Fran McKay, the 3rd of March, 2023. Section 42 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 42. Buried Alive. And so they stumbled blindly on. Blindly, for they could not open their eyes because of the fearful dust and ashes. The thick cloud of dust and ashes came forth in a mighty avalanche, burying the land and filling the air with its death-dealing particles, making such a darkness as could be felt. A close, suffocating darkness, more like the blackness of an unventilated dungeon than the open darkness of night. A darkness which was penetrated only by the mighty light of the belching volcano, the light varying with every phase of the eruption. Now, a lurid glare, which gave the dust-covered earth the appearance of a blood-stained floor. Again it would change to a blue, which would almost equal the soft rays of the moon. Then it would die away to a faint green, casting a death-like glow over all. And the fearful rumbling continued, and far down in the bowels of the earth could be heard that great lake or river of molten rock and ore, rushing to the outlet which would free it. And the earth would tremble with the fearful fight of the mass as it surged and burned and crushed its way through its underground channels. Then again could be heard the hissing and blowing off of the steam as it escaped from the crevice in the crater. About the fleeing army fell the hot ashes and steam. They had made a wild rush toward the villa when the first shower had struck them, and they were still hurrying as fast as their bleeding feet could carry them. They had covered miles, and this was wonderful when it was considered that the ashes had fallen almost to the depth of a foot, and each step that they took they would sink into the hot, ragged substance which would burn and blister their feet, protected only by sandals. And their progress would be suddenly checked now and then by great fragments of rock having been hurled by the awful power of the volcano, falling directly in their path, perhaps crushing one of the poor onions beneath its weight. Then in their blindness they would rush into each other, knocking each other down, and burnt and bleeding and almost smothered by the fearful dust, they could hardly regain their feet. But hurry as they would, their progress was growing slower each moment, and they were not getting out of the fearful shower of dust and ashes. This seemed to grow worse as they advanced, and the survivors, who were still left to suffer on, were fast giving out. It looked as if they could not possibly survive the terrible struggle, this unequal fight with the forces of the earth's interior. The atmosphere would clear for a moment, and the lurid glare of the volcano would again light up the scene, giving a momentary hope which would be killed again by a heavier downpour of ashes and dust. Then the struggle would recommence, a silent struggle, for no sound was made by these helpless creatures, as they fought on, gasping for breath, reeling in their weakness, falling now. But putting forth another great effort, and standing erect once more, they would stumble ahead again, and so on, until, strength exhausted, they would fall for the last time, the shower of ashes and dust soon choking their last breath, and burying the burned and bleeding bodies beneath their awful folds. But these Onions were more than ordinary men. They had more vital life in their bodies. They were strong to the last muscle. Their every sinew was developed, and health and exercise made them powerful, and so they kept up the struggle longer than would our friends had they been on foot. But they had been mounted on great elephants during the battle. They had first mounted them upon leaving the camp in the morning, expecting only to accompany the men to their scene of labor when they would return. So when the negroes were met, and they saw that a battle was inevitable, they remained mounted so as to better conduct the fight. At first it had been suggested that they should ride zebras, but it was decided to take the elephants, as they would stand the hard journey over the Badlands better, and it had been a lucky decision on their part, for now they were saved the fearful fight with that hot shower of ashes, which not only filled the air, making it almost impossible to breathe, but which also made a bed which was nearly impossible to walk over or through, as the bed had grown to such a depth that it was nothing more than wading. XXXII had been foremost in the charge of the elephants into the Negro band, and had got in far ahead of his friends, reaching the volcano even before some of the Negroes had. When he saw that awful sea of lava pouring over the side of the crevice, he had turned and motioned his comrades to follow, and had made Gip understand that he must travel as he had never traveled before. The intelligent animal seemed to understand, and hurried on, too, by the heat and burning ashes, as they fell on his back. He started on a run which would have soon brought them safely to the villa, if the air and road had not been obstructed by the miserable ashes. But the elephants, all of which had followed Gip, were, too, experiencing the torture of the awful cloud and shower, and they had stumbled many times, over the rocks and in the soft bed, which was getting deeper each moment. The elephants had kept close together, though, and had in this way kept trodden a very good path. Our friends could see, during the few intervals when the cloudy atmosphere would break and the light of the volcano penetrate this, the poor Onions stumbling along in the darkness and scorching cinders. They had called to them to keep up courage, but it was needless advice to these men, for they would not give up until the last moment. They had tried to get the elephants to kneel and take on their backs as many as they could carry, but the animals, crazed by pain and fear, dashed on, often crushing beneath their feet those whom their riders would save. And so the elephants rushed on, and as the light would break through the awful blackness, the riders could see that the number of poor pedestrians was growing less and less, until at last none were seen. They had all succumbed to the overpowering cloud of ashes, and their bodies now strewed the ground, which but a few hours before they had passed over, strong in healthful life. And of the 5,000 who had started on the march that morning, not one was left. All had met their fate. Some by the deadly hatchets of the Negroes, others by the fearful downpour of hot cinders. The land of On had met its first great catastrophe. It had for the first time in its history experienced some of those adversities which had so frequently befallen the other countries of the world. But our friends were still alive. Onrai, Mr. Graham, Mr. Bruce, Harry, and XXXII were being borne through the blackness by the elephants. Their throats were parched, even their lungs seemed burning up with the great heated shower of ashes which they had been compelled to breathe so long. Their eyes were almost swollen shut, their faces and bodies were covered with blisters where the cruel, hot cinders had struck them. Even they, who had not been exposed wholly to the storm, and who had been spared the awful struggle of limping through the hot bed of cinders, even they began to despair of ever getting out of this radius of dust and ashes. And the elephants were now beginning to stumble and sway from side to side, growing weaker and weaker with the terrible exertion, their strength being sapped by the plungings into the ash bed, which was now beyond their knees. They would rock from side to side, striking each other, but, again bracing up, try it once more. The position of our friends was becoming unsafe, as the elephants were liable to fall at any moment and crush them beneath their huge bodies. But it meant sure death to leave their backs, so expecting death to overtake them each moment, either from the burning air which was scorching their very lungs, or beneath the prostrate animals which were now struggling so bravely to save them. They were hurrying on, but where? Only to death. Again there was a fearful rumbling, the very bowels of the earth seeming to be disjointed and ground to fragments. It grew louder and louder. It almost deafened the sounds of hissing steam and ashes which fell around the little group, and the sucking sound caused by the sinking in and pulling out of the feet of the fast-failing animals. Finally, the earth began to shake, and the exhausted elephants, unable to withstand this new enemy, fell to their knees and then flat on their sides. The men had strength enough left to jump and save themselves from being crushed, but they were forced nearly to the hips into the ashes, and they could not extricate themselves. Then this was the last. This was the end of the happy sojourn in the land of On. No, it could not be. They must not die here in this miserable way and be buried by the never-ceasing shower. They must struggle on. Up, said Mr. Bruce to his elephant, as the rumbling ceased and the earth again became steady. Once more, now. He hallooed out as he reached forward and struck the poor beast across the ear with his hook. But the elephant, after making several ineffectual struggles, gave a plaintive cry and let its head drop into the relentless ashes. As in a quicksand, the 5 men stood perfectly helpless, and their lives fast going out. The elephants had, one by one, given up the struggle, and were now panting and gasping and waiting for the end. They seemed to realize that they were doomed, and the plaintive cry would break from their gasping throats, as if asking aid of those whom they had tried to save, but all were powerless. Hope was fast failing them. They could not possibly last much longer. But what mattered it whether they went now, or lived to suffer for a few minutes longer? There was no power on earth that could save them now, and they must look death square in the face. It seemed hard, surely, to die so near to friends and life and sunshine, for they knew that this death-dealing shower could not extend many miles unless it be worse than was that other. They knew that the dear ones were safe in the villa, for, though they were in the radius of the shower, they were sheltered from this, and the flow of lava had not run toward the villa, or they would have seen it. It was some consolation then to know that if they must die, these dear ones at least were safe. But what will become of them alone in this strange land? They would have to entrust themselves wholly to the people who had once looked upon them with superstitious fear, and who might again, after this dreadful catastrophe, turn on them, and having no longer anyone to protect them, or having no defense to offer as they had before, destroy them. It was not pleasant to think thus as the awful ashes continued to pile up around them, burying them alive. The pain which this thought gave them of possible danger to their loved ones was worse than the physical tortures which they were now suffering, and they turned and wrenched their bodies in their living graves in very agony of mind. And Onrai, too, seemed to be suffering more than bodily pain. If his thoughts could have been read, they probably would have told the story of baffled hopes and of the death of aspirations which the love for Enola had kindled in him. It was harder for him to die thus than for any of the others, for he had been so strong and mighty, and his life was full of such bright hopes, and he had so much to live for, but it was ended. All was lost. But maybe not, thought Mr. Bruce, for Gip, who had laid for a moment perfectly quiet, had now begun to again exert his awful strength, and was twisting and plunging about, as if to make a place on which he could stand. He accomplished this finally and rose to his feet. He had had a short rest from the fearful struggles of the flight, and he could again commence the fight. Sidai, who was near him, caught the howdah as he rose and was lifted out of the ashes. He then made Gip understand that he was to help the others, and one by one the great elephant, lifted by his trunk, raised them to his back. Then, starting in the direction which they had kept since starting on the awful ride, the great beast fought on. They had been moving thus for several moments, when he suddenly stopped and refused to move further. Just then the sky became light for a moment, and a zebra was seen lying in their path, and lying beneath it, the body of Enola. End of section 42. Read by Fran D. McKay, the 7th of March, 2023. Section 43 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 43. Lost. But what of those who had been left behind? What had been their fate, and how had they spent those dreadful hours when they could but reasonably expect that their companions, who had left them only that morning alive with hope and health, had met the most miserable death? The morning had been beautiful, and all had gone to see the striking of the tents and breaking of camp, and they had followed the marching army for some distance over the Badlands. But at the earnest request of the men, they had at last turned and gone back to the villa. They had noticed the continued inactivity of the volcano, and had hoped, woman fashion, that the worst might be over, and their spirits had been, accordingly, bright. But the long morning hours grew tiresome, and the women became restless, and could find no way to pass the weary time. They spent a while on the terrace, but the garden had lost all its beauty by the shower of ashes. They ate their luncheon mechanically at midday, and then tried to sleep a while, but made a sad failure of this, and at last, not knowing what else to do, they had ordered their zebras and started for a ride down the avenue. It was not long before they were well beyond the radius of falling ashes, and it was a great relief to them to see green fields and shady trees again, and the beautiful smooth pavement of the avenue. They rode for a long distance, forgetting, in their pleasure, that they were getting a long way from the villa. But the sun was so bright here, and everything so fresh and green, and the air so pure, they dreaded returning to the rather doubtful atmosphere of the villa. But they must turn now, for the sun was getting well down toward the west. And what is that? The question was easily answered, for they had become quite accustomed to the rumbling sound of the earthquakes. Still it startled them, and they urged their beasts forward. The sound grew nearer, and then the earth began to shake so violently the zebras tottered and almost fell. And then another awful shock came, and the zebras became frightened, and, taking the soft bit between their teeth, they tore down the avenue. Then the awful explosion came like the report of 1,000 cannons, and the riders saw the awful spout of dust, ashes, steam, smoke pouring from the volcano, and almost immediately afterward they were engulfed in that fearful black atmosphere which choked and blinded them. The zebras stopped so suddenly that their riders almost lost their seats, but by kind words and by gently patting them, they were persuaded to proceed carefully. Here the avenue was plain to see, and there was little fear of losing the way, but the ashes were falling with such force and such volume, the roadway was fast becoming blocked. Still the zebras were light-footed, and their riders had hopes of their being able to reach the villa. But the borders of the avenue continued in that unbroken line of trees, and the surrounding country was so much alike, it was hard to tell just where to turn off to the villa. The thought had occurred to Enola that they might be carried by this, and on, until the beasts, overcome, would sink to the ground, leaving the riders to their fate. It was impossible to see anything, excepting now and then, when the light of the volcano would break through the awful gloom for a moment. Even then the air was so thick with the cinders and dust, they could not penetrate it more than a few feet. And so they plodded along, each moment the gloom becoming more dense, and the avenue pavement harder for the zebras to traverse. They must certainly have reached the villa by this time, but for all they could see, they might still be 10 miles from it. They could not place any dependence on the zebras, for they were too badly scared to act rationally. Besides, their senses of smell and sight were entirely lost in this stifling atmosphere. The situation was becoming desperate, but there was positively nothing to do but ride on with the forlorn hope of riding beyond the circle of the shower. But if they could not reach the villa, why not turn and ride back to the green fields and open country again? Aye, why not? The thought had occurred to Enola, and the more she thought of it, the more feasible the idea seemed to be, and at last it occurred to her that this might be their only chance of escape. Waiting until the volcano's light broke through the gloom for a moment, She motioned to her friends to follow her, and after a moment she managed to turn her zebra's head, and when this was done, and they had gotten started in the opposite direction, they seemed to have the wind at their backs, and they could ride with a little more comfort. But the darkness was intense now, for night had closed in, and if possible had added to the Egyptian blackness. The riders could only see each other at very infrequent intervals when the volcano's light would, for a moment, melt the gloom and give the almost exhausted women a moment's respite. They were moving very slowly, the ashes getting so thick over the avenue pavements that the zebras found it almost impossible to further beat their way through it. But one of the infrequent light spells now allowed them to look about again, and Enola saw that they had left the avenue. On an ordinary dark night, this could have been easily detected by the sound of the zebra's hooves, but now the grass sod and the hard onyx pavement were the same. They were both lost beneath the carpet of ashes. This new aspect of things did not please our friends. They were being overcome very rapidly by the thick atmosphere. It was killing them by inches. They could scarcely breathe any longer. Every breath was like the stab of a stiletto. The sharp particles of the ashes had penetrated and cut the soft membranes of the throat and lungs, and then that steamy air, upon touching the raw flesh, would cause the most acute pain. Their hands and faces were blistered, and their eyes seemed to be burning out of their heads. Enola and Nellie stood it better than Mrs. Graham. She had almost fallen from her zebra several times, and Nellie and Enola were now trying to ride on either side of her to save her from falling if possible. But it was growing worse each moment, and hope was nearly dead. They were staggering along in the darkness, the zebras every now and then stumbling up against a tree and nearly rubbing their riders from their backs. They felt satisfied that they had lost their way, and if this was so, and they could not again reach the avenue, then, indeed, might all hope be abandoned. Black as Erebus, the air was not only laden with the death-dealing ashes, but was so hot and humid that no living thing could withstand it for any length of time. It seemed an age since that first awful rumbling of the earth and this fearful darkness overtook them. It seemed that night ought to have given way to day, and the day to night again. So acute was their pain, so fearful the darkness, so quiet all else but the rumbling of the earth and the hissing of the steam in the volcano, that time itself seemed to stand still waiting for the hellish scene to pass. In such a moment one could imagine that a lifetime had been passed, and if youthful features should be changed to those of old age in such a night of suffering, it would not seem strange, for in those few short hours more suffering is crowded than in many years of ordinary life, and when it is all over with, one cannot realize that this could be in such a short space of time. Then these women were fast losing consciousness. Their brains were in a whirl. They could no longer think. They had almost grown insensible to their pain. Their eyes no longer tried to penetrate the darkness about them. They no longer tried to guide the zebras as they had done heretofore, notwithstanding that the zebras were more likely to know the right path than themselves. They still clung to the mane and rein and tried hard to retain their seats on the backs of the zebras, but they did this mechanically and not because they were guided by any spirit of self-protection. They had now become separated too, and each of the zebra was trying to pick out a path for itself. But it was dreadful, for the zebras were now also wandering on from a mere sense of habit, and not because they had any longer any hope of escaping. Their heads dropped until their noses almost touched the ash-covered ground. Their eyelids seemed frozen in a cramped position over the eyes, and the balls of their eyes looked out like pieces of glass which had been rubbed with sandpaper. There was no longer any sight in those eyes. There could not be after being exposed to the beating ashes and dust as long as they had. The legs of the poor beasts were raw to the knees, but still they plodded through the ashes, which must have set them crazy with pain, if they too had not lost all sense of pain. Such dreadful sufferings could not help but make one helplessly mad. It was a hell, an awful, reason-destroying hell, but a merciful hell in a way, for although it lacerated the poor, tortured bodies of its victims, it at the same time destroyed all consciousness of their suffering. So like poor, undying spirits in a helpless state of painless suffering, if such a thing could be, the zebras wandered on, bearing the almost lifeless bodies of the women. Suddenly, Enola half roused herself and opened her swollen eyes. Only for a moment, however, for they soon closed again, and she lapsed into that comatose state, and then had dropped to the zebra's neck as before. But again the eyes half opened, and this time she showed signs of returning consciousness. But the eyes closed again for a moment, and then she starts as if having been struck. No, she had not been mistaken. There it was, a light burning through the darkness. Could she call for help? Her throat was dry and parched. She had not tried to make a sound in hours, days it seemed to her, but she must try now. So opening the baked lips, she made an effort, but it was useless. She could not articulate. But the zebras were moving slowly toward the light, and they might see her yet. It must be the villa, and they were safe at last. She turned to point the light out to her companions, but they are gone. She looked again, for just at that moment the flash of light broke through the gloom. But no, her companions were no longer with her. Had they found their way to a place of safety, and had she been lost in the darkness, or had they been lost? She tried to remember when she last saw them, but she could not. She had a faint recollection of their having all been together some time during this awful night. Or was it night? She could not say. It might have been years ago, so indefinite had grown the flight of time. She again turned toward the light. Yes, it was still there, and then she tried to turn the head of her zebra towards the spot. Her arm was stiff, and she could hardly move, but she managed to slap the zebra on the side of the neck. But he did not turn. He still wandered on in that aimless way, seeming to heed nothing. Oh, this was fearful. She tried again and again, but the only response the poor beast made was to drop dead in his tracks. She felt him giving way under her, and made a last effort to save herself, but too late. The beast caught her limbs as he fell, and half burying her in the soft ashes, held her fast. She tried hard and wrenched the tender limbs until torn and bleeding, but to no purpose. She was held as secure as if tied to the side of the beast. She was too exhausted to make much of an effort, and the little she had made had caused her to lose consciousness for the moment. The moments flew by, but all unknown to the poor, insensible girl, and death seemed inevitable. There was no hope now. There could be none, unless it came from where that mocking light still gleamed through the darkness. But it would have been as helpful to the dying woman had it been 10 miles away. It was better, then, that the poor wanderer should never again wake to consciousness, for she would be saved the helpless suffering caused by knowing that she was near help and yet was beyond it. The ashes still fell in torrents. The humid air was growing more intolerable each moment with the hot steam and dust, and the blackness had grown more intense. Yes, it could be felt, and here in the midst of all its hellish night lay Enola dying. But no, what is that huge mass which has almost tramped on her, but which stops just in time? It is Gip. End of section 43. Read by Fran D. McKay, the 10th of March, 2023.
Section 44 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 44, Out of the Ashes. Yes, it was Gip. Great, strong, and faithful Gip. The only surviving animal of all that vast number which had started on that fateful morning for the cliffs. His great strength had enabled him to overcome all dangers and obstacles thus far, and on his back he bore the few whom he had saved. And his almost human intelligence, coupled with his animal sagacity, had enabled him to direct his course straight for the villa, through the almost impenetrable atmosphere and fearful darkness. Each moment the riders had expected to see him overcome by these obstacles, but he stumbled on, going down on his knees at times, when he would become too exhausted to move another step, but after resting for a moment, he would struggle to his feet again and make another effort. He was almost blind. He must be, for he had been exposed for so many hours to the cyclone of ashes. But he could still see a little, or else he would have not stopped when he was about to crush out the little remaining life left in Enola. Or was it that animal instinct that had made him realize he was about to tread on a human being? But the light from the volcano, which was now half lit by the weird scene, must have enabled him to see the prostrate zebra and Enola, for he only stood for a moment, when he lowered his monstrous trunk and, catching the zebra firmly around the neck, lifted him completely off Enola and laid it at one side. Then he caught up Enola as tenderly as a mother would lift her babe, and raising her to his back, where Onrai, who seemed to be the only one who had retained consciousness, took her in his arms, and after patting the noble beast gently on the end of his trunk to make him understand that he appreciated that last noble deed of his, he settled back in the crowded howdah and lost consciousness. Gip stood for a moment longer and looked about him. Yes, he must have seen, for his head turned until it was in range with the light seen by Enola, and then he starts towards it. The light grew larger and larger as he drew nearer to it, and he was finally stopped by the terrace of the villa. He had only hesitated for a moment, however, and then had mounted the few steps and crossed the terrace to the high arched doorway of the villa. Over this had been drawn a silk covering to keep out as much as possible the ashes and dust. Gip did not stop for this, however, but pushed right through it. 2 or 3 frightened attendants saw the great beast enter with the burden of unconscious human beings, and hurrying up to it, they stood for a moment, while Gip kneeled for those whom he had so bravely rescued, to step from his back. He was weak and almost exhausted. His great body heaved with a short respiration, which the heated air and overexertion had caused. His back was covered with a thick coating of ashes, and those who were lying or sitting on the howdah were almost buried in the awful death-dealing substance. But Gip could no longer keep the tiring position, and giving a last short pant, he fell over on his side. Those in the howdah were thrown upon the hard stone flooring and landed there in a heap. The attendants, now recognizing the king and his white companions, hastened to their assistance, and in a very short time they were laid upon the couches, and after the scorched garments had been removed from the bodies, they were deluged with cool water and oil. No part of their bodies had escaped the tortures of the hot ashes and steam, and they were almost raw. The limbs of the men who had been buried for some time in the bed of cinders were horribly burned and blistered, and even Enola, who, having laid under the dead zebra for quite a while, had escaped with hardly less injury. Gently the attendants worked on the bleeding bodies, not knowing whether life had left them or not. It mattered little, they thought, for it was but a question of a little while longer until they all would be buried beneath the shower of death, which was slowly but surely burying them. But their love for the king and their regard for his guest still dominated over all other feelings, and they worked hard and faithfully on the survivors. Enola was the first to recover consciousness, and when she had fully recovered, and she remembered the awful ride, and that Mrs. Graham and Nellie had been her companions, she tried hard to make the attendants understand that she wanted to know something of her friends. But the poor, bewildered women could not understand her meaning, and sadly shook their heads. But Enola did not despair, and kept at them until, in their desire to help her, they sent for one of the men who managed to grasp her meaning, and going out made inquiries about her companions. They had not returned with the others who had been saved, and now he gave this information to Enola. She almost became frantic and made such pitiful signs for the attendant to go and search for her friends that, notwithstanding his awful fear of the dust-laden atmosphere outside, which had killed so many of his companions, he went for Enola, promising to make a search for Mrs. Graham and Nellie. And he did. He persuaded 2 of his companions to accompany him, and with them he managed to reach the stables, where the only 3 remaining elephants had been left before the eruption. It took considerable time to persuade the beasts to leave their comfortable quarters and go into the darkness outside. But the darkness cleared in a short time, and the lurid light from the volcano made things light as day. The shower of ashes ceased, and the atmosphere became comparatively clear, and the elephants strode into the deep covering of ashes. The attendants had been able to get but little information from Enola as to what directions they had come from when they turned their zebras back. She could give them positively no information, and could not even make them understand that her zebra had wandered from the avenue, some distance, she thought, from the villa, for she could not articulate a word, and the men were not accustomed to reading signs. But the men started, each taking a different course from the front of the villa, hoping in this way to find the lost women. One of the attendants stumbled over the body of Enola's zebra the first thing, but after examining this and learning that neither of the women were with it, he again took up the tramp, and had gone but a little distance further, when his elephant stopped. The man looked about him, but could see nothing. He tried to urge the elephant forward, but he would not move, then slid from its back and was half buried in the soft ashes. But his foot had struck something which was soft and giving, and stooping down, just above the surface, he saw a woman's head. It was Mrs. Graham. He gently pushed the ashes away from her body, and speaking to the elephant, it kneeled, and the man, after much trouble, managed to crawl into the hoda with his lifeless burden. He continued a short distance further, when, not finding the body of Nellie, he returned to the villa. Mrs. Graham was carried carefully into one of the apartments, and given the same treatments as had been given to the others. It was only a few moments later when one of the other men brought in Nellie. He had found her in much the same position as had been found her mother, but nearly a mile distant from her. It was thought for a long time, by those who were working on them, that they were surely dead, but after very hard rubbing and frequent applications of native restoratives, they began to show signs of life, and after a little they opened their eyes and looked about them. That these women had withstood the dreadful experiences of the past few hours could scarcely be believed, but so they had, and regained consciousness long before the men. They too, though, had been brought back to life, and their first inquiries had been of the women. The attendants told them that the ladies were safe, but had been overcome by the close atmosphere, and were slightly indisposed as a consequence. But Henri knew that he had seen Enola, and had assisted her in some way, but how he could not tell, for the whole fearful experience seemed, in some way, like a horrible nightmare. He could not yet fully realize that the events of the day had really occurred. They seemed too horrible to be real. He shuddered at the thought of the massacre of his men, and later, the horrible slaughter of the Negroes. And then the last occurrence, when the remainder of his men had perished. Then the fearful ride for life, the last hope, when the elephant gave out, and then the terrible fear that Gip would give out, after he had once more renewed hope in them. Then he saw Enola, lying there, nearly buried beneath the dead zebra. He had seen Gip raise her with his trunk, and then he had clasped her in his arms. But it was a blank from here on, until he had wakened and found the attendants standing about him, and he had felt himself bandaged from head to foot. Yes, it must be. The whole fearful story must be real, else why would this terrible weakness and soreness and all these bandages? He was convinced at last that this was no dream, but a terrible reality. But he marveled that he and his companions yet lived. The whole thing now passed before the mind's eye as he remembered the flying assegais and the formidable spear-pointed hatchets, and later the death-dealing shower of ashes. When he thought of how his men and beasts had dropped about him like sheep, he could but wonder that they, of all the others, should survive. But that brought him to Gip, and he wondered what had become of this noble beast. He signed to his attendants that he wished to know of the elephant which had brought them back. The man left the apartment for a moment, and then returning, said that the elephant had been borne to them directly into the large hall of the villa, and had dropped dead a moment later. But this did not please Henri, and he gave orders to see that the elephant had restoratives given to him, and to be sure that he was dead before they gave him up. The man had taken several of his companions, and had gone to work on the great beast. He was turned on his back with great difficulty, and buckets full of stimulants were poured down his throat. His head was deluged with water, and everything was done to restore the brave animal to which the survivors owed their lives. And the work was rewarded at last by the animal showing signs of life, and a little later by his again turning on his side and attempting to rise. This he finally did, and staggering out for a while, he then laid down in one corner of the hall, and was now resting quietly. So all the survivors were doing well, as could be expected after the dreadful experience through which they had passed. But what of the eruption? Shortly after Gip had burst into the villa with his precious load, the shower had ceased, as if the volcano had known that now there were no more victims for it to destroy, and it was useless for it to further keep up the terrible strain which had shook the earth and covered a great part of the surrounding country with a layer of ashes. But the internal fires were still raging, for the great lurid light flashed into the dark heavens above, and made all bright within the radius of several miles. There were no more shocks, and the violent eruption seemed to have spent its greatest force. From the cliff to a point some 3 miles beyond the villa, in which lay our friends, the ground was covered with a layer of ashes, well mixed with a sort of loam, which would probably make a fertile soil in time. Some large rocks of lava formation lay here and there, having been hurled by the mighty internal fires to this distance. The lava flow had ceased, too, as far as could be seen, for none of the red stream was now visible coming over the side of the cliff. It had been very fortunate for the survivors that the flow of lava had confined itself to certain channels, for if it had taken the old course, which was shown plainly by the bad lands, there would be no hope of their escaping. It had run over the sides of the great crevice when our friends stood looking at it, and it, together with the falling ashes, had been fast filling the awful crevice. But would the great eruption end here? Truly, it had done damage enough, but would the internal fires be satisfied with this temporary vent? It seemed hardly possible that they would. And if they did burst forth again, what would be the further outcome? But now it was quiet. The hotbed of steam and ashes were fast cooling into an almost solid mass, and there would be no more plunging and falling when walking over its surface hereafter. It would be as the surface had been before, only a few feet higher. A few days longer, and if the party had convalesced sufficiently to allow them to travel, they would start on their return to the city, for Onrai had said they must be in the city on the day of Resis. Then, after the ceremonies of the day, after its mysteries had been learned, on the evening of that day, Enola was to become the bride of the king. End of chapter 44. Read by Kendra.
Section 45 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 45. Searching for Bodies. 1 week had passed away since the fearful eruption, and our friends had convalesced rapidly under the care of the attendants until now all were entirely recovered. The sun had shone brightly for a week, its light unobstructed by any further shower of ashes. The fire and smoke from the volcano had subsided until now, but a faint blue line was seen slowly ascending into the heavens from the summit of the mountain. All about the villa, as far as could be seen, was a bed of ashes, or not so much a bed of ashes now as it was a cinder soil. But the trees had been stripped of their verdure, and no green thing was seen. If it were not so excessively hot, our friends could have easily believed that they were in some temperate zone and winter was on them. But the cooling of the thick mass had made the air hot and humid, almost suffocating. Still, notwithstanding this, the air had not seemed unhealthful, for our friends declared that they had never felt better in their lives, with the exception of the stiffness and the soreness, which was the direct outcome of the bruises and the burns. But if the eruption had lasted but a few hours, its consequences had been fearful. The slaughter of human beings and beasts had been terrible. On that fateful morning, 5,000 men, 100 elephants, and nearly as many zebras had left the villa, strong in perfect health and vigor, but a few hours later, and but 1 elephant and 5 men were left to tell the fearful tale. Those who had not been killed in battle had been slaughtered or had been buried beneath the hot shower of cinders and steam, and fully as many of the negroes had perished also, in all making a fearful total. It had had an awful effect on the king for a few days. He had wandered about the villa like one demented, and had spoken to no one, keeping well to himself, his head bowed and face pale, and eyes sunken. One could hardly imagine that this was the great and powerful king of On, but Enola had been persevering in her efforts to draw his mind away from the saddening events, and he could not long remain insensible to her pleadings to try and forget. She would tell him pleasing stories of the life in her own world, would relate strange tales of adventure and daring, which for the time would blot out the thought of his fearful loss. And when he would turn to Enola with words of love, she would no longer turn from him, but would encourage him in this. She had wanted to make him forget, knowing that if his mind brooded on these events, he would surely go mad, and then what would become of her and her friends? Such fears had already taken possession of them, for they knew that such an occurrence as this would impress the audience fearfully, and this impression might be, as it had once been before, namely, that they were in some way the cause of the fearful event. If such a belief should become fully established in their minds, nothing could save them, they knew, unless it would be the interference of the king whose desires they held in high regard. So Enola, although now determined never to marry the great king, would, to save her friends and herself, humour him in the belief that she loved him. It was a deception which was loathsome to her, but so much depended on it that she could not help herself. It was 1 week ago today that the volcano had belched forth, and the few survivors were sitting at their morning meal. "Well, shall we venture to the volcano today?" said Mr. Bruce. "Yes, we must go today, or give it up altogether," replied the king, "for our provisions are fast giving out, and we must get back to the country that has not been devastated by the eruption." "Yes, let us leave this horrible place as soon as possible," added Mrs. Graham. "I confess that I myself am desirous of leaving the place which has so nearly been the scene of our deaths," rejoined Mr. Graham, "but Mr. Bruce thinks that we ought to look over the ground where so many of the onions have fallen." "I will find no pleasure in thus going," said Mr. Bruce, "but we should know the exact state of things here before returning to the city. The relatives and friends of all these buried thousands will want to know if it will be possible to recover their bodies. And then it would be well to see the crevice. I think Henri still holds the idea that this should be closed." "Yes, it will be one of my first duties now," said Henri, "but what a task it will be for the men who do the work, the first unpleasant task they have ever had to perform." "The hole may have been closed somewhat by the stream of lava which poured into it," said Mr. Bruce. "Yes, I feel quite sure that it has," said Mr. Graham, "for it poured into it in such a volume it could hardly be otherwise." "Yet there will be much to do," said Mr. Bruce, "and it will mean a great deal of hard work before the break is made impassable." "Let us start," said Henri, "so as to be able to investigate as much as possible and return before nightfall. Tomorrow we must start for the city in order to be there for the day of Resis. It will be a sad return." And again the king fell into that melancholy condition out of which Enola had tried so hard to draw him. "True, Henri," said Enola, "but the only sadness which has ever darkened your life. It will cast a gloom over your life for a while, but as time goes by, and you see those about you again happy, and your life falls into the old routine, then will you also grow contented and happy once more. In our world we have so much sadness that we at last become accustomed to it and expect it. But here you hardly know the meaning of the word. This experience has been fearful, I know, but it is better that you lose a few of your mighty men than that all should lose country and maybe life too, and even be sold into slavery. That must certainly have been the fate of your people if they had fallen into the hands of the negroes. But that time has forever passed, and out of this sad experience, which will cause so much grief, comes this grand assurance. The men who have been thus slain might have been spared until they had the wall on the way, and well in the country beyond the cliff, for they would have had to be there some of the time. They might have been overpowered by the natives, and the land been overspread with these hated negroes, before the majority of your people could have learned of their presence. In such a case your country would have been destroyed with all its villas and its beautiful city. But such a thing can never occur now. God has simply taken the work out of your hands, and in his own way has avenged your people, and has also, by turning the lava into the crevice, helped to close to the outside world the only means of ingress into your country. The present generation will die, and as it is forbidden your people to ever mention or talk of such things to those who will live beyond your reign, the thing will die from memory, the same as has all other previous events of your history. This fearful occurrence has been ordained to come during your reign, but it casts no reflection upon you or your people, for it has been wholly the work of God. If he has chosen to take the men before their time, he has had a good purpose in it, and I think that purpose has been shown. So don't give up to despair in this moment, but be the brave, noble king which we have all learned to love. Be superior to the events which would crush most other men. Be strong, and set such an example before your people. They will look to you for strength and comfort, and you must be able to give them both." The king had listened quietly to the words of Enola, and seemed much impressed by her strong, clear-cut remarks and the sound advice which she had given. For the first time he realized that it would not do for him to give way to his feelings in this hour of trial, for as Enola had said, his people would look to him for comfort and strength, and he must be able to give them both. Somehow or other he felt better after Enola had talked to him in this way, and he felt that he could meet the inquisitive looks of his people and answer their mute questions without flinching. "But come, we must be off," said Henri. So the menfolk went to the terrace, where the only 4 elephants which had been left were awaiting them. Jip had entirely recovered, and was now with the 3 which had been left in the stable on that fateful morning. The 5 men mounted, and were soon making good time over the smooth surface of the bad lands. This new covering was of better soil than the old, and would some day become very productive. The elephants, heavy as they were, hardly made an impression in this, so solid had it become. They jogged along for nearly an hour, when they came on the body of an elephant lying on its side, nearly covered with the new soil. Digging away some of the dirt from his back, the body of an onion was disclosed to view. He had been one of 3 who had leaped to the elephant's back when the eruption first broke forth. Further on they came across all of the 100 elephants and a few of the zebras. Only 1 or 2 onions were found with any part of their bodies above the soil. They were buried almost completely. It was thought at first that they would take these bodies back to the villa and cremate them, as was the custom this land, but Mr. Bruce had dissuaded Henri from this, saying that as all of their companions were lying here in one common grave, there also might better be they. The king declared his intention of exhuming all of the many bodies which filled the immense graveyard, but his companions also made him change his mind in regard to this, saying that such an undertaking would take a great amount of time, and would be next to an impossibility. At last the crevice was reached, but little of it remained. The hole in the ground was not even 10 feet deep. It had been filled by the flowing lava up to that height. The party followed the crevice to the cliff, where a most unexpected scene met their astonished eyes. The crevice in the cliff was entirely filled, for the lava had run into the crevice until on a level with the surrounding country, after which it had still dropped its flinty substance into the hole and gradually cooled until the chasm had been entirely filled, when it had turned its stream into the country beyond, leaving the face of the cliff as straight and impregnable as it had been before the earthquake. "It is more than I expected," said Mr. Bruce. "Yes, it is the handiwork of God," answered Henri. "You need have no further fears about your country being again invaded, Henri," said Mr. Graham. "It is as Enola has said," replied the king, "a blessed assurance that we are safe from those who would molest us." "Come, let us move on up to the cliff," said Mr. Bruce. "I would like to see where the stream of lava has ended in the cavern. I wonder how it has affected that part of the hunting reserve which the storm has covered," said Mr. Graham. "It must have driven the animals farther back into the jungle," said Henri, "but there is plenty of room for them all. A few miles, as you would call it, cut off of this great tract amounts to but little." "But the whole tract will again be fertilized now, I think," said Mr. Graham. "Those ashes have a great deal of good loam mixed with them, and it will be very productive, I think." "Yes, the animals will find as good grazing here as in any other part of the reserve at some future day," said Mr. Bruce. "Look," said Mr. Graham, "what is that black object away there in the distance? It is moving, is it not?" They all looked and came to the conclusion that it must be some sort of animal, but what they could not say. As they proceeded, the black spot grew larger and larger, but they could now see that the animals, or whatever they might be, were not moving but standing still. They had now come to the hole in the side of the mountain, and concluded to enter this first and investigate the black spot later. Accordingly they entered the hole, and lighting a torch, turned to the right and moved toward the upper end of the cave. From where they were they could see no change in the crevice, but there might be nearer the crater, for it was from this that the stream of lava was running. They hurried on, for they had much to look after before returning, and already half of the day had passed. The end wall was at last reached, and they turned to follow this until they had reached the small tunnel through which had run the lava. Arriving at this, they were not surprised to find it considerable wider than it had been before the lava had found its way through it. The lava had raised the floor of it to quite a height, but this new flooring was cool now, and they decided to follow up the tunnel for some distance and see what had taken place in the farther end. As they advanced up the tunnel, the air got somewhat warmer, but still not excessively so. The lava bed also grew thicker as they advanced, until the floor had become so raised they could extend their hands and touch the ceiling. They at last reached the end of the tunnel, and were surprised to see that the crack had widened until it was nearly 5 feet broad. "Shall we enter?" asked Mr. Bruce, as they all stood looking at the crack rather hesitatingly. "Most assuredly, if there is no danger," replied Mr. Graham. "I cannot answer for the safety of it," said Mr. Bruce, "but I can say that it would be interesting to look into it a ways." "Let us proceed, then," said the king, who was fast becoming as curious as his white companions. The party, then headed by Mr. Bruce, stepped rather gingerly into the passageway and moved along slowly. The side walls were still very hot, and very soon the soles of their feet became almost burned with the hot flooring, for the hot lava had passed through there so recently that it could hardly be expected to be very cool yet. They had gone some distance into the crack when Mr. Bruce suddenly stopped and said, "Look ahead, can't you see a ray of daylight?" All heads were immediately screwed to one side and a glance thrown ahead. "Yes, that is surely daylight," said Mr. Graham, "but how in the world, or in this hole, does it get there?" "Shall we go on and see?" asked Mr. Bruce. "Yes, by all means," answered the king. So the party again pushed on, now at a little livelier gait, for they could no longer be mistaken that was the light of day penetrating this dark crevice. Hurriedly now they advanced, so anxious had they grown to see what sort of hole it was that admitted the sunlight, and after a short walk further they burst out into the bright open light of day. They looked above them, and there, sure enough, was the bright blue sky. "What do you make of it, Mr. Graham?" asked Mr. Bruce. "Well," replied Mr. Graham, "I should say that we are looking up out of one of the crevices which opened into the crater of the volcano." "That's so," replied Mr. Bruce. "I did not think of that, but I suppose these cracks must have opened far into the bowels of the earth, and were vents for the steam, ashes, and lava." "Some of them undoubtedly are," said Mr. Graham, "but this is surely not. This may have been caused by one of the earthquakes, and was later widened by the excessive heat. Whatever the cause, it is here at any rate." The tunnel at this point was very wide and fully 2,000 feet deep. "Can you notice any peculiarities in this crevice?" asked Mr. Bruce of Mr. Graham. "None," replied Mr. Graham, "unless it be its crookedness, but they are all crooked. But why do you ask?" "I was just thinking," said Mr. Bruce, "that we might have occasion to use this crevice some day." "I hope not," replied Mr. Graham, "for if we had to trust to scaling these perpendicular walls, I am afraid we would perish here at the bottom." "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "but it is well to have several strings to your bow." "It might be possible," said Mr. Graham, "to lower oneself into this cavern, but I don't believe it would be possible to hoist oneself out of it." "We may have occasion some day to lower ourselves into it," said Mr. Bruce. "At any rate, we have found another way to enter the land of On." "But one never to be used as long as the other is open," said Mr. Graham. "As you like," said Mr. Bruce. "Shall we return, Henri?" "If you are ready," answered the king. They accordingly turned and retraced their steps until again in the cavern. Instead of turning to the left and following the wall, as they had done previously, they followed the lava bed, which had gradually spread over a very wide area in the cavern, in one place being fully a mile wide. They followed this until opposite the hole, when they moved over to this and left the cavern. The large black group again attracted their attention, and they determined to see what it was before returning to the villa. The sun was getting well down toward the western horizon, and they had a good 15 miles to make, but they must see what it was that could make such a mark in the heart of this ash-covered plain. From as near as they could make out, the animals were nearly 2 miles away. They hurried on, wishing to reach home before it grew very dark. When within a mile of the dark object, they saw that it was a herd of elephants lying down. They drew up to these cautiously, so as not to be molested if possible, but they saw that the elephants were undoubtedly very much exhausted, or else dead, for they paid but little or no attention to the approaching riders. But just before they came up to them, one of the animals half raised his head, but that was all. They made no further sign. The riders now came up to them and saw their predicament. These animals had undoubtedly been overcome by the shower of ashes, and sinking down had been too weak to again rise, and now, after a week of suffering and fasting, they were nearly dead. There were fully 100 of them, and they had been perfectly wild, but were now as docile as so many lambs. "If we can save them," said Henri, "they will take the place of the 100 we lost." End of section 45. Section 46 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 46. We Die Together. The elephants were sadly emaciated, for they had now been 7 days without food or water. Their great bodies looked gaunt, and their little eyes were sunken well into the head. Their bodies were nearly half covered with the ashes, and together with this and the fact that they were so weak, they could only move their heads, turning them from side to side, showing that there was still life in their huge bodies. "Yes, if we could get these elephants to the villa," said Henri, "they could well take the place of those which were killed. But even if you were to get them there, they would, with returning strength, grow as wild as ever, would they not?" said Mr. Bruce. "No," said Henri. "Hunger always tames an elephant, and if he is taken while hungry and given food and placed with tame elephants, he is generally as docile and manageable as any of those which have been in captivity all their lives." "This is strange," said Mr. Graham. "Yes," replied the king, "it is, but nevertheless true. Elephants do not seem to have the fear of human beings that many other animals have, but seem rather to like the association of man. I've seen wild elephants follow us from out of the jungle right down to the gate of the hunting reserve, as gentle and seemingly as tame as the ones we were riding. And I've no doubt that if we had let them through the gate, they would have followed us to the city, and would have been just as happy and contented with their tame companions as they had been running wild in the jungle." "It seems a pity, then, that we have to leave them here," said Mr. Bruce, "when with help they might be gotten to where they could be nursed back to life." "It would take considerable time and trouble, though, to do so," said Henri. "Still, if we had men with us, they could bring them food and water, and in this way put life enough into them to get them to the villa. But come, the sun is nearly hidden behind the cliffs, and we have a long ride before us." As if the dying elephants knew that their would-be rescuers were leaving them, they turned their heads and watched them as they rode away, the most pitiful expression coming into their little black eyes. There were easily 100 of them, and they made a great black spot on the plain, with their bodies which were only half covered. Our friends now hurried toward the villa, and after a ride of 2 hours again pulled up in front of the terrace. They had entered the villa and were just about to seat themselves to the evening meal, when the tramping of many zebras' hoofs were heard, and our friends, going to the front entrance, looked toward the now covered avenue, and there saw in the half-light a band of not less than 200 mounted men. When they saw the lights of the villa, they turned and came toward it. Silently they picked their way between the trees and up to the terrace, where, recognizing the king, they gave a loud shout and then began a chant, which Henri explained to his companions was a chant of praise. After the chant was finished, the king stood on the terrace steps and said, "Onions, my countrymen, the sight of your faces coming so unexpectedly pleases me greatly, and draws from my heart some of the sadness which the events of the past short while have caused. Your presence makes me feel that if some of our dearly beloved men have gone, there yet remains their sons and brothers and fathers, who will make this fair land of On yet the same as we knew it before the fearful eruption. We have met with a terrible loss, but our men died in a good cause, and died bravely." "We do not understand you, O king," said one of the foremost. "Ah, I forgot," said Henri, "but enough tonight. Find quarters for yourselves and beasts, and on the morrow I will explain further. Prepare yourselves, however, for sad news, for such you will hear." The men turned from the terrace, and the king and his guests again went into the villa. Henri seemed much depressed, for how was he going to tell these men that their fathers, sons, and brothers had perished by the hands of a band of negroes and the terrible shower of ashes? They would not understand either, unless they could realize that this new covering of ashes had overtaken their friends unexpectedly and had buried them. But then it would be hard to make them understand the eruption and what caused it. They were too far away at this time to see or know anything of the awful overflow, unless it be a black cloud which they could possibly see. They may have felt the shocks of earthquake, but even this they might not have experienced. Then they could know nothing of how their friends had met death, nor could they understand the means by which they had fallen. So the king had a hard task before him in the morning, and it worried him fearfully. Enola had seen his downcast countenance, and, guessing the cause, had followed him out on the terrace. Taking hold of his arm as he paced up and down, she said, "Henri, do not give up at the outstart. This is a sad task which you have to perform, but it is only the first one of a number like ones which will come later, when the mothers and sisters and wives of the unfortunates will come to gain information from you, when you will be in the city. So if you give up now, what will you do after a while? Be strong and make these men understand as well as possible the real condition of things. Try and impress them with the greatness of the deed which made such heroes of their dead comrades, and of the fearful consequences if they had failed to act so nobly and bravely. Say not too much about the eruption, but leave the impression that it buried and burned the hated Negroes who had invaded this country and had slaughtered so many of their countrymen. Impress them with the fact that all of these brave Onions were killed in defense of their country and their loved ones, and then, if you can make them understand why these Negroes were here and how they entered the country, they will better appreciate the great sacrifice of life which has been made for them. Let them still retain their old belief that theirs is the only world on this sphere, letting them think that the Negroes came from another world far away. They can better understand the latter, for they have seen us and believe that we came from another planet, and this, too, would leave the old belief unshaken, and would ensure less unhappiness than if their lifelong teachings were destroyed." "You are right," said Henri, "as you always are, and I will act upon your advice. But, Enola, have you thought of the time when we will be married? We are about to return to the city, and the word has gone forth that on the day of Resis you will marry me." "The day has then been fixed?" questioned Enola. "I had not learned this." "Yes, it has been decided upon," said the king. "On that great day, when so many of my countrymen will meet with joy and loud songs of praise, on the evening of that day, after the ceremonies have been performed, you will become my wife." Enola had expected that Henri would make some such announcement soon, but she had no idea that he would name such an early day, for as she understood it, the day of Resis was but a short time away. "When is the day of Resis?" asked Enola. 4 weeks from today, according to your calendar," said Henri. "Is not that very soon, Henri?" asked Enola. "Too soon!" exclaimed Henri. "How can you ask such a question, Enola? If you love me as I do you would wish, as do I, that the day was tomorrow. The time to me seems a long way off. Our days will not be too many after our marriage, and it is well we should add to these as many as possible. And again, my people have so decreed that we should be married on that day." "What are the ceremonies of the great day of Resis?" again questioned Enola. "Hush, Enola, you must not ask me. The secret of the day is never divulged, or even spoken of among those who know its secrets. But once seen, the secret is then yours, and you will then know the meaning of the day of Resis. It is a glorious day, a day of great rejoicing and happiness. Not one on that great day but feels a wonderful happiness, even those who are not direct participants in its great ceremonies. It falls to the lot of all, though, to be principal participants in the proceedings of the day. One day of his life, and this is the greatest day of all his or her days. Their joy is supreme, and their happiness knows no bounds." "It must indeed be a great day," said Enola, "and the people have chosen this day to be my wedding day. How they must love their king." "Yes, the king and the fair stranger whom he is to marry," said Henri. "I doubt the latter," said Enola, "for they were too ready to kill both her and her friends when they thought that she had been the cause of the storm." Don't, Enola, mention that fearful time. I would blot it from my mind. It was the one time in my life that I lost confidence in my people, and the one time when I would have turned against them. I feel, though, that they have now bitterly regretted their action, for they have seen the folly of it." "Will we be married in the temple?" asked Enola, wishing to take Henri's mind from such a painful subject as the one she had mentioned. "Yes," said Henri, "in the temple, surrounded by my people, and the ceremony will be grand in the extreme. I am, I suppose, the first king who has ever been married, but this, of course, I cannot say positively, for we know nothing of the reign or history of past kings. Still, the high priest has said as much. Our marriage ceremonies are mostly of a religious nature, and are accompanied by much song and music. Our marriage garments are made of pure cloth of gold, and those who will be with us will be robed much in the same way." "Shall we live in the temple again?" asked Enola. "Yes," said Henri, "but in apartments which you have never seen, apartments grand beyond description. These apartments were made by the builder of the temple for the king in whose reign an unusual event would occur. So says the high priest, and he further says that my marriage is an event never before heard of, and that it must have been this which the founder of the country foresaw when he had these chambers planned and held for this purpose." None but the high priest has ever entered them, but they must be sublime from what he has told me of them." "And what will be my life as the king's wife?" questioned Enola. "Your life will be much the same as it is now, but you will be called upon to take a part in all duties which belong to the king. In the ceremonies of the day of Resis, for instance, you will stand near me and perform the same duties which alone belong to myself, and in this way, sharing the duties of my office, we go down to our death, happy, knowing no sorrows or troubles, and assured of that great happiness in the eternity beyond." "And do we then go together?" asked Enola, as she remembered the mode of death of some of the women of India. "Yes, it is so decreed," said Henri. The horror of this made Enola faint for a moment, and she made a resolve to leave this land as soon as possible, until beyond the rocky cliffs again all happiness for her had flown. End of chapter 46. Section 47 of The Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 47. In the City Again. On the following morning the men were up early and at the terrace awaiting their king and the strange, sad tale which they must hear. Henri came onto the terrace with his friends and told the sad story of the battle and the eruption. The Onions stood drinking in every word, their eyes changing from curiosity to pain and then to horror, their faces depicting the same emotions. Henri related all of the fearful tale of how the men had stood up before the negroes, even when they were being mowed down like wheat before the scythe, and then of how the elephants had rushed on to them, thus turning the tide of battle, and then of the mad rush for the crevice and the awful eruption which had killed and burned the survivors. For some time after the king had finished speaking, the men stood with that look of horror overcasting their faces, their very bodies having assumed an attitude which showed the greatest dejection. Henri then continued, "We will start for the city again today, and will make as long marches as possible, as we wish to reach there in time to rest before the ceremonies of the day of Resis takes place. On the plain, some few miles from here, will be found a herd of nearly 100 elephants. They were driven on this desperate night into the worst part of the downfall of Ashes, and half buried and nearly starving are dying there now on the plain. I wish 100 of you to go, and if possible revive these elephants and bring them to a place where they can receive proper care. The remainder of you will accompany us to the city. We start immediately." And saying this, he again turned to his friends and told them to make immediate preparations. This they did, and it was only a short while until they were mounted and on their way from the spot which had become most hateful and loathsome to them to the avenue which could only be told now by the bordering trees they went, and following its course they headed for the city. Hope was rejuvenated as they left the scene of so much pain and death, and life seemed again to be putting on a garment of happiness which had long since been cast aside. The cavalcade of the witnesses of the recent fearful scene left the place without a regret, and without one glance backward to either volcano, badlands, or villa. Their thoughts turned to things more pleasant, of the green fields and shady trees. Even the lake, with its memories of night horrors, seemed less repulsive than the place they were leaving. But the thought of the city and its quiet pleasures were more pleasing than all others. In a half hour they could see ahead of them the green fields and trees which they had so longed for. The layer of ashes gradually thinned until there was no longer any trace of it, and the hard onyx-paved avenue again stretched before them in all its beauty. An hour later, and they could see no traces of the eruption at all, and the long track of the cyclone had been cleared, until it presented very much the same appearance as did the rest of the surrounding country. The country became more cultivated as they proceeded, and men were now seen frequently working in the fields. None of them approached the cavalcade, and none were made acquainted with the sad story of the battle and eruption. And so day after day passed in much the same way as they had on the journey out, the marches being somewhat longer only, and the midday rests somewhat shorter. But the evenings were spent in the cool villas, the nights of prayer being observed now as usual, for with the last body of men who had come to meet them before leaving the villa near the volcano had been another priest in attendance, and these were now with the party. The lake had been reached and its banks followed. All former plans of taking another route back to the city had been abandoned on account of the eruption, and the party was not sorry for this, for the avenue with its magnificent shade trees and its beautiful surroundings made it an enviable route. The days had passed, and with them many miles of the long journey, until on the evening of the 9th day after leaving the villa in the Badlands, they were at the point where they had embarked for the island on the memorable night of the sea fight. Here they put up for the night at the same villa which had held them once before. "Tomorrow," said Mr. Bruce, after the evening meal had been disposed of, and all had gathered on the terrace for their regular chat before retiring, "tomorrow, if nothing happens, will be our last day's journey. We will reach the city before noon if we start very early in the morning." "I'm not sorry that this excursion is so near an end," said Mr. Graham, "but it has been loaded with adventures, and that is what we were looking for when coming here." "Yes, but the adventures of the past month or so have none of them been agreeable ones," said Mr. Bruce. "I do not agree with you, Mr. Bruce," said Harry. "I think the last horrible experience has cast a gloom over all of the others, and if it were not for the fearful slaughter of the Onians and our own narrow escape, we would have considered the other adventures as being at least excitable, if not altogether enjoyable." "This land has not seemed the same to me since that fearful day," said Mr. Bruce. "I've noticed the change in you," said Nellie. "It has made this fair land almost hateful to me, and I long to get away from it." And Mr. Bruce spoke in such a bitter tone that all looked at him in surprise. "We have now seen most of the people and their country," said Mr. Graham, "and it would be well for us to leave as soon as possible, especially as the king has decided that Enola shall marry him on the day of Resis. By the way, Enola, have you learned anything of Henri in regard to this red-letter day?" "Nothing," answered Enola, "excepting that it is a day of great joy to all of the participants in its ceremonies." "But do not all participate?" questioned Mr. Graham. "It seems not," answered Enola. "That is, they do not all participate on the same day, but a day comes to each one when he or she participates. It has a strange meaning, this day of Resis." "Yes, and one which will never be learned until the day comes," said Harry, "for Henri told me himself that none of his people were allowed to mention the secrets of the day, but all understood them." "And when is this day which is to make you the wife of the king?" asked Mr. Graham. "It is barely a week distant," answered Enola. "And do you think that you could be happy as the wife of Henri?" asked Mr. Graham. "I've never given the subject much thought," answered Enola, "until the evening preceding our departure from the villa in the Badlands. Then he spoke of our marriage, and told of our apartments in the temple, and of our marriage gowns, and another thing which makes the very thought of marrying Henri repulsive. He then told me that if he should die first, that I would be sacrificed on his bier, and the king and wife would be buried together." "That is certainly fearful to contemplate," said Mr. Graham, "and it but adds to the necessity of our getting out of this country before this eventful day." "What do you suppose, though, will be the outcome if we should leave the country before you become the wife of the king?" asked Mr. Bruce. "It is hard to tell," answered Enola, "but these people might object seriously to our doing so. It is certain that the king is fully decided on marrying me, and that his people have not only sanctioned the marriage, but it was they who fixed the day of Resis as the one on which we should be married. They are a strange people. They have gone through life following certain laws and rules, and have never been crossed in anything, and it might be a very serious matter to try and balk them in this, probably the most important event which has ever taken place in their history." "Yes, but if you do not wish to marry Henri," said Mr. Graham, "and you have just said that you would not, we must get away from here before this day of Resis in some way or other, whether they object or not." "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "and as the time is so short, it would be well for us to feel around and see just how the land lays." Henri, who had been overseeing some work in another part of the villa, came strolling carelessly on to the terrace, his very carriage lending a gracefulness to his majestic figure which was charming, to say the least, and Enola thought how easy it could be to love this giant under any other circumstances. "Henri," said Mr. Bruce, "we have been your guests for many weeks now, and we feel that to remain with you much longer would be a breach of etiquette, to say the least, and as the affairs in our own country need our almost immediate attention, we feel that we should leave your hospitable country and return to our own." Henri looked surprised at the very mention of such a thing, and made no answer for some time. At last, however, he said, "Your words grieve me. I've never thought of such a thing as you ever returning to your own country. I've always supposed that you would remain with us for the remainder of your lives. Why should you want to leave us? Have we not been kind to you, and is ours not a good land to live in? You have told me that you have much care, worry, trouble, and unhappiness in your world. You have found none of those disturbing influences here. That is until the awful fight and eruption came, but even that is over now, and your lives will soon drop into the old groove which you have said was the most delightful existence which one could desire. My people love you for yourselves alone, and if they forgot themselves for once, they must not be blamed, for you can readily see how superstition could spring to life in such uneventful lives as theirs. But they have forgotten those fears and are now as much your friends as is their king. Then why should you wish to leave us? We love you, and as Enola is to marry me and is to remain with us, it will be pleasant for both her and you to be together. Don't ever again mention leaving us, let alone ever putting such a suggestion into action. Why, we look upon you no longer as strangers, but as part of us." "We thank you for those kind words," said Mr. Bruce, "but you must understand us, Henri. We have many personal interests in our world which would take us there, and we have brothers and sisters and friends who would grieve greatly if we should never return. If such were not the case, it would be an easy matter for us to take up our life residence with you. I have, as I had said before," said Henri, "never thought of your leaving us, and I cannot now say how such a thing would affect my people or myself. I can only say that we have always thought that you would remain with us, and we cannot think of anything else just now." In saying this, the king took hold of Enola's arm gently, and drawing it through his, as she had taught him to, they started to promenade the terrace. After they had gotten out of hearing, Mr. Bruce turned to Mr. Graham and said, "Rather non-committal, is he not?" "I should say so," said Mr. Graham, "and if I'm not mistaken, we will have trouble in getting away from here." "One thing's sure," said Mr. Bruce, "he has no intention of letting Enola leave the country." "He is a strange man, this Henri," said Mr. Graham, "and in fact the people are a queer anomaly and hard to make out. They have no secrets seemingly. Their lives are like open books, and they have no reason for being otherwise. But they can be as mamma's oysters, as they say in America, when they wish to keep anything from you, and as evasive as a man paying taxes when they take such a notion. For a race who has never had occasion to use any deception, they are certainly without a peer." The talk now turned on to other subjects, and after a short time all retired to their apartments to take their last sleep in the country or away from the beautiful temple. All were up very early the following morning, for they desired to reach the city before noon, so as not to have to stop before getting there for the midday rest. There was more life and gaiety in the party on this morning than had been seen among them for weeks. All seemed happy and glad that the long journey was so near an end, and there was much joyous conversation and singing as they rode out before the sun had yet risen. Straight to the beautiful avenue which had been their guide for so many miles, and the trees of which had given them such shady comfort, they rode. Even the animals seemed to realize that their long journey was at an end, for they started off at a good lively gait and maintained it throughout the morning. Henri this morning seemed depressed, his head was bent, and he seemed dejected. He had forbidden those who had joined the party just before starting on this journey never to speak of or mention in any way the things which he had told them on the morning of their departure. He had said that it was his duty as king and head of the people to impart to them the sad news that the details of this great calamity were better known to him than to any other of his people, and he could the better tell the story for this reason. Therefore his men had said nothing during the long journey, and those of the Onions whom they had met had learned nothing of the horrible event. Henri now realized that the time had almost come for him to stand up before the mighty throng which would gather at his command, and tell them of the fearful death of 5,000 of the fathers, sons, husbands, and brothers of On. He had seen in his mind's eye the look of utter despair and great pain, and had heard the cries of the sufferers, and all this saddened him. He felt that it would be next to an impossibility for him to explain so they could understand, and the doubt which would accompany his explanation would but add to the pain of those who had lost loved ones. But the elephants and zebras were bearing them fast toward the city, as if mocking the king and being desirous of hurrying him to that time and place so dreaded. The sun had nearly reached its zenith when the first one of the beautiful city villas was seen through the green trees in the distance, and not long after they were once more, after many weeks' riding, between rows of the pink villas. All was quiet, for this was resting hour, but as they got nearer the heart of the city, numerous ones of the Onions would show themselves, and upon seeing that it was the king and his party, they would make a respectful obeisance and watch them until lost in the distance. At last the temple was reached, and our friends were once more in their delightful apartments. Every comfort had been found in the villas en route. but none that they were ever in had such large and magnificent apartments as this grand temple. The attendants took them in hand at once, and after a bath and light lunch, all of the tired wanderers slept. In the evening all gathered in the dining hall as usual, and it was hard to suppose that they had been away for so long. Mr. Graham and Mr. Bruce started to take their evening promenade on the terrace, and were surprised to see a number of soldiers, so they looked, walking in a measured beat about the grounds. "As I thought," said Mr. Bruce, "we are prisoners." End of section 47. Section 48 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 48. No Hope of Escape. At the usual morning gathering of the adventurers on the following morning, Mr. Bruce said, "It seems that we are prisoners, but why I cannot understand. It may be, though, that the temple alone is to be guarded, and that when we desire to leave it for a walk or a ride, the guards may not follow us. Let us make the experiment, Mr. Graham. If we are accompanied by the guards, we shall know that extra effort is needed." "I wonder," said Mr. Graham, "if this custom of guarding a prospective bride, which this seems to be, applies to their courtiers as well. Anyway, we can ascertain this by ordering our zebras and taking a ride." And stepping to the curtain which separated the apartment from the one which he occupied, Mr. Graham called one of his attendants and told him they wanted their zebras at once. In a short time the zebras were awaiting them, and Mr. Bruce and he went to the entrance, and were not surprised to see 10 mounted men standing near, seemingly waiting for them to start. Apparently unconcerned, our friends mounted and rode leisurely down the main avenue, and the 10 men followed. "As I suppose," said Mr. Graham, "our escape is going to be a serious matter after all." "Yes," answered Mr. Bruce, "we will undoubtedly be guarded by these men wherever we go, and it is hardly reasonable to believe that they will allow us to go to the cave and make our escape without trying to stop us." "There is Sadai," said Mr. Graham. "He may be able to offer some suggestion." They stopped their zebras, and motioning to Sadai, he came up and asked what he could do for them. "We are virtually prisoners, Sadai," said Mr. Graham, "and we need your help. The king has announced his intention of marrying Enola on the day of Resis, and to avoid this we shall have to leave the city. But a guard has been placed about the temple, and a guard is now following us, and it may be hard for us to get away." "I've heard of this intended marriage," said Sadai, "but I thought that Miss Enola must have given her consent." "Far from it," said Mr. Graham. "She is most desirous of getting away immediately. Exert your thinking powers, Sadai, and try to devise some means by which we can leave the country. If you think of anything, come up to the temple and give us the result." "I will do so," said Sadai, as he walked away. "Mr. Bruce," said Mr. Graham, "our friends in the rear do not seem to be appointed as guards to ward off danger, but more as a guard of honour. This is probably what they are for, simply to announce to the people that we have marriageable children." And Mr. Graham smiled. "I think myself that they have no idea of danger befalling us, but it looks to me as if they had some suspicion of our intended escape. You know we mentioned the matter to the king a few evenings since," said Mr. Bruce. "That's so. I wonder if that can have anything to do with it. It may be that he intends to keep us prisoners, at least until he has Enola secure," said Mr. Graham. "It is hard to tell," said Mr. Bruce. They turned their zebras and headed for the temple, and upon arriving there told their companions of how they had been followed. Sadai came up in the afternoon, and after talking with the guard for a while, reported what he had learned. The guard was changed every 4 hours, and the old guard marched to the house used by them as headquarters. Here they reported, and a relief was sent to the temple. From the time the old guard left until the relief arrived, 15 minutes elapsed, and during this 15 minutes escape must be made. This was their only chance. It was not allowing much time for accidents, but they might be some distance before their escape was discovered, and a guard sent after them. This might not take the right direction at first, and in this way some time might be gained. It was decided to have Sadai carry the provisions to the cave, since he would not be watched. Consequently, he left them to make preparations. No time was to be lost, and Sadai went directly to the provision storehouse and asked for 4 days' provisions for himself, as he intended going to the large lake on a fishing excursion. The provisions were given him, but to his surprise, when he came out of the storehouse and mounted his zebra, 5 mounted men who were near and who were seen awaiting him started just after he did and followed him. Straight on he went in the direction of the secret door, and upon arriving at the gate of the wall, his followers rode up and stopped him, saying that as none of them had weapons, they could not think of entering that wild part or of letting him do so. He made no objection, and leaving his bundle of provisions in a shady place near the gate, rode back to the city and went directly to the temple to notify his friends. "It begins to look very serious," said Mr. Graham, "but we must go, provisions or no provisions. It may be that some of the dried food which we left along the way as we crossed the cave may be in good condition still, and if so, this would sustain us for quite a while." "I have an idea," said Enola, "which is not pleasant to contemplate, but which may mean the saving of life. The opening into the mountain is large enough to admit the zebras, and if we can get them through it, our journey will be much easier and quicker, and if the worst comes, we can sacrifice them." "A splendid idea," said Harry, "but we must be ready to start by tomorrow night. But 5 days remain for us before the day of Resis, and we must not put off our first attempt until the last moment. It may be that we will make some miscalculation the first time and have to try again, so let us be ready by tomorrow night." During that day and the next they made as many preparations as they could without being observed. Each secreted some dried meats and a bottle of the exquisite wine and honey. Sadai had visited the guard frequently and had learned when the changes were made. The stables where the zebras were kept was about 300 yards to the rear of the temple. They were guarded by 1 man, the attendants of our friends grooming and taking care of them during the day. This man would have to be overcome or called from the stable on some pretense. The day intended for their escape drew slowly to an end. The evening meal had been eaten as usual with the king, but Enola had declined to accompany him to the terrace. They had gathered in Mrs. Graham's room and were waiting anxiously for Sadai to announce that the time had come and all was in readiness. Sadai at last came, but the moment he entered they saw that some slip had been made in the arrangements, or that something had gone wrong. "What is it, Sadai?" asked Mr. Bruce. "This," said Sadai. "The guard, as usual, had left for their headquarters, and I had sent the stableman on an errand which would take some time to carry out. I started to the temple to notify you, when to my surprise 20 men came up to the stable, and when I asked their leader why they were there, he told me that the day of Resis was but 3 days off, and that all zebras and elephants were sent into the country to carry into the city those working in the fields, quarries, and mines, 1 day's journey hence, and saying this they took the zebras and elephants and went away with them." The friends looked from one to the other, speechless. The zebras being away, they could no longer calculate on their help, but something must be done. They could not think of walking to the cave, for their escape would soon be discovered, and the inhabitants, having found out their intentions, would guard against any further attempt. "When will the zebras be returned?" asked Mr. Bruce. "He said that the men who were to use them were 1 day's journey from here," answered Sadai. "If they come to this city immediately, they will be here the evening of the day after tomorrow." "Let us see," said Mr. Bruce. "That will be 2 days before the day of Resis. Cheer up, friends, we shall yet escape." And telling Sadai to keep his eyes open and to report to them the moment the zebras were returned, they dismissed him. The next 2 days were spent by Mr. Bruce in the secret chamber, for he determined to learn from the tablets more of the history of this strange people and country. Harry and Enola scarcely left each other, for Enola now realized that she loved Harry, and now that there was a possibility of their being separated from each other forever, they determined to see as much of each other as possible in the few remaining hours before the day of Resis. Mr. and Mrs. Graham and Nellie walked about the beautiful temple and tried to calm their anxiety. On the second afternoon Sadai came to them and said that the zebras had been returned, but that the young men who had come with them had been given quarters in a villa adjoining the stable, and some of them were constantly lounging about and would undoubtedly see them and give the alarm if they tried to escape. It seemed as if they must remain until the dreaded day. Sadai was told to try and find some means to get rid of the men about the stable, and to endeavour to have everything ready for that night. Night came, but Sadai reported that the men had ridden a long distance that day, and were lying on the lawn of the park and could not be persuaded to move, so comfortable were they in the cool evening breeze. "When is the next relief?" question, Mr. Bruce. At 12 o'clock, said Sadai, and they may go to their apartments before then, thus enabling us to get away. We will wait, said Mr. Bruce, who had constituted himself the leader of the party. Slowly the evening wore into the night, and 12 o'clock came. The attendants had all been dismissed. Sadai came in at last, but his face showed disappointment. The men are still lying in the garden, said he. Some asleep, while others are awake and talking. How many of them are there? Asked Harry. 30, said Sadai, and that many more in the large villa near the stable, so that it would be foolish for us to try to overcome them. No, we must not resort to violence, said Mr. Bruce, for that would only hurt our cause. Tomorrow these men will be thoroughly rested, and we can reasonably expect that they will go about the city visiting their friends. We must not lose courage, but hope for better results tomorrow. On the afternoon of the next day our friends mounted the zebras, and with a guard of 50 following them, rode through the principal streets of the city. The city was crowded, owing to all work in the fields, mines, and quarries being suspended for 5 days. The people never seemed happier, for singing and laughing was heard on every side. Just as our friends reached the large square, the king mounted the pedestal from which he had greeted them upon their arrival in the city. From a tablet of wood in his hand he read the law proclaiming the day of Resis to be the only holiday, and being now at hand, the direct participants in its ceremonies must prepare for them. He did not mention the secrets of the day, or did he give them idea as to what the ceremonies would be. On the bare wrists of the right arm of the older men and women could be seen a peculiarly shaped diamond of a reddish cast. This was about half an inch in width and held to the wrist by a chain of gold. Mr. Bruce turned to one of the guards and asked, "Why do you certain ones wear this peculiar stone and chain of gold about their wrists?" "It is the mark of Resis," answered the man, and upon Mr. Bruce asking what this meant, the man made no further answer. The faces of those wearing these bracelets were radiant. They seemed the happiest of the whole vast multitude, and the younger people appeared to look on them with envy. Truly the happiness of the day must be supreme to those who participated in its ceremonies. The king, after reading the law twice, descended from the pedestal, mounted his zebra, and joined Enola and her friends. Carefully the zebras picked their way through the throng of people crowding the streets. Girls were dancing, men were giving exhibitions of skill in athletics, others were singing quaint, harmonious songs, and all were happy and joyous. They soon reached the temple and retired to the dining hall. After the meal the king excused himself, saying that he would have to go among his people, as on the eve of Resis all were in the city, and were anxious to have him appear at their games and pastimes. Mr. Graham, Mr. Bruce, and Harry walked toward the stables, and to their dismay saw their zebras again being taken away. "Where are they taking the zebras?" asked Harry of Sadai, who stood near. "To the great square," answered Sadai. "These zebras are trained to do certain tricks, and are to give an exhibition tonight before the people." Harry almost broke down in despair. All hope of their escape on that night had fled, and all were thoroughly disturbed. Enola's despair could be seen in her white face, but she said nothing. A resolve had taken shape in her mind that if all else failed, before she would become the wife of the King of On, she would end her life, for the thought now of marrying this man had become abhorrent to her, and the longer she brooded over it, the more hateful did it become to her, and hence this determination. Slowly the night grew on, and all listened with bated breath for Sadai, for they still had a faint hope that the zebras might be returned in time for them to get away at the midnight relief. But midnight came and passed, and our friends knew that their last hope was gone. They separated for the night without a word, even Mr. Bruce, who was usually so hopeful, now not having a word to say. The morrow was the day of Resis, and after its mysterious ceremonies had been performed, the king of this strange people was to demand Enola for his wife. End of section 48. Section 49 of the Day of Resis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor. Chapter 49. The Day of Resis. The day of Resis had come, and long before the sun had shed its golden beams on the temple of On, the people were astir. The tramp of many zebras and the rumbling of chariots could be faintly heard by the adventurers as they lay tossing on their couches, the night having brought them but little rest. They listened with bated breath to the sounds as they floated through the wide arches of the temple, and wondered what the day would bring forth. That it would be fateful was certain, for if they did not effect their escape, Enola would become the unwilling bride of the king of On. And what would be the subsequent events? Would they longer be held prisoners, or would they be allowed to go and come as they saw fit? But if they failed to get away before the eventful ceremony should take place, would there be any further inducement to leave this beautiful country? Would not Enola be the wife of Onrai? And would not the bonds be binding, having been welded by the laws of this country? Would she not still be the wife of Onrai, even if she should go back to civilization? And would it not be better for her to remain here with the man whom she had been forced to marry? It was a difficult question to answer, and puzzled and troubled the small party of adventurers rose, and after the morning bath, the last they hoped in the temple, they repaired to the dining hall. The night had been a disappointing one in every respect, said Mr. Graham as he took his seat by the side of Enola, for I had hoped that after the suspense and failure of the early evening we would at least forget for a while in our sleep. But I see in the haggard faces about me traces of unrest, and I know that we have all spent the night in worrying and in wondering as to what the day would bring forth. The night has been a fearful one to me, said Enola, but it has seemed all too short, for I could remember only that with its darkness went all hope of mine. Come, Enola, said Mr. Bruce, do not give up entirely. Remember that it is on the eve of this day that you are to marry the king, and there are many hours left us yet in which to escape. No, said Enola, I feel that all hope is gone. We will be the central figures of attraction today, and all eyes will be upon us, thus making it an impossibility to escape. I differ with you, said Mr. Bruce, for we have learned that this is the greatest of all days with these people, and the ceremonies of the day may call attention from us, thus giving us a chance to get away. Listen, even now the avenues seem crowded with the chariots and zebras, and the sandaled feet of the multitude can be heard shuffling over the hard pavement. The day for me has the greatest interest, for I long to fathom its mysteries, but not at the expense of your happiness, Enola, and I will watch every chance, as will all of us, to get you away from the hateful ceremony. I'd forgotten in our trouble, said Mr. Graham, that there were secrets to be learned today. What can they be? They must be of an exceedingly happy nature, said Harry, for I have seen the faces of those who have spoken of the day light up as if with pleasurable anticipation. Yes, said Mr. Bruce, Onrai has said that the day was the happiest one in the lives of the people, and that must mean a great deal, for these people are always happy, or have been so until the news reached them of the great battle and eruption. Hark! And as Mr. Bruce ceased speaking, a song rose on the morning air, so exquisitely beautiful and grand that our friends almost held their breath for fear of losing one note of its delightful harmony. It rose and fell one moment, loud and powerful, ringing through the entrance and wide hall of the temple, and the next dying away almost to a whisper. Ah, said Enola, as the voices ceased, it is beautiful. Oh, why could not Onrai have left me in peace, so that we might enjoy even yet a while the delights of this grand country and people? It is indeed too bad, said Mr. Bruce, but has Sadai been here this morning? No, said Mr. Graham, but it is time that he was. Perhaps he is afraid of losing a chance for escape by coming to us. But the curtain moves at this moment, and Sadai enters. We were just speaking of you, Sadai, said Mr. Bruce. What are the chances this morning? Better, I think, replied Sadai. I was sitting near the stables last night waiting for the watch to sleep, when Ephmer came to me and said, Listen, Sadai, your friends of the faraway country would escape, for the fair one whom Onrai the king would marry can see no happiness in becoming his wife. Tomorrow is the day of Resis, and on that day is the first king of On to marry, but you would escape. I have seen the look of fear and suspense on the faces of your friends since they have again arrived in the city, and I have seen you here day and night, watching closely the movements of the men who have been placed to watch your friends. Now listen, I long to leave my native land and go to that faraway country of which I have heard you speak, and I will help you escape. I only ask that you take me with you, and also my friend Shal of the underground world. I cannot promise to effect your escape, but I will do all in my power to help you. Will you accept my help?" I looked at the onion for a moment, but did not answer, for fear that if I should admit that we were trying to escape, he would report the matter to the king. "Don't mistrust me," he continued, and I decided to accept his offer. "Have I done right?" "You have," said Mr. Bruce, "and if this man can help us, he shall see that great world beyond the cliffs to which he has so longed to go." "'Tis well," said Sadai. "Ephmer will be near you today during the ceremonies, and will explain all to you. I will immediately notify you if an opportunity affords for our escape." And with this Sadai withdrew. Anrai was heard outside a moment later, and very shortly came into the apartment. His face wore a happy smile as he walked to where Enola was sitting, and taking her hand said, "Greeting, Enola. This is the greatest day of my life, and the happiest." "The day seems strange to me," said Enola. "Why strange, Enola?" asked Anrai, his face troubled for the moment. "Because I cannot realize that in this strange land so far from our own, and where the customs are so very different, I have found the one whom I am to marry, and that on this day I am to become his wife. I cannot accustom myself to the idea, that is all." And Enola tried to smile, knowing that she must still keep up the miserable farce in order to avert suspicion. "The strangeness will wear off with the day's ceremonies," said Anrai, "and now the ceremonies are about to commence, and places on the terrace are awaiting you." "Then we are about to learn the day's mysteries," said Mr. Bruce. "They are mysteries to you only. To my people the day's ceremonies are well known," said the king. "Then why are they never mentioned?" questioned Mr. Bruce. "Because they are too sacred," answered Anrai solemnly, as he left the apartment. "Ah, they are mysteries still," said Mr. Bruce, after the king had left. "Not even at this late hour will he explain them to us, but leaves us to learn them ourselves, and that we are willing to do. Let us go to the terrace, and there learn what it is which makes the day one of mystery." They all now left the dining room and stepped into the large court. Here attendants were awaiting to conduct them to their seats. Ephmer, who was one of these, stepped up as they approached and asked, "Has Sadai spoken?" "Yes," said Mr. Bruce, "and we have consented. You will not fail us?" "I shall do all in my power." And saying this, Ephmer led the way to the terrace, where they found seats awaiting them. The scene which now met the gaze of the adventurers was strange yet grand. The populace thronged the court of the temple, the garden, the avenues leading to it, and even the tops of the villas were crowded with a happy-looking people. Before many of the villas could be seen a square pile of wood about 10 feet high. These had been placed during the night, and our friends could but wonder what part these played in the ceremonies of the day. Turning to Ephmer, Mr. Bruce asked, "Why are these piles of wood placed before some villas and not before others?" "In these villas, with the biers before them, live the principal participants in today's ceremonies," answered Ephmer. "What did you call these? Biers?" asked Mr. Bruce, with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes," answered Ephmer, "for on these are burned the bodies of those who have this day met their day of Resis." "Burned? Day of Resis? Why, what do you mean, man?" asked Mr. Bruce, and they all looked at the man with troubled faces. "Only this," said Ephmer, "that all Onians who have reached the age of 65 since this day last year will today be put to death by the hand of the king." Our friends looked at the Onion as he said this with fearful wonderment depicted in their faces. Could it be that the man told the truth? Could this race of enlightened people do this thing? "But why are these put to death?" asked Mr. Bruce as soon as he could find his voice. "Because they have reached that time when old age creeps on, and having reached this age too, they have earned the reward which is rightfully theirs by having lived a sinless life," answered Ephmer. "But why should you kill a man because he has seen his best days?" asked Mr. Bruce, now interested in spite of himself. "Because we would leave none but the strong and vigorous to bring children into our world, and also because our world would become overpopulated if the old were not killed. The same law governs our domestic animals." And this then was the secret, or one of the secrets, of the great height, strength, and healthfulness of this people, and it also explained the absence of all aged people in this strange land. Yes, such a law could have but this effect, but at what a cost was the beautiful stature and healthfulness acquired. "But do not those who are to be killed object?" asked Mr. Bruce. Never, answered Ephmer. It is the happiest day of their lives. Look at them. The ceremonies are about to commence. I cannot stand this, said Mrs. Graham, and she and Nellie, rising, entered the temple. Enola also arose, intending to go to her apartment, but at that moment the king came onto the terrace wearing a long crimson robe, and seeing Enola about to retire, said to her, It is important that you witness the scenes of the day, because hereafter you will have to perform the same duties which I am this day performing. I cannot look on this wholesale murder, answered Enola with a shudder. It is the law, replied Henri as he moved away, and Enola again sank into her seat. He was fearful, but what could she or the others do? Nothing. Suddenly the blare of a trumpet sounded over the city, and the vast throng burst forth in a weird chant which rose and fell in great waves of sound, and almost stopped the beating of the heart with its impressive solemnity. Up the long avenue came a procession of men and women, and across the wrist of each was the gold chain and peculiar diamond which symbolized the bloody ending of the day. A white bag of goat skin was suspended by a silken cord which encircled the wrist just below the gold band. All were in spotless white, with golden girdles and fillets of gold about their brows. The king, in a crimson robe, accompanied by 7 priests, took his place in the court and faced the line of the doomed. At the sound of another trumpet the singing ceased. An onyx pedestal was brought from the temple and placed before the king. On the pedestal was a shallow basin of gold. At a given signal the lines of the doomed moved forward, keeping the right foot foremost, and again the chant of the multitude rose higher and higher, growing wilder and wilder, until the front rank of the victims was ranged before the king. He drew from his girdle a glittering dagger that flashed in the sunlight when he held it aloft, as the doomed men and women thrust out their naked wrists over the golden basin. One swift stroke severed the main artery, and the goatskin bag was instantly drawn up and tied above the wound, scarcely a drop of blood falling into the shallow golden vessel on the pedestal. Again the flashing dagger was raised in the air as 2 members of each victim's family stepped from the throng and assisted the doomed into the chariot which stood waiting. On the faces of the vast throng no horror was depicted, but rather the intent look of serious and solemn interest. Even upon the faces of the victims a beatified look of hopeful expectancy was the only evidence that they were not to mingle again with their fellow men in the duties and pleasures of the land of On. For a time Enola was enabled to keep her face turned away from the actual sight of the massacre, but under the influence of that wonderful music she at last stole one brief glance at the king as the gleaming knife crossed the wrist of a victim, and from that time until the long procession had passed the pedestal of death she was held as if by the glittering eyes of a serpent. As the last man received his death thrust, the king dropped the knife into the basin, and holding aloft both hands intoned the words of the ceremony which were supposed to justify the deeds of the day and speed the departing souls into the sublimity of the hereafter. At last Mr. Bruce exclaimed hoarsely, "It is over," and he looked up just in time to see Enola fall fainting into Harry's arms. She was immediately borne to her apartments and was soon revived. As the men left the terrace there was not a sign to show that the day had been one of dreadful tragedies, no drop of blood, no confusion, simply the orderly dispersing of the multitude engaged in low-toned conversation. All now met in Mr. Bruce's rooms and breathlessly awaited Sadai's arrival. The news which he would bring from the stables would decide how much or how little of hope they might have for effecting an escape before Henri should come. Suddenly the curtain stirred and Sadai's face appeared. He beckoned to them to follow, and noiselessly they crossed the starlit terrace and entered the garden. Here they found Ephmer and Shaw awaiting them with zebras. Enola was about to mount her zebra when she heard a peculiar cry, and turning she saw the great white body of Jip looming up in the half-light and coming toward her. "Oh, Jip," she cried, "this is my only regret in leaving On. I cannot take you with me," and patting the great noble beast which had saved her life on 2 different occasions and the lives of her friends, she turned and mounted her zebra and rode away with tears streaming from her eyes, afraid to look back, fearful of the pitiful look on Jip's face. Cautiously they picked their way through the park toward the road to the mountains. Along this road, which was used only for bringing the fodder for the stables, Sadai led them, explaining that it joined the main road leading to the cave a short distance from the city. As soon as they reached the main road, they urged on their zebras with all speed, for, turning to look back at the city, they could see torches glittering about rapidly and could hear a confused murmur of sounds which indicated that their escape had been detected. Here and there a steady flame shooting straight into the air denoted the burning funeral pyres of the day's victims. Sadai motioned them to stop for a moment, and listening intently, he said, "We are pursued." On they flew again, over the hard road, through bits of forest, past the shores of small lakes, and over green fields. Far ahead they could see the dark forest on the side of the mountain. Through the gate of the mighty wall they sped, and Sadai dismounted to hastily close and barricade it from the inside. Their pursuers would have to climb the wall or seek one of the other gates, and every moment was precious now. They crossed the bridge and plunged into the woods that intervened between them and the cave. The roar of a lion was heard to the right, but they did not hesitate. The eastern horizon was growing brighter and brighter, and by the time they had passed the forest, the moon had risen high above the mountains. The rapid gallop of zebras could be heard, and looking back they saw a large body of mounted men struggling at the barricaded gate. Finding the gate impassable, they formed a pyramid, and in this way the men reached the top of the wall, and then used ropes to let themselves down into the hunting reserve. Harry first reached the secret door, but strove in vain to find the hidden spring. The pursuers were gaining upon them, and Enola, urging her zebra forward, sprang to the ground and, grasping the lever, pressed hard on it, but the stone door of the cave failed to open. Her heart sank within her. She remembered the last revolution it had made, and the difficulty with which she had rescued Sadai from its stony embrace. Could it be that the mechanism was then injured, the mighty spring broken? Perhaps. She reeled for a second as the dreadful possibility suggested itself to her. Then, seizing Harry's rifle, she dashed its butt against the lever, and the heavy stone door began to revolve. Sadai, seizing a heavy branch, struck the zebra upon which Mrs. Graham was riding, and the frightened animal sprang through the opening, followed by the one ridden by Nellie. One after another they were driven through, and as the leaders of the pursuing party dashed into the open glade, Sadai drove the last unmounted zebra through the opening. Springing to the ground, the foremost of the pursuers sought to grasp Sadai, but with a swing of his club about his head the assailant was laid low, and Sadai disappeared. Through the crack of the door, as it swung shut, came a heart-rending cry of "Enola! Enola!" from the king. Once more, with pale faces and beating hearts, the explorers stood within the great subterranean cavern, which had so nearly been their tomb, but which now was a place of refuge. The hidden city of On had been discovered. Its history and its people were known to them. The object of their journey had been accomplished. After the party had rested, they took their way across the cave, and with the zebras this was found easy to do. These trained animals easily leaped across the break in the bridge, but when it came to the small entrance at the opposite side of the cave, it was feared that they would have to be left here to die, as the hole was too small for them to pass through. Our friends were greatly grieved to think that they would have to leave these noble beasts to die in such a cruel way in the cave, but there seemed no other alternative, and they dismounted and passed through the hole. But they had not calculated on the training of these animals, and they had hardly stepped into the open air when one of the zebras came crawling through on his haunches, and shortly after the others followed him. These had been trained to do this, and our friends now remembered having seen them perform this trick on the night preceding the day of Resis. It took them but a short time to reach the village of Saga, where they found the carriers still waiting for them, and in a few weeks they were again in Zanzibar, and had no difficulty in getting passage to England, from where they sailed for home. A few weeks after their arrival in New York, a double wedding was announced, and on the evening of the happy day, carriage after carriage rolled to the door of the Graham mansion, depositing richly clad women and courtly men. Under an arch of flowers a little later stood four people, arrayed in strange robes of silk, with bands of gold binding their brows, and with girdles of gold about their waists. In the costume of the land of On, the double wedding was in progress, and in the faces of the women could be read a story of trust and confidence and love supreme, and in those of the men the satisfaction of proud manhood fitly crowned. End of section 49. End of the Day of Resis by Lillian Frances Mentor.